Arkham Origins, the unloved middle child is what I like to call this game, because when this game dropped, I had never seen so much division in the Arkham community. It was wild. You either loved it or absolutely hated it. There was very little in between. And honestly, it blew my mind. My older brother bought it for me the day it was released. I played it straight through and I loved it. In fact, I thought the story and characters were some of the best in the entire series at the time. But despite how much I enjoyed it, I kept seeing so much negativity and drama surrounding this game online. Most of the hate boiled down to three main points that people kept bringing up. The first, it wasn't made by Rocksteady, like the previous Arkham games. Instead, Warner Brothers Games took over, and apparently for some fans, that alone was enough to cause an uproar. But for me, I like to keep an open mind with stuff like this. I think of it kind of like a family recipe. You got the same ingredients, but maybe someone tries making it a little differently to see if it still tastes just as good, or maybe even better. As true to the core of the original, it can still carry that same flavor fans love. But there's another argument I want to bring up with this, and it's one I've been thinking about most recently. Just 3 years ago, before Arkham Origins released back in 2010, one of the best RPG games ever came out, Fallout New Vegas. And guess what? That game wasn't made by Bethesda. Instead, it was developed by Obsidian Entertainment. Sure, Bethesda still published it, but it was still a completely different team. And yet, many fans actually consider New Vegas to be the best entry in the franchise. Heck, Season 2 of the Fallout show is gonna take place there. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying Arkham Origins is in the same league as New Vegas, or even on the same level of game quality, but I think it's a fair example to show that sometimes a different team can take the reins and try something new, and still deliver something fans can really enjoy. The other big criticism I've seen and still hear to this day is the fact that Arkham Origins replaced Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill with Roger Craig Smith and Troy Baker. A lot of fans were upset about this, and I've seen it firsthand. In fact, I remember about 4 years ago, I had a coworker who flat out refused to play this game for this reason alone. But I shared my honest take with him. At some point, whether we like it or not, these iconic actors will eventually retire or sadly even pass away. We have to be open to different actors stepping into these roles, because it's inevitable. That's just the nature of life. And to add some extra context, at this time, Kevin and Mark were also working on Arkham Knight, so it's not like they were gone entirely. Personally, I think Roger and Troy both did fantastic jobs bringing younger versions of Batman and Joker to life, but I'll dive deeper into these performances when we get to their bigger moments later on. Now, the last big criticism, and honestly, this is the one I agree with, is the technical issues and the map design. This game has its fair share of bugs when it first launched, and even now, to this day, after 12 years, I still run into crashes and some pretty funny and sometimes frustrating glitches. It's one of those you just gotta work with what you got situations. And when it comes to the big open world map, yeah, I'll admit, it feels pretty lifeless compared to Arkham City. It almost feels like they took the existing city map, rearranged it a bit, and turned it into like a school assignment, hoping the teacher wouldn't notice they copied someone else's homework. But even with these flaws, I can easily look past them, because in my opinion, Arkham Origins delivers one of the best stories and some of the strongest character developments we've seen in the entire Arkham series. It's not my absolute favorite in the franchise, but it's honestly pretty damn close. Granted, I haven't played Arkham Shadows yet, and I'm purposely saving myself for that one, but as for now, this is where I stand. And honestly, in recent years, I've seen Arkham Origins finally starting to get more love and praise, which I think has long deserved. This is my first time playing on PC, so let's see how this goes. So with that said, let's take a blast into the past and revisit where the origin story begins. You ever wonder if Bruce names all his bats? Like maybe over there's Nate, and that one is Lily. Oh, way over there's Chase. Maybe that one is Jake from State Farm. Or over there's Clark Kent. And let's just throw in Tony Stark for good measure. Yeah, these are the kind of things that run through my head when watching this scene.
Police and emergency services are urging Gotham residents to stay off the roads and in their homes tonight in light of the severe winter storm warning. No man is an island, Bruce. You've been back for almost 2 years now.
The quote Vicky says here, "No man is an island," actually comes from John Donnie's 17th century writings, which shares the same title. In simple terms, it means no person is completely self-sufficient. We all rely on others in some way. It's a reminder about the importance of community and human connection. But what Vicky doesn't realize is he's not entirely alone. I mean, he's got all his pet bats hanging around. And of course, the best dad, so he's all good.
You can't expect me to believe that Gotham's most eligible bachelor is spending another Christmas alone.
You just ran out of time.
Ooh, did you catch that detail? Right before Bruce changes the channel, he pauses for a moment. Like he's either letting Vicky's words sit with him for just a second, or just making sure it sounded good on his end. It's subtle, but you can see his body language. It's one of those tiny moments that says a lot without a single word being spoken.
Just ran out of time.
Knowing that tonight we put to rest one of Gotham's most heinous and relentless killers, Julian Gregory Day.
Commissioner Loeb, any comment on the roof?
I love the lighting here. You can actually see the reflection of the screen in Bruce's eyes. Nice little touch.
Cops who captured Mr. Day.
There is no such thing as a Batman.
It's kind of surreal to hear that. Back then, Batman was still pretty much a myth when he first started his career. It's especially interesting hearing that from Gordon, knowing what their relationship will eventually become in years ahead. Moments like this really show how early we are in Batman's journey, and how much is still to come.
Batman.
Captain Gordon! Captain Gordon! Commissioner Loeb!
No further questions, no further questions.
Great reminder here for fans. Gordon isn't the commissioner yet in this game. That might not click right away for some people, so having the game actually establish his role and say it out loud right at the start, it's a pretty solid setup for where things stand in the timeline.
No further questions.
All units, code 10 at Blackgate Prison. Communication is down, possible to 11.
Delta 6-4 en route.
Dispatch.
Okay, I might be reading a little too deep into this shot, but hear me out. When Alfred brings the tray, we see the reflection of the Batman symbol. Then as he sets it down on the desk, the reflection shifts and we see the family portrait of young Bruce with his parents. Is this some kind of subtle symbolism, like Alfred helps ground Bruce, reminding him of who he is behind the mask when he needs it the most? Or am I just overthinking it? Either way, it's a really nice touch, and this is my job, so.
5-9, confirm code 10. This is a breakout.
Ooh, Alfred's double take here. Frickin' love it.
Suspect identified as Black Mask. Repeat, code 10 suspect is Black Mask.
I still get chills to this day seeing that. Now we know who is behind all this. I'll talk more about the reveal once we get to it, but regardless, they set up Black Mask pretty well in the opening, I have to say.
Commissioner Loeb is being held captive. Repeat, Commissioner Loeb is 701.
It is Christmas Eve, sir.
Man, I get so hyped every time I see this. The reflection of Bruce's face on the mask, him gearing up, just so cool. They give you enough setup here to understand what's going on, while also making it clear this takes place about 10 years before Arkham Asylum. This is how you open a Batman origin story. Now, I will say, I still think City has a slightly stronger opening with Hugo Strange set up and the awesome shot of him right up in Bruce's face, but this is easily probably my second favorite. It pulls you in right away. And the cherry on top is Alfred saying,
Realize it is Christmas Eve, sir.
Is absolutely chef's kiss here. A bit of a continuity shot here. Alfred has his hands behind his back and is a bit closer to the Batwing. Then the next shot is his hands are by his side and he seems a bit farther. This game definitely has some weird continuity shots, and trust me, I'll be pointing them as we go. At least, most of them. Well, somebody's been practicing their AR training. That was awesome. A nice little detail here. You can spot Croc's claw marks on some of the objects around the area. I love when environmental storytelling does some of the heavy lifting like that. If you take too long here, Batman reminds you on what to do.
I don't have time to waste. I need to follow the trail of destruction to find Loeb and Black Mask. I can't let Black Mask get to Loeb. I need to follow this trail of debris.
Said he'd leave my family alone if I did what he asked.
The thing is, you ain't gonna live to find out. Sorry, one. Black Mask can't leave no loose ends lying around.
What are you waiting for? If you're gonna do it, get it over with.
Hey, it's not every day you get to kill a warlord. I'm gonna enjoy myself.
This conversation always struck me a bit odd. The warden gives up really quickly here. No fight, no defense. He just accepts it, like he'd rather die fast than try to resist. Maybe the devs are trying to show that he's a bit of a coward at the end of the day.
No, please, not again!
Oh, I'll kill you, all right. But by the time I do, that eye won't be the only thing you're missing.
What is that? Behind you.
Oh, come on. Expect me to fall for that? I mean, try something original.
I freaking love this moment. People have no idea who this man is or what he's capable of. They're absolutely terrified at just the sight of him. It's such a great story beat that reinforces how early this takes place in the timeline. Batman is an urban legend at this point, and that fear he brings is already doing half the work for him.
Don't hurt me! Don't hurt me! Oh, I heard the rumors, but you're not supposed to be real.
Oh, now you want to defend yourself. Really, dude? You just saw what Batman did to the last guy, and you still think you stand a chance? Yeah, I think it's safe to say they're not painting Warden Joseph as the sharpest tool in the shed here. I love how Batman just strolls up all calmly like, what's good? No rush, no emotion, just pure intimidation. And it works. This guy's so freaked out he's crawling backwards on the floor.
We tore this place apart.
I don't know what it is, it's huge.
There's some weird popping animation here with the Warden. His head jerks in a really unnatural way. And yep, this game has a lot of moments like that. Sorry, my animation eyes always catches these things. It's hard not to point them out once you see them. You can keep talking with the Warden and he does have a couple different things to say.
What was I supposed to do? He threatened my family. He was going to...
I don't have time to discuss this, but you and I both know that doesn't make what you did right.
All I did was clear my men out of one wing. I assume Black Mask owns most of them anyway.
You're the warden of this prison. You're supposed to stand up to criminals, not let them push you around.
Look, I just want to go home to my family.
Pretty funny detail here. If you walk around, some of the prisoners freak out when they see you.
You can't get to us in here, right?
Also, if you stick around, you can hear some of the prisoners gossip.
I heard they're gonna kill Loeb. About time you got what's coming to him.
Why the hell you carry? Ain't like you getting out of here anytime soon.
I got friends on the outside. What's it do you?
Well, who says whomever they replace him with will be any better?
Can't be worse.
That's what you call a left hook?
Nah, that's just a distraction.
No! Damn. That's the left hook, brother. Now there's someone I got a score to settle with. The fact.
You can actually hear the full speech of the Black Mask goon here trying to hype up the prisoners.
And now Commissioner Loeb is ours! All of Blackgate is ours! Who wants this city, boys? Black Mask wants this city! Come for us! Please keep up this pace!
Right away, you can tell the vibe is pretty different compared to Arkham Asylum and City. The combat system is still familiar, but the sound effects, the punches, the impact, they all feel different. It gives the gameplay a whole new energy, and that's intentional. It's a subtle way of showing that this isn't the same studio behind the scenes. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. It just takes a bit of time to adjust to this new feel.
Where's Black Mask?
How the hell should I know?
I'm going to make you talk. How much pain you endure before that is in your hands.
No.
I don't have time for this.
Okay. He said it to the execution chamber. With Loeb.
Smart move. Now you get to take a nap.
Roger Craig Smith is honestly pretty amazing as younger Batman. I'll dive more into his performance as we go, but I truly think he didn't get nearly enough credit back then when this game was released. Personally, he's my favorite Batman voice actor after Kevin Conroy. He had some big shoes to fill, and that's not easy, but I think he pulled it off really well, and he's doing something right because they reprised him in Arkham Shadows, and hopefully going forward, he continues to be Batman. Some nice environmental detail here, like the writing on the wall, that poster of My Alibi Club. It's a cool bit of foreshadowing since we end up going there later during a side mission and the DLC. I also love the newspapers here. It mentions a snowstorm we heard about earlier on the news. At first it seems like a throwaway line, but here it comes back in a subtle world-building way. And of course, the headlines about Julian Day, aka Calendar Man, being executed today. Just another detail that ties the world together without calling too much attention to it. There's a little bit more detail in the other cells too, like the notes about Loeb being a corrupt commissioner, which definitely sets the tone early on. Also, some of the prisoners' mugshots are on the wall. Like, is this a normal thing to do? Do they just decorate the prison cells with photos of themselves? I seriously don't know, but it feels a little off, right? Also, an Oregon Trail reference with the wagon on the wall. That immediately came to mind when I saw this. Like, did someone die of dysentery in there or what? You can catch up on the inmates' rules here if you are ever curious. Nice little touch, you can hear the drone crash through the windows to get away.
Look like that's what got you into this mess in the first place.
I don't know what it is exactly, but I love how Batman's reaction is basically, what is that thing? Like he's never seen anything like Croc before. It's a great reminder yet again that this is still early in his career and he is not used to dealing with full-blown monsters just yet.
On second thought, you can leave me in the cell. I'm fine here. Thanks.
That's honestly pretty amazing. Vicky Vale comes off so much like a Karen here, all pushy and self-important. Then she gets immediately put in her place with that crude comment. Priceless. And you know what? Hell, first coin in the third star for this game, because we all know what he means by that comment. Oh my god, this is hilarious. They clearly forgot to put the textures on the wall here, so instead they just slapped it as close as possible to the surface, hoping no one would notice. But if you get too close, yeah, it's straight up floating there. In this industry, we call that either laziness or a classic case of forgetfulness. Take your pick. A little bit hard to catch conversation with Vicky and the other reporters here, and they also cheer him on.
Really him? Are we safe in here? How should I know? What if he comes for us? Relax. I heard on the news deal. And you believe everything you hear on the news? It's against him. Yeah, and neither do we.
Come on, Bat, kick his ass.
Please, we don't want any trouble.
Really nice little Easter eggs on the desk here. You can spot a few signatures, and the big one that jumps out is Jonathan Crane, aka Scarecrow. Pretty cool, especially knowing we'll be seeing him more in Arkham Shadow soon. And another one maybe is Cheshire. That one's interesting because later in the Scion Steel Mill, we actually find a reject stamp with her name on it, suggesting she was considered as one of the assassins hired to kill Batman, but didn't make the final cut. I tried to make out the rest of them, but some of them are really hard to read. So if you spot any others, let me know down in the comments. I'm all ears for theories. Also, some fun little magazine highlights on the table here. Once again, they're mentioning of the winter storm. They're really committing to making that part of the world. There are also some rumors about Bruce Wayne, including a mention that he apparently threw a Christmas party the other night. Classic Gotham tabloid energy. And we also get a little shout out to Croc here being spotted in the sewers earlier. Oh, and let's not forget the free holiday coupons, because even in the city full of crime and chaos, Gotham gotta get its Christmas shopping done.
They say crime doesn't pay. Someone ought to check the good police commissioner's pockets, because they are lined with my money. And what have I got to show for it, huh? My own men in the slammer? No, not no more. No, tonight, we're making some changes. Some big changes.
Ooh, I love Brian Bloom as Black Mask here. Such a great performance. Even if his time in this game is cut short, it still stands out. Also, random side note, I just finished replaying the Dragon Age series last week, and unironically, Varric is one of my favorite companions. And even though Brian Bloom sounds completely different as Black Mask here, I can't help but picture Varric every time I see him. Just one of those brain associations I can't unhear.
They bring more interesting and complicated problems along with them.
Hey, I didn't sign up for...
What was that? A Super Mario reference there? I know he said, oh mother, but doesn't it sound more like, oh mamma mia? I'll play it again. Man, they really got some stretchy toilet paper here for the inmates. Maybe that's where Black Mask money is going towards. Once again, some interesting writing on the walls, this time in Calendar Man's cell. You got his calendars plastered everywhere, which of course fits perfectly with his whole theme. There's even a threatening message aimed at the judge who ordered his execution, which adds a chilling little detail to his presence in this game. I really like this bit of foreshadowing that we walk past the prison chapel in the beginning, where we all know that everything ends in a church.
How come it all ended in a church?
Part of me wants to just flip that switch. But it is Christmas Eve. He is the calendar man. And that's just too perfect to ignore. You're gonna owe me for this, Julian. That could be useful.
Sir, what do we do about Loeb?
Bring him in, bring him in.
Gosh, I love this line delivery here. The way he starts off all slick and cocky, then suddenly shifts to this calm, almost relaxed tone. It's just so good. Also, nice little visual detail. You can actually catch the reflections moving in the background, which is a cool touch. And if you're paying close attention, there's already some subtle hints that this actually might be Joker. The way he's walking here, there's just something slightly off about it. Like he's playing a part, but not fully hiding his real self.
What's all this about, Sionis? Haven't I always come through for you?
You may have, Gillian, but things have changed. We're starting with a clean slate, and you're not on it.
What are you talking about? I'm not on it? After all I've done for you. I'm a police commissioner, damn it!
Show's over, boys.
I wish they kept Loeb alive a little bit longer so we can maybe explore him and his character and apparently the conspiracy going around with him being corrupt in the police department, but it's kind of whatever, and I understand that they had to kind of establish Black Mask as a ruthless villain to build him up. So over the years, I'm kind of just let it go, and I think it's fine overall. I always wondered why Croc did that to that poor guy just minding his own business when I first played this game. Then I realized, oh, he clearly knows Batman is right there. That makes more sense. Also, I'm not a huge fan of the grading system we get after each fight. It just feels kind of weird and out of place. I get that is probably meant to motivate players to mix up their combos and use different techniques, which is fine, but did they really think we wanted to see a report card after every brawl? Like, congrats, you punched 12 guys, B-. Thanks, I guess.
I told you to grab the memory card. You wanted it smashed, so I smashed it. It better be, or the next thing that gets smashed will be your face.
I love Croc's response to that, just a whiny little growl. Oh, it's perfect.
I know I caught yours.
Ooh, he was quick with that one. Kari Payton voices younger Killer Croc in this game, and he replacing Stephen Blum from the previous games. And honestly, this guy's vocal range is incredible. He plays tons of roles across Arkham series, including Warden Joseph, who we met earlier, Azrael in City and Night, and most recently, the Rat Catcher in Arkham Shadows. Pretty awesome. Croc's boss fight is pretty fun and honestly pretty easy for the most part. It's a little forgettable just because it's over so quickly, but I still think it works as well as a warm-up. It gives you a taste of what to come and sets a stage for amazing boss fights we get to experience later. A solid intro, even if it doesn't leave a huge mark. Also, I just love this part when he's trying to eat Batman. His facial animations is so funny. Then is followed up by this awesome power leg shot. Boom! I love that shit.
Where's he going? No, only boss of me is me. I want teeth. I want answers. Wait till Black Mask's assassins get through with you. What assassin? Whoever wins is gonna be famous and rich. At least we know he won't be ugly.
Such such an awesome scene. Not only do we get to see Batman absolutely go ham on Croc for answers, but there's also this great buildup of tension leading into what's about to unfold in the story. And then that burn Batman does, so good.
Hold it right there.
I'm taking you in.
Not tonight.
No such thing as a Batman, huh?
Oh, hey Harvey. Good to see you finally showed up in the series. I remember playing this for the first time and knew exactly who this guy is without context, other than that line he said. Happy to see he gets a bit of a cameo in the series.
Are you back for the night, sir? Shall I warm up Christmas dinner?
No.
I love Alfred's priorities here. He's basically like,
Sir, I'm starving and would really like to eat this amazing Christmas dinner I just cooked for you.
I just love how he stands there for a hot minute too and doesn't say anything, then just turns around like, nope, not my problem. I know there's so much to talk about in the Batcave, trust me, I've noticed, but I might save this for the side missions video because there's a whole bunch to cover here. For now, I'm just gonna stick with the main story so we can keep the momentum going.
Assassins, sir? As in more than one?
That's right.
And you heard this from the mouth of a crocodile, man.
His name is Killer Croc. He's already behind bars.
Oh, I pity his cellmate.
I don't.
Don't ever change, Alfred.
Let's see what else is on the drone's hard drive.
Each of them gets one of these envelopes. I need them delivered tonight.
I find it a little hard to believe that no one hears or sees the drone here. I mean, we know that thing is loud. Also, I gotta say, I love this one henchman who gives a quick nod. I don't know, it's just strangely adorable.
They're all hired killers, the best in the business. Black Mask isn't messing around. Slade Wilson, Deathstroke, former military, subject of a failed medical experiment.
Failed, you say?
The area we see Slade in here looks like the hallway from Penguin's museum.
Garfield Lynns, aka Firefly, burns on 90% of his body. His obsession is going to be his end.
I survived because the fire inside burned brighter than the fire around me.
How unlike anyone I know.
Here's a face I don't recognize. Copperhead. Strange. These reports reference a male, not a female.
14 escapes, huh? Well, you won't forget, not what the...
Why on earth would you turn your back on someone who's about to have over 15 escapes? I'll highlight each assassin once we get to them and talk more about them. Like, I know all about Copperhead was a dude since 1968, and they took a different approach with her in this game. We will dive more into all of them, I promise.
Floyd Lawton, aka Deadshot. Says here he's an expert sharpshooter.
How on earth?
Suspected of many assassinations. Dangerous, but reckless. Street tough named Lester Baczynski. Calls himself Electrocutioner.
Shocking.
I can seriously listen to Alfred talk all day with his dad jokes and puns.
Shiva. Her skill is unmatched.
For this.
This is one of my favorite moments in the game. I love how the Black Mask-goon is so hesitant to hand over the folder since he just witnessed her kill all those men. Hi, Bane.
Bane, here, in Gotham. Why would he be taking money as a hired killer?
Okay, gonna be completely honest with all of you. To this day, I still have a bit of a crush on the Arkham Origins Bane. There's just something about him I can't shake. I legit get all giddy every time he shows up and speaks. Like, seriously, this was my...
That's when I realized I was straight.
Moment. Don't worry, I'll get into more detail later on when we see more of him, but for now, just know, every time he pops up on the screen, I'm direct depositing a coin in the thirst jar. No questions asked. That's all you need to know. Moving on.
Is that Warden Joseph?
Must be how Black Mask got inside the prison.
I don't know why, but this angle right here looks like he's from a late 90s band cover or something. It just cracks me up.
He uses torture for intimidation and entertainment.
Why are we hearing him breathe in the mask like Darth Vader up in here?
8 assassins after your head. What are you going to do?
I'm going to find out who is operating this drone. Make them tell me what they know. Then I'm going to find Black Mask and put an end to this.
I still get goosebumps watching this to this day. It's such a powerful scene that pulls the audience in right away. It's a perfect way to quickly introduce the assassins we'll be facing in the game. Just a very well written scene, short, stylish, and to the point. It sets the tone for everything that's about to go down in this game.
Sir, I may be stating the obvious here, but you do realize that since you and I are the only people who know the Batman's true identity, those assassins will all fail their mandate if you'd just spend the evening here.
They'll put innocents in danger to attract my attention. I can't take that risk.
And you think it's a better idea to just put yourself in their crosshairs?
That's a very valid point Alfred brings up, because I bet a lot of people thought of the exact same thing just watching that clip. Even my fiance said the same thing when we were playing this together earlier, so it's definitely a valid observation.
There's only one person in Gotham who can get his hands on something like this. The Penguin. He's been tracking Black Mask. Its next waypoint was a rendezvous with Penguin's men at Jezebel Plaza. I'll make them talk.
You're sure this is wise, sir?
I know what I'm doing.
Well, in case you change your mind and want to train tonight instead, I'll keep your training facility active.
Ooh, I really like the subtle bit of animation. The way Bruce glances over his shoulder to listen to Alfred. It's such a small thing, but a great example of the attention to detail in this game.
Alfred, how are you holding up?
Well, sir, I had to cancel the holiday stripper. I treated myself tonight, and I can't get that deposit back. Plus, I think I took too much Viagra, and my vision is starting to go blue. Other than that, I'm rather chipper than ever.
Storm damage. You'll have to get down there and find that out for yourself, sir. Got it. I'm close to one now.
I can't be the only one who geeks out when I see him in the Batwing, right?
Point that to the boss, so that's what we do. Gotta wait till he runs back. Can't you get to that column? He only takes text. Weird, right? As long as he keeps paying us, he can smoke signals, all I can.
So, does Gotham Optics get the benefit?
Listen to you, thinking about it could be a change. True. But after tonight, they might have some openings.
Oh, no, please. Don't kill us.
We'll see what that weirdo who hired us has to say about that.
Kind of funny that even back then that the Riddler, or sorry, the Enigma, already had no interest in talking to these idiots. Some things never change. Also, that line where he asked about career benefits, yeah, that hits a little too close to real life right now. It's not even funny. It's just facts when job hunting in this market.
What the? Grab the hostages!
You seeing this? What the hell is it?
Great shot and lighting here too. Seriously, this game has some really fun creative camera work.
Is that thing out there with you? Are you crazy? We were answering a service call, that's it?
You better not be lying to me.
This is part of our job benefits, actually. We come fully equipped with a cosplaying bodyguard. Oh wow, check out these advertisement signs here. It actually looks like one of the ones we see again in Arkham Knight. Gotta give him props for this kind of attention to detail.
What the hell was that? You think it's the guy that hired us? You piss him off or something?
No way. Besides, I don't get the sense that he's the physical type.
That actually lines up what the Riddler says in Arkham Knight, that he doesn't really work out, according to this line he tells us.
Congratulations, Dark Knight. Now, I know it's exhausting, but think of your brain as a muscle and these riddles as, oh, I don't know, push-ups, crunches, curls, whatever it is your kind does when confronted with a gym mat.
But looking at him here, he still is kind of jacked in some scenes. Maybe it's all that heavy equipment he's hauling around. Who knows? Riddle me that, I guess.
Where you going? Where that thing takes. If I go, I'm taking a hostage. Whoever you are, come near me, and I'll kill this guy. I ain't playing. And you tell him. I'm sure that'll help. Hey, Vince, you seen Charlie? No, man. I don't think he made it.
I love it when we witness the henchmen freak out. It's honestly amazing. Well, looks like this guy got his Christmas present a bit early, judging on what's going on down there. The force is strong with this one.
I don't think this tower malfunction is from storm damage. I need to set up a crime scene and find out what happened. I should start by identifying the victim.
Back to the good old detective mode. I really like the crime scene reconstruction feature they added in Arkham Origins. It's a great mechanic that gives us more control and immersion when investigating. Now, I have heard some backlash about the system. Some fans say it makes Batman's detective skills feel less impressive. And yeah, I kind of can see where they're coming from, but at the same time, it's a video game. You as the player are the ones solving it, not just Batman doing all the work for you. So I think it's a fun and a creative way to involve us more directly in the investigations.
Alfred, I'm uploading some prints for analysis. Let me know what comes back.
Certainly, sir. Searching now. And here we are. They belong to one John F. Baker.
Troy Baker reference? There's something really satisfying about opening these kinds of doors. He just does it so dramatically. It's just funny.
Well, well, if it isn't the King Thug himself. Figured it was only a matter of time before you showed up. Sorry about the mess downstairs.
Who is this?
Think of me as a great big mystery, one you're never going to solve.
Enigma, then.
Oh, you must think you're so clever. Well, how's this for clever? I've taken control of towers all over the city. As long as they're active, your Batwing's useless. And it looks like it's gonna stay that way. I mean, this one's practically begging to be taken offline, and you still can't hack it. Pun intended, of course.
I honestly really like how they portrayed Riddler in this game as more of a tech guy just messing around, hacking systems, and testing the waters. It feels natural, especially knowing what he becomes later in Arkham Knight. It's a smart way to start integrating him into the story without going full supervillain right out of the gate. Granted, I know he does a lot more later on, but at this point in the game, we don't really know that yet. I'll dive deeper into his plot and character arc when we get to the side missions.
I see you've regained control of the Batwing, sir. I suppose it's off to Jezebel Plaza, then.
That's the plan. Then I've also got a lead on Enigma.
Well, don't overthink it too much, sir. We both know you'll eventually wind up doing both.
You can practically hear the eye roll in Alfred's voice when he says that line.
Oh, yes. Cold Thanksgiving dinner again.
It's Christmas.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm running out of time. I should head for Jezebel Plaza.
The scene has always struck me odd. I thought it was going to lead into this amazing cinematic scene, but nope, just turns out to be some walking sequence. Okay.
Looks like the crime in progress the GCPD dispatcher just mentioned. I could go investigate, perhaps stop the crime. But I also need to get to the arms deal at Jezebel Plaza.
I really like these crimes in progress moments. They feel natural, kind of like the act of violence did in Arkham City. Once again, it helps make the city feel more alive and expansive, like things are actually happening beyond just the main story. It has a nice layer of immersion.
I hope you'll try to keep a low profile tonight, sir.
Trust me, I'll take out those assassins before they even know I'm there.
It's not just that. If some curious child looks out to see who's pattering across their rooftop, they'll expect Santa Claus, not a black-clad bat creature.
I don't patter.
Oh my gosh, these two crack me up. One thing Arkham Origins really nails that I think some of the other games don't lean into as much is its sense of humor. Not that the other Arkham titles don't have humor, but it's usually just that henchman tossing the occasional one-liner, or a character slipping in a witty comment here and there. But Origins? Honestly, it takes the cake for being one of the funniest in the series. I think a huge part of that comes down to Roger Craig Smith's performance. He brings this dry, deadpan humor to Batman that just works. No disrespect to Kevin Conroy, he absolutely has some great lines in BTAS and every now and then in the other games. But Roger brings a unique flair that really makes Batman's sarcastic moments land. And let's not forget Alfred with his perfectly timed dad puns. He definitely adds to the comedy and balance things out in the best way. I will say, I really like the Christmas decor they added to the environment to really feel like this is a Christmas game, with also the snow falling a bit harder too.
You just ran out of time.
Penguin. Not a dime changes hands in this city he can't tell you about. If anyone knows where Black Mask and his assassins are, it's him. But Penguin's hard to find. His men are doing a deal here.
Money shot.
I'll make them talk.
Guys! So, little boys, what do you want for Christmas? Oh wait, I already know. Now let's see if you've been naughty or... Oh, nice.
Punk in the Santa hat must be in charge.
Continuity shot with Batman standing here, and then in the next he's kneeling down. I feel like Loose Lips would totally notice him standing, and that's why he's kneeling down in the next shot, ironically. I guess the devs didn't clock that, but you know who did. Low-key, this is one of my favorite scenes in the entire game. Not only do they introduce one of the most underrated characters in the series, but Batman just drops one of the funniest lines. A line that actually became an inside joke in my high school friend group. Quick side story, but every time we saw someone in a Santa hat, if it was a movie character, a toy, or just an actual Santa at the mall, we would jokingly say that Punk in the Santa hat must be in charge. But seriously, Loose Lips is such a fun character, even though he barely appears in this game. And yeah, I know he pops up again in Arkham Shadows, thanks to the internet for spoiling that for me. I really wish they had included more funny henchmen like this, give them nicknames, a little bit of personality. It would make them so much more memorable in these series. Also, shout out to Steve Blum for voicing him. You can tell he had so much fun with this role, and we will see him soon in another character coming up.
Where's the rest of them? Whoa, easy, Tiger. When you deal with us, you're dealing with the Penguin. This ain't some fly-by-night operation.
Let's see him then. I didn't come all the way down here for just one gun.
Yes, but these aren't just any old guns you're buying. Think of them like fine wine, and I am your sommelier. I want you to taste it. Try it out. Make sure you like the heft, the feel, the sighting. Before I pour you the full glass.
What are you talking about?
Go on, test it out. Fire a few rounds.
The gun, its shoes. Give me the rest of them before I test it out on you.
Ah, man, it's simple taste. I can respect that.
Wait. Why does that guy have the gun now? Wasn't it the guy in the middle with the bandana? And he's still standing right there, so what happened here exactly? Also, is it just me, or do the subtitles look like they got some weird extra spacing going on here? I'll definitely be keeping an eye out for that. The good old glitches. Good to know they are still with us after all these years. They should have called him Loose Legs with these moves. Why does Batman kick the briefcase up to him? Or is he strong with the Force too?
Get away!
Where's the Penguin?
I don't know.
Where is he?
I swear.
Damn.
I guess the subtitle guy was having an off day with these being a bit early in the scene.
Wake up.
What happened?
I love how he immediately starts screaming when he notices Batman. Not because he's hanging upside down, not even when his hat falls off. Though, to be fair, he's probably still a bit delusional from getting knocked out earlier, so I'll give him a pass on that one.
Time to talk. Where's Cobblepot?
Let me go!
If you insist.
Ouch, that's such a meaty hit. I always cringe when I see it. You can just feel the impact. Also, fun timeline little detail. If you were ever curious, it took Batman about 2 minutes to interrupt that deal, beat up everyone involved, and drag Loose Lips up here. We know that from the earlier scene that it was 9 o'clock. So yeah, he doesn't waste time.
Please, stop! I'll call him. I'll tell you anything you want to know, please!
Welp, scratch what I just said because on his phone it clearly says 9:51. So now I have no idea what kind of timeline we're working with. Someone was definitely smoking something during the scene because that's a pretty funny continuity error. Also, I just love how Batman pulls Loose Lips up like he's reeling in a fish. He's like, looks like I got a big one tonight.
Too late. I already have what I need.
No! You're crazy! You're freaking crazy!
I like the little detail. You can actually see the full line Batman used trailing all the way down with loose lips. Also, this scene has always shocked me when I first played it. Batman just drops him without a second thought, like he had pure faith that tree was gonna break his fall. And hey, I guess it worked. It's a great touch though. It definitely drives home the idea that Batman was a lot more ruthless in his early days, less polished and more raw. I love when the game leans into that.
Us being smart. You think it's a coincidence we get this job the same time Black Mask puts a bounty on the Bat's head? I don't want to be mixed up in that. No way, no how.
That whole thing's gonna blow over. Yeah, as soon as Black Mask realizes the Bat's a myth, things will go back to normal.
Hope you're right. And if that means we're out of a job, so be it.
Very interesting perspective from the henchman here. It really shows that most people still think Batman's just a myth at this point. The word clearly hasn't gone around yet. It's a cool observation, especially when you compare it to Arkham City, where rumors there spread like wildfires. Here, he's still more of an urban legend, and that adds a different kind of tension to the story.
Typical. I mean, why apply cognitive resources to a problem when you can just throw crap at it?
Oh, just like how you throw your riddle bots at us in Arkham Knight?
Congratulations are in order. Maybe you're not as stupid as I've been led to believe.
Why are you doing this, Enigma?
Direct, I like it.
Don't lie to us, Enigma. If you really like being direct, you would have spared casual Arkham players hours of their lives trying to solve your ridiculous riddles in your other games.
You didn't answer my question.
Because you didn't let me finish!
I wasn't even finished!
I decided to check up on the radio podcasts here to see if there's anything important going on. This radio chick honestly reminds me of the Fallout 4 Nuka World announcer. The voice, the vibe, it just feels like something straight out of the Fallout universe.
Are your party crackers bland? Do your breakfast pancakes need an extra bit of sweet flavor? Do you like the taste of fruit? Try my product, KJ's Fruit Preserves. My jams are legendary with extra large chunks of sugary fruit bits.
Also, you can hear Anarchy broadcasting one of his speeches. I'm not gonna play the whole thing since it's literally 3 minutes long, but don't worry, I'll dive more into him once we get to his actual introduction in the game and more on his side mission.
This is Anarchy, and you're listening to Free Wave, radio of the people, for the people.
Taking lessons from Hancock now? What's going on with this whole Fallout 4 vibe in this game? You know, I've never worked in a movie theater before, but don't they usually switch out the posters every week or at least every couple of weeks? Just saying. That one is like a month old. Who's running this theater? Seriously. I love the Zatanna poster here. She's one of my favorite DC characters. I used to love playing her in the Justice League Heroes on the PS2. Remember that? Total throwback. And I actually just rewatched her in the episode of the Batman animated series. So it's really cool to see her get a little nod in the Arkhamverse. Even the small mention like this goes a long way for longtime fans. This is honestly one of my favorite details in this game. You can see here that Bruce can't bring himself to pay his respect to his parents. In Origins, Bruce still hasn't come to terms with his parents' death. He's fueled by anger and obsession, and we even see that in the later interrogation in Crime Alley, where he nearly kills the suspect. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to the side missions. Fast forward a decade to City, and you can really feel that change. By then, Bruce has accepted their death. He's no longer trying to avenge them. He's fighting for them, to honor their legacy. It's subtle, but powerful storytelling that shows how far he's come. This guy's trying to do the YMCA over here.
Started looking into some self-defense classes.
Self-defense? What's that all about?
You know, martial arts techniques on how to defend yourself from an attacker.
Defend yourself? You're just gonna stand there and defend yourself while the other guy wails on you? You won't last 2 rounds.
What they say, the best offense is a good defense.
Oh yeah? Who said that? Your Little League coach? This is bare-knuckle brawling. You'll get knocked on your ass if you can't strike. I swear, this is why we get guard duty in the middle of the storm of the century. Because you're such a dumbass.
Damn, put that money where your mouth is, boy. Some unique newspaper headlines here. I love these little world-building touches. There's a nice shout out to Firefly, a note about Wayne funding the art exhibit, and even a mention of the citywide curfew going into effect. It's a cool way to layer the background's lore without hitting you over the head with it. Just a blink and you'll miss a detail that adds to the atmosphere. So back in the day, my older brother and I used to play this little mini game all the time when we played Arkham Origins. We would see who can keep throwing batarangs at the goons without getting hit, and whoever lasted the longest wins. We usually did this with way more enemies back then, but this moment just brought that nostalgic memory rushing back.
You want to grab some coffee?
Hell yes, I do.
That is literally me every day.
What did we do wrong? Do wrong? Think about it, man. All year round, ain't no one's guarding these comm stations. Then, all of a sudden, on the coldest night of the year, we got sand guard. passive-aggressive form of punishment.
Yeah, the reason we're out here is because all the assassins in town.
Assassins? After Penguin? What'd he do?
Nah, they're after the Bat. Black Mask hired him. But Penguin's worried they might track him down or something like that.
Wait a second. Ain't he selling weapons to those guys?
You know, some of them. The ones he ain't scared of. But the rest, you don't want them anywhere near him.
I really like this fast-talking conversation the henchmen are having. They feel a little different from the ones from Arkham City, but still a bit familiar. I'm not sure if it's the tighter writing or just the voice acting blending better together, but there's definitely a noticeable difference. It flows more naturally, and the banter feels a bit sharper, almost like it's more grounded, which I really enjoy.
Side challenger this year. Some guy, Bushinsky. Yeah, I heard of him. Big guy with a big mouth calls himself Electric. That's right. Wait a sec. They ain't gonna let him use those gloves in the fight, you say? Oh, not. That'll shift the odds. Yeah, but I gotta call my bookie.
I love it.
Man, looks like someone brought a bat to a knife fight. You are a scary, scary man.
I ain't a troubled child,
Oh my gosh, the writing of these guys is just top tier. Now this is a cool detail. The paper here actually moves with some natural motion, unlike a lot of static ones we've seen so far. It actually looks believable, which is more than I can say for the toilet paper we saw last time in Blackgate. Ooh, nice callback to Wonder Tower here.
Man, are you serious? That sounds like an urban mix. Oh, he's wheeling up. That's Mickey. Lefty.
I kind of want to know the story behind Lefty now.
What happened to peace on Earth?
Guess peace took the night off. Justice didn't. Now that's a scrumdiddlyumptious Christmas menu right here. I especially love the part where everything is covered in eggnog. That's such a good joke. It's silly, festive, and exactly the kind of humor I appreciate in the middle of all this gritty Gotham chaos. I was paying too much attention to the guys fighting in the ring, but I did manage to catch the tail end of Penguin here. You can actually spot him just before he disappears off screen.
Now there's a naughty geezer. Proper naughty. And he deserves a right proper welcome, don't he, lads?
You just saved me a lot of trouble coming here, Batman. I'm gonna kill you. Then I'm gonna jumpstart your heart. And kill you again.
Looking for Black Mask. Where is he?
I ain't here to talk. I'm here to kick your ass.
Where do I even begin with this guy? So, according to Gregory here, one of the lead system designers at Warner Brothers Games, Electrocutioner was originally supposed to be a real boss fight. He even tweeted that it was cut for quality insurance reasons, and interestingly, some of the mechanics ended up being reused for enemy types in Arkham Knight. But honestly, I think this first encounter works really well as a cinematic. It's funny, it's quick, and it makes you feel like an absolute powerhouse, which is exactly how Batman should feel in a moment like this. Like I said before, Origins is definitely one of the funnier Arkham games, and scenes like this really adds to that unique tone they were going for. Plus, I love the memes people post online about this. You see folks jokingly ask for help with this boss fight, or vote who's the hardest boss fight in the series. Absolute gold. Also, props to Steve Blum for another unrecognizable performance. Same guy who voiced Loose Lips earlier. That being said, I do kind of wish they added a little detail showing that the Electrocutioner being nervous about facing Batman instead of acting all calm. I think that would have made this joke land even harder. Like he's clearly in over his head and knows it.
Who wants to show me where the Penguin is?
I love how genuinely pissed Batman sounds here, like he's not just annoyed, but almost disappointed that he didn't get a proper fight.
Where's Cobblepot?
I ain't telling you, Jack.
A little more pressure and I'll crush your larynx. What's it going to be?
All right. He's in his office. Only way in is through the theater, on the other side of the casino. But you'll never get past Tracy.
Tracy is not a problem. That worked better than the last interrogation.
I legit geek out every time I hear Batman say that line. It really shows that he's still learning, still experimenting with how to handle situations, figuring it out as he goes.
This idiot doesn't know anything. My best bet for finding Black Mask lies with Penguin.
Please, oh please, keep being Batman, Roger. You're doing great, sweetie. Nice bit of detail here. You can actually see the betting slips scattered all over the ground, and if you run through them, they move around. I'm a poet and I didn't even know it. You can actually see the rankings for the fighters listed on the board, including the Electrocutioner. I adore lens flare shots. Seriously, it's just something I've grown to love over the years. It's always fun spotting them in games, and I appreciate when devs throw them in for some cinematic flair.
Yeah, who'd think to break into this heap? All part of Penguin's plan, I'm sure. Question is, can Tracy stop him before he gets to the boss? I ain't that worried about it. Tracy, she knows what she's doing. She's tough, ain't she? Ooh, on everything but the eyes.
Ooh, you sly dog. That compliment definitely earns a coin in the thirst jar. Even if it's not as bad compared to some of the others we have heard in the series, it still counts. My jar, my rules.
I'm your mate, the Electrocutioner. Back on his feet he is, and he says you may have won this round, but the fight is far from over. He'll be back for you, Batman. Watch your ass.
Baczynski's come too, and now he's on the lam. I should have tied him up and called the cops to get him. Alfred, I had a run-in with one of the assassins, Lester Baczynski.
The Electrocutioner. Are you all right?
Yes, but he managed to escape. His gloves put out a strong electromagnetic pulse. If you can isolate the signal, I'll be able to track him down.
I'll get to work on that. Where are you off to now?
I'm on my way to the Final Offers casino. I'm going to make Penguin's assistant show me to her boss.
Once again, I love how Batman realizes— I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, take two. Once again, I love how Batman realizes he's made a mistake and actually learns from it. Just a great character moment in his origin story. You can really see him growing into the Batman we know and love. And Alfred asking if he's alright, that's such a sweet fatherly moment. I just love how there's just one guy passed out in the corner from drinking too much. No reason, no explanation, just there. It's such a funny little background detail.
Right. Hey, you thinking what I'm thinking?
I'm thinking you should shut the hell up and pack the money.
But there's so much. You ain't gonna miss it if I just take a little Christmas bonus.
You hear about the last guy who lifted a few bucks? Penguin told him he could work it off. At the bottom of the harbor.
Hey, I was just asking.
Less asking, more packing.
I kind of like how this one guy just tells it like it is, and honestly, he's probably right about what Penguin does to people if they're caught stealing.
Don't worry about it. Last guy's probably scared him off. Yeah, I'm feeling better. Where the hell's my pass card, damn it?
That guy totally saw me.
What about that electrocutor? He's a nasty one. You'll be fine.
Ah, not the last time someone mispronounces his name.
That better be lip gloss you're reaching for.
Not in a million years did I think Batman would say something like that. But Roger Craig Smith totally makes it work in this scene. You can catch up on the casino rules if you're ever interested. I just wouldn't drink anything while you're there.
Oh, it's a toy boat. Behold, the final offer. Ain't she a beauty?
I kind of like that they included a little Penguin showcase here. It feels like a nice homage to Arkham City, where he started building up his collection.
You want to end up on ice like your friends?
Yes, Scott. All of you. You got no idea what you're starting.
You don't get it. The Falcones are done. Finished. A dying empire. Our turn.
Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth.
You calling me weak?
Meek. It's from the Bible.
I ain't never read that book. But if you're the praying type, maybe you should shut your mouth and pray your boss tells my boss what he wants to know. Else both of yous are gonna be, what do you guys say? Swimming.
Swimming with the fishes? Oh, that's original. You think of that yourself, you low-class moron?
One more word.
I like this guy, just sticking it to the henchman, not even remotely threatened by him. Now that's a real bodyguard, if you ask me. Also, that Bible verse he quoted, it's Matthew 5:5. Blessed are the meek. A lot of people think meek means weak ironically, but in biblical context, it actually refers to strength under control, like a powerful horse that's been trained and guided, rather than running wild. Some bonus Bible trivia for you. Feels good to finally get a proper Predator mode. Yeah, we've done a few smaller ones here and there, but this really feels like the first one in the game, and I love it. As always, you can talk to the bodyguard, and he has some unique dialogue.
What do you want? I didn't do nothing.
Who's your boss? What does Penguin want with him?
Alberto Falcone, but I got no idea what Penguin wants with him, I swear. I don't know what your game is, but old man Falcone will be in your debt if you take Cobblepot down. He's right through that door back there.
No thanks. I don't need the Falcones in my debt.
Mr. Falcone's gonna kill me if I don't get Alberto home alive.
Now, where were we? Candy?
You suggested little Alberto over here. Hey, baby.
I love how she just butters him up with that comment.
Called you a, let's see, psychotic little bastard.
That's all? I feel like there are way more colorful words you can call this guy.
Now you best listen, Falcone. Because this is the last time I'll ask. What are you gonna tell your father?
That we're getting out of the weapons business. I promise. I'll make him do it.
Kind of interesting that they threw in a little Falcone mention in the background here. Just a small detail, but it's cool to see the broader Gotham crime world reference. I will say though, Arkham's Penguin is treating him a lot nicer than the one we saw in the TV show. Oh boy. I love how Penguin immediately ducks behind the chair while Candy is the smart one who actually runs and hides somewhere a little bit safer.
Hold on a bloody minute. I seen your act. I ain't got nothing you not done.
No. Black Mask. Put a bounty on my head. Where is he?
I don't keep tabs on every geezer with a grudge. You're not a popular bloke in this town.
I love Batman just going ham on this man. Never gets old.
Hey, wait. Lacey Towers. There was a murder. It was supposed to be his same house. But old Black Mask, he's got problems of his own, I'd say. Someone broke in there.
It appears the game is over before it even begins.
I'm not playing games, Slade.
I don't know what it is, but I feel like the blocking's off in this scene. Batman's walking super close to Slade in one shot, and then he suddenly cuts to a new angle where Slade is pointing his sword from across the room. It just feels weird to me.
Tell me where I can find Black Mask.
The limit you place on yourself will make collecting this money all too easy. Did you not spot the opening I gave you? I know you saw an opening, yet you didn't take it. Why?
I just love this line of dialogue from Slade. It works both as a jab at Batman and, let's be honest, at us as the player, but it also doubles as a subtle hint for us to counter his attacks. It's smart writing that adds character and gameplay value all in one. This is by far one of the best boss fights in the series. A lot of players even say this is their favorite, right up there with Mr. Freeze fight in Arkham City. I'm not sure I'll go that far personally, but it's definitely a standout. Great pacing, solid challenge, and just all around a memorable moment in the game. One of the things I really love about this boss fight is how, on the surface level, it follows a pretty basic pattern. You get a few hits in, then counter his attacks, but once you dig into it, there's a lot more depth to the mechanics than it first lets on. It's pretty well known that the first phase of the fight is the simplest, when Deathstroke is still masked. All you really need to do is land a few clean strikes and avoid his staff attacks. Straightforward. But once you knock his helmet off, he becomes more aggressive. He attacks more frequently, so your timing with his counters has to be sharper. What's really cool is how he adapts. If you keep using using the same tactic, like repeatedly hitting him with the bat claw, he actually starts dodging it by strafing away. And if you try backing him into a corner, he'll flip over Batman and reposition him back to the center of the arena every time. It's like he refuses to be cornered. Once his staff breaks, he switches to the sword, and you gotta be careful. That sword clearly does more damage than the staff, and if you play too aggressively, Deathstroke will start baiting you, attacking just as you're about to strike, catching off guard and pushing you for being careless. All of that layered together makes this fight feel more dynamic than it seems at first glance. It rewards patience, timing, and strategy, and that's what makes it stand out so much. You can really tell that a lot of time, thought, and detail went into crafting this boss fight, and I truly love it for that. And it's not just a flashy or cinematic, it's smart, responsive, and layered in a way that makes you respect this design every time you replay it. Let's talk about Slade as a character for a moment. He's honestly pretty great. Personally, I only knew Slade from the Teen Titans growing up, so seeing him show up in a mainline Batman game was pretty cool. In the comics, he's usually considered more of a Nightwing's nemesis, so having him face off Batman here was a bit unexpected, but I think it works. He fits the role really well in this universe. His demeanor, his strategy, and the weight of his decisions all feel right for the Arkham world. He's calculated, intimidating, and leaves a strong impression even if he isn't in the game for very long. Mark Rolston does a great job capturing that rough assassin-like demeanor Slade has in the game. Rolston's take fits this gritty, more grounded version of Slade perfectly. I also really like how calm Slade is throughout the entire fight. It shows how confident and maybe a little too cocky he is going up against Batman. That said, you think his heart rate would be a bit higher considering he's running around locked in an intense fight, but hey, maybe that's just Slade being Slade, always acting like he's in total control.
It's over, Slade. What are you?
I've always felt like this line was going to be, "What are you talking about?" Just the way he pauses after
"What?"
for a second. It's engraved in my mind every time I see this scene.
Nice seeing you, Batman.
A bit of a continuity shot with the women leaning on him, and in the next shot, they're not. I might have to start a count here because this is getting kind of ridiculous with all these shots.
Feel free to let yourself out.
Blech. I guess I gotta drop a coin in the thirst jar for this one, even though it honestly makes me sick just looking at it. Ugh. I don't even want to know how much Penguin pays these girls to perform. Let's just call it a mating dance for him. Whatever it is, it's probably not enough. Ooh, one detail I forgot to mention in Origins, Penguin doesn't have his bottle shoved in his eye yet like we see in Arkham City or Night, so the injury must happen between Origins and Asylum. It's a small thing, but it's a great continuity and helps place this game more firmly in the Arkham timeline. I've always liked how Batman takes Deathstroke's remote claw after the fight. It totally feels like a trophy. Nice touch here, you can still see the broken bar and Slade's mask on the ground instead of them just disappearing. Also, the sword is still in the wall.
Alfred, see if you can find any information on a murder at Lacey Towers.
Looks like the police are on the scene now, sir. Oh, and this is interesting. They're saying Black Mask is the victim.
Black Mask dead. I'm on my way there now.
I love you can hear the surprised tone in his voice here. It's rare to catch Batman off guard like this.
Alfred, get GCPD to take a look at the final offer. More to Dixon Docks. They'll find Slade Wilson tied up and waiting for them, along with some of Penguin's illegally obtained weapons.
Another anonymous tip? Will do, sir.
Since Batman learned his lesson about not tying up the electrocutioner or calling the police to grab him, he's making sure he does it right this time, with Deathstroke. Also, I just love how Alfred is always ready to do that job. I really like how on the database, every time we capture someone, their file gets updated to show they've been marked as captured. I don't know why, but it feels really satisfying. Like you're actually making progress and checking names off the list. Small detail, but a good one.
Oppressed citizens of Gotham, your cries for help have been heard. I am Anarchy, voice of the people, here to save you from the plague of corruption that now infests this once proud city. Those hired and elected to keep us free and safe won't lift a finger. And why would they? They've been bought and paid for, encouraged to turn a blind eye. If they won't act, I will. At dawn's first light, the sources of Gotham's ruin will be destroyed. Now, back to your regularly scheduled programming of propaganda and consumerist garbage.
As if there isn't enough going on tonight.
I'll talk more about Anarchy when we get to his side mission, but just to touch up on him briefly, I think he's a pretty interesting character. Honestly, some of his points he makes are valid, but then I remember he's also the guy who thought bombing public spaces was a good way to prove a point. Like, no, my guy. His morals might make sense if he weren't going about it in such a reckless and frankly dumb way. There's a solid idea behind this character, but it feels like it never really fully goes anywhere within this game, and maybe that was the idea. That said, I do think his voice acting is really strong. Matthew Mercer does a pretty amazing job with this character. He also voices Robin in Arkham Knight. Always fun spotting crossover talent like that. You have got to be kidding me. You expect me to believe that Batman can't punch through a few planks of wood? This is a guy who rips concrete walls down with a bat claw, but apparently weak wooden boards are too much for him.
The Penguins guys were doing a deal in Jezebel Plaza when the bat showed up. Didn't end too well for him. Think their stuff's still there. We should take a look. And too late. SWAT beat us to it. Damn, those dudes are good. Yeah. GCPD radios in for someone to secure the scene, right? So these guys roll up in a van, pack up the stuff, and bail. I got a feeling they're not bringing them back to the evidence locker. Hell no. They'll keep the best gear for themselves and sell whatever's left. Probably back to Cobblepot. Working SWAT sounds like a pretty sweet gig. We should find a way to get in on that action.
Here's another reminder of the corruption running through the JCPD, especially with the SWAT team. You can hear them talking about taking the evidence and reselling it for profit. It's something that was mentioned earlier in the game, and honestly, most players probably forgotten about it by now. So it's a nice touch that they keep it looming in the background. It really reinforces how deep the rot goes. Also, I just love the goons casually talking about career changes. They're like, yeah, crime's been rough. Might try something new. It's those little moments that bring Gotham to life more.
Assassins, huh? Like a lieutenant or something. I don't think they're looking to settle down. They came to Gotham to make a quick buck, bring down the bat, and then get back to whatever the hell it is they do. Pretty nice life if you ask me. They get to travel all over the world, kicking ass and making money. Yeah, except they've always got somebody at their back. In and out of prison all the time. Fighting with each other, dealing with guys like Batman. I don't know. I kind of like keeping it low key.
This is one of the first subtle signs that something's off with Black Mask. From this point on, the game slowly starts building that tension, and you begin to wonder, what's really going on behind that mask? It's such a smart writing choice because most players, myself included, just assume this is normal behavior for Black Mask, especially after the intense intro at Blackgate. But little by little, you start to notice the cracks in the mask, figuratively and literally, until it all leads up to that big reveal. It's a slow burn, but it's well executed.
Popping one of those giant floating balloons. I'd pay to see that. A huge boom, and then little bits of balloon raining down on the street. The kids would probably go berserk. All that screaming and crying? Never mind. Totally still worth it.
That guy changed his mind real quick once he realized what popping one of those balloons could actually mean.
Of the situation. And the SWAT guys. I'm hearing they're after the bounty too. Definitely not looking good for the bat tonight.
Ooh, now we're starting to hear some rumors going around about the SWAT being after Batman now. It's a subtle way for the game to ramp up the pressure, not just by the criminals and the assassins, but from the system itself.
Rubio, what's your 20? On the balcony for a smoke with a menace.
For the longest time, I thought he said The Menace, and I was like, wow, that's actually a pretty cool nickname for this random guy. But nope, subtitles have proven me wrong once again.
Sure case. Penguin murdered Black Mask and his lady friend. I mean, we found the bastard's stubby little fingerprints right by the bodies.
Yeah, we got Penguin now. Like to see him squirm out of this one. Fingerprints, 2 dead bodies. He's about to do some time.
Yeah, except forensics will take all the credit. And I'm the one who found the prints.
That's why they call it first response. First pickings on the loot, but none of the glory. Me, I'd take the loot over the glory any day.
Now we get to witness firsthand what that goon mentioned earlier, the corruption running deep through the GCPD, especially with the SWAT team. It's one thing to hear it in passing, but seeing it play out like this really drives that point home. Gotham's problems clearly aren't just on the street. they're inside the system too. Just for the record, these two aren't smoking like the guy on the radio claimed. Just wanted to be a little tattletale here. One of my favorite Easter eggs in this game is the mention of Dr. Penelope Young on the door here. Some fans might have forgotten about her from Arkham Asylum, but it's a cool tie-in detail. It's nice to see that she was already in Gotham during this time, years before the event of the Asylum. Little connections like this really help make the Arkhamverse feel connected and alive. I guess that's one way to show the cops have been here. Just look at all these leftover donuts scattered around the crime scene.
The police believe Penguin murdered Black Mask, but why would he send me here if he was the killer? It doesn't add up.
I guess that's a good point, but at the same time, don't villains usually tell you what they did on purpose just for you to run off and play right into their plan? Just saying.
This crime took place days ago. The fire and the exposure to the elements make identifying the victims difficult. The male victim is wearing a black mask, but I can't positively identify him as Roman Sionis without a DNA analysis. Something I can't do in the field.
I've always liked that there's a bit of a limitation to detective mode in this section. It's a nice touch, especially since that mode can feel pretty overpowered sometimes. It makes sense story-wise too, and help keep things more grounded.
I can identify the female victim based on her fingerprints. Tiffany Ambrose, Roman Sionis' girlfriend, or one of them at least. She...
I love how Bruce acts like he's judging Roman here for having more than one girlfriend. Like, really? This is coming from Bruce Wayne? We all know your track record with women. It's such an arrogant little detail, but it honestly makes me laugh every time.
The fire spread as a result of a Molotov cocktail thrown into the room. It may have been intended to destroy evidence.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
The shallow trajectory of the bullet suggests the shooter could be someone of Penguin's height. But the grooves on the floor suggest that the victim was killed by someone leaning back in a chair.
I remember thinking this was an amazing reveal the first time I played it. It was one of those creative twists that totally caught me off guard, and I bet most players didn't even consider it until he actually said it.
This bullet was fired from a revolver. Ballistics analysis indicates a low angle of trajectory. The shooter could have been someone of Penguin's height, but the pattern in the gunpowder residue suggests the bullet was actually fired by someone lying on the ground. These white streaks are shoe polish. Whoever shot Tiffany was being dragged along the floor. Besides the victims, there were two other people in the room. Tiffany's shooter, and whoever was dragging the shooter. The location from which the male victim was shot may tell me more. The fight broke out when someone startled the shooter. It's not clear who won the fight. It could have been either one of them. I should review the evidence to see if I can learn anything more about either the intruder or the shooter.
This murder scene was genuinely thrilling. I was completely drawn into the unfolding mystery. It's incredible in terms of story, suspense, and unexpected twist. Even though the clues slowly start pointing towards Joker being behind it all, it still managed to keep you on edge the entire time. Honestly, this is one of the best investigation scenes in the entire Arkham series, if you ask me.
She was sending text messages to Roman Sionis about someone named the Joker.
I couldn't help but notice the rushed grammar in the text exchange between these two lovers. There's no comma after hurry, no periods, and almost every word is capitalized, except for the one question mark she managed to include. It's a small, throwaway piece of evidence meant to show what was happening before Joker appeared, but the messy texting actually adds a touch of realism. It feels like something people would send in a panic. One thing I've always wondered is how did Tiffany know Joker was after her? I'm guessing he stalked her or followed her there, but how would she even know who he was at this point? It feels a little off in the writing, like there was a missing piece we're just meant to assume.
Someone killed Black Mask, but this crime took place several days ago, and I saw Black Mask earlier tonight. The only answers I have raise more questions. Who is the Joker? Was he the killer here? Or is he one of the assassins? I have a body, an unknown shooter, and an unknown assailant who attacked the shooter. I need to match the DNA samples against the records in the National Criminal Database to identify who was in the room.
I love seeing Batman in his full detective element here. It reminds me of that moment in Arkham City where he thinks Talia killed Joker. He's completely in his head, a million thoughts racing as he tries to make sense of the situation that just doesn't add up. Moments like this really highlight the world's greatest detective side of him.
Alfred, I need access to the National Criminal Database.
Well, the only way to do that would be to infiltrate the Gotham City Police Department.
I love when Alfred slips in his bitch please voice. It cracks me up every time. That dry, refined sarcasm is unmatched.
sir, you'd need to physically hack into their servers. If you insist on doing something that foolish, you'll need a powerful, non-lethal weapon. I recommend coming back here to pick up your concussion detonator.
Not a bad idea.
Alfred pretty much told Bruce he forgot his lunch money and should come back and get it. And yes, I'll be that person. That blood should be black by now, if it's been a couple of days. Even in Arkham Asylum got that detail right. And that took place over a couple hours and they had black blood. Come on. Creepy mask collection we can see around his apartment. This mask gives me the Silence of the Lamb vibes. Ugh. I always like this painting. It reminds me of Camelot for some reason.
I'm an officer of the law!
And also can go through things, I see. I really appreciate the extreme fast loading screen since I'm on PC now.
Welcome home, sir. The concussion detonator is on your workbench. Remember, if you use that instead of your fists, you'll do less lasting damage to those police officers and civil servants.
Noted.
Alfred seriously becomes more likable with every scene he's in.
Well played, sir. You stopped the electrocutioner with a single strike.
I just used his arrogance to my advantage. A textbook move a child could have avoided.
True, but I doubt the rest of them will go down as easily.
If they do, we'll be eating that Christmas ham sooner than you think.
Sir, come back whenever you want to farm for EXP from my wisdom.
Master Bruce, guards have been doubled at police precincts since Loeb's murder. You'll need to find a way to sneak in that won't attract attention. Otherwise, you'll never make it to the server room.
Understood. Thanks.
Rare Bruce. Rare thanks out of Bruce here. I like how this guy is just casually drawing a triangle in the snow from his post.
Hey, you hear that?
Yeah, probably another water pipe bursting. Love to go take a look, but, you know, my shift's over. Loeb understood. The problem is Gordon ain't a team player.
This won't be easy, but if I'm going to access the National Criminal Database and find out what happened at Lazy Towers, I need to find the server room without being discovered.
So frustrating when you're trying to listen to the dialogue and Batman's internal monologue cuts in and talks over it. Also, I love how this guy said his shift is over, yet he doesn't get out of the elevator. I love how Batman just said,
I need to find the server room without being discovered.
Yeah, he makes so much racket tearing off the vent. Like, bruh, can you be any louder?
There's 8 assassins in town tonight. From the info we've been gathering, they're among the most dangerous criminals on record. Period. After interrogating Waylon Jones, we've learned that they're all competing for a huge bounty, which Black Mask has offered for the head of the Bat.
Where do I sign up?
I thought he was a ghost.
All right, cut the chatter, people. Our goal is to ensure order in this city.
I guess they ran out of the animation budget for idle poses. Everyone's just standing there with their arms crossed. They could have at least mixed it up a couple different stances to break it up a little.
Tell them to keep their eyes open next time.
Clear! 622 has left the holding.
I got a pulse.
Must you be so brutal, sir? These are city employees.
They're as corrupt as they come, and they're in my way.
I wish you'd think twice about that approach, sir. You never know when you might need their help. At any rate, your objective is the GCPD server room. I've marked it on your map.
I really like how Alfred subtly starts planting the idea in Bruce's mind that he might need help one day. It's a quiet but powerful moment that shows Alfred isn't just a caretaker. He's a true role model and a guiding force in Bruce's life. There are some recognizable names on this board here that longtime comic book fans and fans of the BTAS series might catch. It's a fun little nod for those who know.
Told yous already. What I saw is what I saw.
What are you on?
I done been clean 3 days. Like I said, things swooped down out of nowhere. Huge wings and claws. Like two of these dog things. Paralyze those bastards.
Paralyzing dark things? What, you think I'm a schmuck, huh? I look like a schmuck to you?
No. I ain't saying that.
Oh, he's definitely on something. I got a guy in lockup who can sell whatever he's carrying.
Yeah, in a minute. Gotta get his story straight first. Now, let's go through it again.
Hey, here's some variety of the idle poses with the cop casually propping his leg on the wall. I love these flyers on the floor, one teasing the Flying Grayson's upcoming performance and another nodding to Basil Carlo, aka Clayface, doing a one-man's impression show. Such a clever little Easter egg, easy to miss.
Alright, listen up. While you jokers were playing cleanup crew at Blackgate, I was making us some money. I worked out a deal with our pal Black Mask.
If any of us can kill the bat before the assassins get to him, we get the bounty. All $50 million of it. And for those of you who ain't too good with the math, that means we all retire early.
Nice. That's what I'm talking about. Let's take him down then.
Yeah. What are we waiting for?
Enough! We only get one night to get this done. So whatever they put you on tonight, I want you to blow it off. Finding and killing the bat is your #1 priority. That clear?
Yes, sir. All clear. Clear as day, sir.
You got it.
Sir, yes, sir.
Questions? Shout them out.
How are we gonna keep this from Gordon and the rest of the force?
Well, for starters, you're gonna keep your damn trap shut. Anyone else?
Sir, what about the assassins? Will they see us as competition?
Yeah, I didn't sign up to be on those guys' hit list.
Look, y'all put your lives at risk when you signed up for SWAT. Now, you want to make the big money, you're gonna have to accept bigger risk. That's how it works. Anyone wants out can hand me their badge. Didn't think so. We good to go?
Wait, Brandon. How do we know Black Mask will keep his end of the deal if we do kill the bat?
He's good for the cash, trust me. And I know where he's stashing it.
If you know where he's got the cash, why don't we go get it?
Because the last thing we need is a war with Black Mask and his men. Come on, guys, let's do this.
I really like how they introduced Brandon in the series and portrayed him as everything wrong with the JCPD. Corrupt, violent, greedy, and more of a criminal than a cop. It was a smart way to reinforce the player's alignment with Batman throughout the story. Also, I love how he called his men jokers. I love it when the writers wink at the player. Also, great detail here. Finding doodles and graffiti on Gordon's photos. It shows that some of the cops clearly aren't thrilled about him becoming the next chief. Great example of environmental storytelling without having to spell it out through dialogue. Nice detail with the posters on the wall advertising the New Year's party at My Alibi Club. We actually see that spot in the DLC, and don't overlook the Secret Santa gift exchange. Very important. I've already got mine ready to go. I bet he would be more gentle if that was a donut machine.
So what does this disruptor of yours do?
Little bit of this, little bit of that. Mostly, though, it does a whole lot of none of your damn business.
Oh, you want to play it like that? All right. Maybe I'll have the guys over at Evidence Lockup take a look. They can get kind of rough, though. Hope it's not fragile.
You want to play hardball, buddy? How's about I tell my cousin at the Gazette about the payments you boys been extorting from Penguin and the like?
Scum like you's got a cousin at the Gazette. You expect me to believe that?
Don't see you calling Evidence Lockup, now do I? You cops are all the same. You ain't getting nothing out of me.
Like I said, I got all night.
You and me both, pal.
I really like this cocky little animation here. Loose Lips casually putting his arms behind his back for a moment. It adds so much to his character, even though it's just for a couple seconds. You can actually spot Loose Lips' file sitting on the desk here. A really nice little detail that adds so much subtle depth to the scene, in my opinion. A really fun detail here. The camera is actually in real time. You can see Loose Lips sitting down, and then moments later, he gets up right after you take down the guard.
Talk, or you won't be walking anywhere, ever.
No way! You gotta answer for dropping me off that rooftop, buddy!
No, you have to answer to me. How does this disruptor work?
Ask one of the pigs! They got it in Evidence Lockup!
How about we take a little walk up to the roof?
Okay, you win! It jams weapons, overrides electronic locks, alright? Now you gotta let me go!
How'd that work out for you last time?
I honestly love every scene Loose Lips in. Such a quirky henchman. I really wish we got more of him in this game, and the fact that he's still wearing his Santa hat just makes it even better. It's interesting to find these two different notes scattered around the police department. They almost feel connected, like they're part of this bigger story that we're not aware of.
I don't care what's going on out there. I gotta deal with this problem. If I don't give this bastard what he wants, he'll send the tape to the press. What the hell am I supposed to do? That's the best you got? How am I gonna whack him if I don't know who he is? Guy's a mystery, complete friggin' enigma. Yeah, great advice, thanks.
Well, you must know something since you know his name.
Criminals that you let walk free.
He is the worst kind of criminal. The kind who thinks their actions are justified. Who acts completely outside the system.
The system is broken.
Barbara, wait.
I really love this brief interaction between Barbara and Gordon. It feels natural and necessary, laying the groundwork for the future scenes. Also, the way he says,
Barbara, wait,
feels incredibly real, like something you genuinely hear in a moment of concern. Great line delivery there.
Report, damn it! Who got taken out?
I have to admit that I kind of miss the heart rate monitors. They add that extra layer of intensity and variety to Predator mode. I'm really glad they brought them back in this game. It raises that tension in the best way.
Shouldn't you be searching your quadrant? I'll leave that for the boys in SWAT. Why's that?
Ain't you heard? Brandon made a deal with Black Mask. They're trying to kill the Bat and collect the bounty.
You gotta be kidding me. Gordon know about this?
Probably, but what's he gonna do? What can he do?
Hell, he's lucky if Brandon and those guys ever listen to him. This department is so screwed. Hey, how do we get in on the bounty?
Sounds about right.
It's gotta look like an accident, like Gordon lost control. What we need is a classic prison riot.
You want a riot? Let me out.
Easy, Tiger. There's cameras around here. We ain't letting no one out.
He's got a point. Let this lunatic loose. It'll be freaking pandemonium in here.
Kind of odd how one guy sounds like he's coming through the radio while the others, including the prisoner, sounds completely normal. Definitely some strange audio mixing going on here. I really like the inclusions of the Venom users here. It's a great warm-up and a subtle reminder of who you'll be facing later. Plus, since they disappear afterwards, it feels like they're just here for the sake of entertainment. And honestly, I'm not complaining.
I don't understand. You let him out just to beat him up?
I didn't start the riot. It was Brandon and his SWAT officers.
Bull. A cop wouldn't do something like that.
You must be new here.
That's one of the best lines so far.
Charging.
Clear.
Clear. 622 has left the holding.
I got a pulse.
All right, call it in. Let's get him to Gotham General.
Will do. As soon as he stabilizes. Please, we don't want any trouble.
I'm not here to hurt you.
I love this bit of foreshadowing, something that seems totally unimportant at first, but ends up becoming literally a lifesaver later on. It's such a clever story choice that really pays off.
Easy.
Wait, hold up. Did she seriously just shove that computer down the back of her pants? What was even the point of having it in the scene if she wasn't going to use it? That's some clunky animation right there.
I need access to the National Criminal Database.
It's right here.
You must spend a lot of time here.
Cool poem box. You're bypassing the network security. But you'll need to physically bridge the intranet to the external telecom wires if you want to uplink remotely.
This kind of knowledge could get a young girl into a lot of trouble.
They run under the building.
What does?
The telecom wires. You can access them through the sewers. Wait. Why do you do what you do?
Because I made a promise.
What a great scene. You're going to hear me say that a lot with this game, but it's true. I love seeing a young Barbara Gordon already being a tech whiz and eager to help Batman, giving him the information he needs. And when she asks him why he does what he does, it's a simple answer. I made a promise. It hits hard. It's a powerful moment that shows their natural chemistry early on and sets up their dynamic we see evolve so well in the later games. Ooh, blink you miss a detail that Batman had his detective vision on, so he already knew Gordon was waiting up here.
I don't want to hurt you, but you need to stay out of my way.
Never.
Listen, I'm on your side.
My side? My side works within the law. My side doesn't leave suspects with broken bones and missing teeth. We've earned Gotham's respect.
If that were true, I wouldn't be here.
Back-to-back banger scenes. Seriously, it's incredible. Batman's line here is a direct rebuttal of Gordon's claim about the JCPD. It's a powerful moment that cuts right to the core of his role in Gotham. Batman views his vigilante crusade as a necessary response to the police force's corruptions and failures. If they were clean, competent, and truly in control, there will be no need for him to operate outside the law. It's not just a clash of ideology, it's Batman calling out the broken system. And we finally get to see the tension between Gordon and Batman take center stage for the first time. The writing here is just top tier, settled, charged, and grounded in their conflicted worldviews. It's the beginning of a dynamic that will evolve throughout the series. And this is the first clash that lays that foundation perfectly.
I've highlighted a nearby manhole on your map. Those sewer tunnels lead directly under the GCPD.
Good work, Alfred.
Oh, and, sir, do try to keep out of the muck down there. Remember who has to clean your suit.
Give this man the world's greatest dad cup already. He deserves it way more.
Hello? Hello, Batman? It's Barbara. Sorry for hacking into your comms, but I need a favor. Some evidence crates have gone missing. Army-grade stuff, and no one here is doing anything about it. so I'm sending you their GPS location information. Use your weapon disruptor on any crates you find. It'll fry their circuits and render the stuff useless.
Such a great Barbara moment. It shows she's not just tech savvy, which we already knew that, but also highlights her strong moral compass. The way she talks about what's going on with the evidence lockers and asks someone to stop them adds some real depth. It's a powerful scene that a lot of people tend to overlook in my opinion. A nice little detail, the sound of the cops struggling are muffled, almost like a garbled radio channel. It makes sense since they probably have radios built into their headsets.
Strange. These are Black Mask's men. Not the kind of guys I'd expect to find running around in the sewers.
Low-key, one of my favorite moments in the entire series. It's just so relatable. You're genuinely impressed by something and your best friend thinks it's completely stupid. It cracks me up every time and always brings a smile to my face.
Could be worse. At least he sent an expert martial artist to protect us down here.
Protect us from what? The rats?
No, the bat, you idiot.
The bat. The bat's got better things to do tonight than hang out in the sewers.
I hope you're right. But just in case, I'm glad we got old Kung Fu on our side.
Or whatever makes you feel better. I'm just worried about how I'm gonna get the smell out of my clothes.
Boss is making some big moves tonight. Yeah, we gonna remind people why Black Mask is the name to be feared in Gotham City.
You sound like an insurance commercial.
Oh, what? You ain't with us? 'Cause you know, we're either with us or...
Hey, I'm buying the boss 100%. I just don't see how all the crap he's got us doing tonight is gonna put any money in our pockets.
I'm sure he's got his reasons. And I ain't about to ask what they are.
Me neither.
I love these guys. Their banter feels so genuine. Like I said before, it just comes across more naturally than in the other games in the series. Not saying those were bad or unfunny, I just personally prefer the almost this comic book vibe of dialogue this game leans into more. Also, another nod that some of the men are catching on that Black Mask is not acting right. I also just love this guy staring down at the running water, literally something my fiance does all the time. I have no idea where that body came from, and I have no clue why these guys are popping like popcorn during this fight. I was absolutely dying. I had tears streaming from my face and had to wipe them off mid-battle. This is 100% going in my funny montage video I will eventually make. On top of the goons just popping off, I noticed another funny detail. I was about to comment on how I love all the Black Mask thugs are color coordinated, but then I spotted this guy with a rip in his pants. It's a small little thing, but it cracks me up. Honestly, it fits the chaotic henchman vibe perfectly. The fact that there's a sign here that says do not drink means someone definitely drank the sewer water at one point. Like, you think that's common sense, but apparently that's a rare trait these days.
Nah, I already ate. Just tell me how to work this thing. I know I'm late. I just want to get down there.
I love this stupid henchman humor. The guy yelling at him to open the gate is speaking extra slow, like he knows this dude is a complete idiot. Peak henchman energy. Ooh, some beautiful lighting here. Totally reminds me of the church lighting in Arkham City. Well, I guess those guys missed the do not drink sign from earlier, but you all clearly read the important one about subscribing, right? If you stuck with me this long, why not join the Bat family? My goal is to grow our community to 10,000 strong before the end of the year, so hit that subscribe button and I appreciate the support. They really missed a golden opportunity for this guy to say, wow, he finally opened the gate. Come on, it was right there. This has always been a chilling detail to me. The fact that Lacey's tower is spray painted. We all know who's a fan of spray paint in this series. It's such a clever way to hint that Joker is really the one pulling the strings and that he knew Batman would come along. I absolutely love that.
All right, give me another one. Running what we got a set. Maybe this Black Mask says we got a set. What's got into the boss? Ain't like him.
I'm under the GCPD. Why are Black Mask's men planting explosives here? The cops have always been on his payroll.
Almost. You and me both.
It's great how more of the henchmen are starting to question what's really going on with Black Mask. Meanwhile, Batman's also quietly putting the pieces together. It all builds the tension so well. These nicknames are amazing. Oh, this is odd. I was trying to get the element of surprise with the remote batarang, but I guess the devs didn't want me to be surprised by Tiny here. Either that or it's just a glitch.
Confirm we now have access to the National Criminal Database.
Connection confirmed. You can now perform DNA analysis. I'm also sending over the police file for the Lacey Towers case.
This photo is from the day of the murder. It's a perfect match. The DNA tells more of the story. But here's something the police overlooked. Roman Sionis owns the Gotham Merchants Bank. And he installed biometric security only he could access.
Moments like this are so satisfying. When all the puzzle pieces click into place, it's a perfect showcase of why Batman earned the title World's Greatest Detective.
Alfred, I have enough information to solve the Lacey Towers case. Here's what happened.
It's honestly so sweet how he checks in with his best dad to let him know he figured things out. It just shows how strong their bond really is, in my opinion.
By now, Gotham PD thinks Roman Sionis is dead. The casualty of a turf war. Murdered by the Penguin. But I know better. Someone spooked Sionis' girlfriend. So he sent her to his safe house. Which was anything but safe. Sionis showed up later, ready for trouble, and found it. Or so it seemed. Roman's always been paranoid. That's probably why he's lasted this long. He'd sent in a decoy, giving himself the element of surprise, but it wasn't enough. There was a fight. Sionis lost. The killer didn't hesitate to shoot the decoy, but he wanted Roman alive to access the cash stored at the Gotham Merchants Bank. With Sionis under control, all that remained was to tie up loose ends. But it wasn't the fire that killed Sionis' girlfriend. What kind of monster forces a man to kill the ones he loves? The Joker. He's the shadow I've been chasing. And now I know where he's going next. Gotham Merchants Bank.
I let that whole scene play out because I genuinely think it's one of the most creative and well-edited moments in the entire series. There's so much thrown at you. Batman narrating what happened, all the little analysis notes popping up. You literally have to pause to catch everything. The eerie music playing here really adds to the atmosphere. And side note, I have music turned all the way down, so I have no idea why it's blasting or even playing. But regardless, it's so well done. This game seriously doesn't get enough credit for creative moments like this. I'm gonna take it slow here and break down some of the notes that pop up. A lot of them are just recaps of what happened in Batman narrating, so I'll focus on the ones I found a bit more interesting. I guess Roman's pacemaker is well known in the crime world, enough for Penguin to look for the scar, but it also works as some solid foreshadowing since Batman brings it up with Roman later on. Also, Penguin's henchman here wearing some penguin mask kind of looks like the one he wears in Batman the Telltale series, actually. Tiffany's blood is O negative, if you were ever curious. Wouldn't this Giovanni guy clearly see someone standing at the desk near the steps? Or even from the angle of the table Joker's sitting at, he probably could have seen something at the little bar area where Tiffany got hit. I'm just saying, this guy didn't do a great job investigating. Maybe Roman knew that and purposely made him the literal fall guy. Why is the photo they used for Roman just him awkwardly standing in the bathroom? That's seriously the best spot they could have think of for the shot. Oof, this is so ruthless. Joker forcing Black Mask to kill his lover is honestly hard to watch. I do appreciate that they show him putting up more of a fight though. Also, I guess there's zero security or cameras in that tower. People are just coming and going as they please and no one is noticing Joker dragging Roman out. Weird. To end on a fun note, I love there's nothing actually written in the newspaper. If you look closely, it's just a jumble of random letters with no real words aside from the headlines.
Alfred, see if you can find any information on someone named the Joker.
Searching now, sir. There doesn't seem to be anything coming up. What do you know about him?
Not much, but he's taken Black Mask hostage.
Hostage? So Sionis isn't dead?
I don't think so. From what I can tell, he's worth more to the Joker alive. The Joker wants to use him to break into the Gotham Merchant's bank. I'm on my way there now.
There's something surreal about hearing Batman talk about the Joker like he's just another criminal. It's such clever writing. It plants the seeds of their legendary rivalry. Every iconic story needs a beginning. Also, I guess Alfred wasn't paying attention because he sounded surprised that Roman was still alive, even though Batman just narrated on what just happened.
You were very cordially, you were very cordially invited to a party. And it will be a grand affair.
And it will be a grand affair hosted by the Hatter.
We do hope that you can come.
You can come. We do hope that you can come to share in all the joy.
A lot of people already pointed out that this little dance they do here is a recycled animation from the robot dance one of the henchmen did back in Arkham City, specifically in the museum when they are talking about Freeze's suit. Honestly, I think it's fine. They don't overuse it and actually fits the moment pretty well.
Greetings and salutations, Batman. I'm Jervis Tetch, inventor, entrepreneur, and part-time haberdasher. You must be wondering why it is I sought you out. Well, I have an employment opportunity I'd like to discuss with you.
Help me! Please! If you can hear this, he's going to...
Oh, don't mind Alice, poor dear. Her mind is all aflutter, and who can blame her after all she's been through? But I'll have her right as rain soon enough. Don't you worry about that.
Having the Mad Hatter show up as a side mission in this game was a nice surprise, especially since City first introduced him in the series. It still gives me chills hearing that poor girl scream for help, especially knowing Hatter's track record. I'll dive deeper into all of that when we cover the side missions in a separate video. Let's all take a second to appreciate the majestic Santa T-pose happening in this poster. Nothing more, just art.
Whatever it is, I hope it's far away from here. You wouldn't bother with us, we're small time, especially compared to the assassins. I don't think he cares. Big time, small time, we're all bad guys to him. He needs to prioritize. You hear that, Bat? Prioritize! Are you an idiot? What if he heard that? Come on. Do you think he's actually here? I mean, he can't be, right?
It took a lot of willpower not to go down there, but hey, since it's Christmas in this game, I'll let it slide.
It's midnight, sir. Just wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas.
You too.
This is such a sweet moment. I love it so much. What's not sweet is this clock still saying it's 9. Like seriously, you can hear the bells chiming that it's midnight in the background. How did no one catch this? I always hated this elf on the shelf stuff. So the clock is working. It just doesn't feel like showing the correct time. Also, some more beautiful lighting here. I love when the key codes have a little bit of humor behind them.
Bodies everywhere. The Joker may still be here, in the vault. I should use caution.
That line delivery is incredible. Probably one of the best so far. That disturbing tone at the sight of all the bodies in the bank, followed by him trying to refocus and realizing Joker might still be here. Just an amazing performance from Roger here. I love how on the scanner it says 2, and he actually takes out 2 in the cutscene. Nice little touch.
Think you can just waltz under my bank, huh?
Roman, I'm here for the Joker.
The Joker? Never heard of him.
Oh my gosh, the body language here is so good. When Batman says his name, Joker actually takes a step back. Like he's shocked Batman knew it, or that he figured it out sooner than Joker wanted. Such a great detail.
How about you, doll? Know the Joker?
The who?
And you, sir? Name Joker ring a bell?
I'm full on fangirling. I'm full on fangirling over this incredible acting and motion capture here. When he says Bell, he tilts his head up. Such a beautiful way to signify he's speaking with almost a cocky edge to it, especially since he's wearing a mask. It's so easy to miss this since everybody's probably looking at Roman here.
You son of a bitch! You think you can steal from me? I got away with it! You're a dead man.
And then the eye roll here of him showing he's pissed for not playing along before he even said that. Such amazing animation and motion capture for this scene. I seriously can't get enough of this, and I can talk about it all day.
Dead! You play along!
really make this hard to watch with how brutal Joker is here. Once again, it shows how ruthless and unhinged he can be before we even see his face. You actually can see, and if you listen closely, you can hear the Joker laughing when he's putting his hands on his knees. Easy to miss since you're probably watching them pull the ragdoll Roman right here. But then there's a continuity shot where Joker is walking towards the truck even though he was just standing right next to it. Hold up, did he just drop the mask? Where did the black mask he was wearing go? Okay, you know what? I need to stop or we're gonna be here all day.
It's been you this whole time. You hired the assassins. You've been running Sionis' operation.
Well, technically it's my operation now. Isn't that right, boys?
Got me. Now let her go.
Oh, life would be so simple if you were all I wanted. No, you're just a teeny little distraction compared to what I've got up my sleeve. Here, have a laugh on me. You hear that? Sounds like 8 tiny reindeer.
What a great scene. The reveal and twist here are seriously incredible. Sure, we kind of saw it coming after the crime scene in Lacey Towers and piecing things together ourselves, but the way the reveal is executed is absolutely masterful. The flashing lights paired with Carol of the Bells going full force, it's just breathtaking. I haven't even touched on the score yet since I usually keep the music turned off for reasons we all know why, but Christopher Drake delivers such a captivating soundtrack here. Honestly, it might be my favorite in the series, but I'll put a pin in that for now. I know another big controversy with this game that I haven't even touched on is that we end up with the Joker as the main villain again in an Arkham title. A lot of people were upset thinking this was going to be a Black Mask focused game. Personally, I'm fine with it because in my opinion, this wasn't the Joker we truly know until the very end. I'll dive deeper into that when we get to the part where we explore his mind after Batman saves him from the fall. And of course, we have to talk about the amazing performance from Troy Baker as this younger Joker, stepping into the role instead of Mark Hamill. I think he absolutely surpassed expectations in this game. I honestly don't understand why some people put this portrayal down. He captures the essence of Joker magnificently. He's funny, his delivery is spot on, and when that jolly mask slips and he gets angry, it's genuinely frightening. Now, I don't know if I can call this my second favorite Joker performance just yet, because I truly love Anthony Ingruber's take in the Telltale games for the humanity and vulnerability he brings to this character. But that's a discussion we have to wait until we wrap up the Arkham franchise and then dive into the Telltale games, which will be a while. One last thing, shout out to this goon in the back, just chilling in the truck. This man is living his best life right now.
She's dead.
That is honestly terrifying.
Helen, he ain't dead.
I'm sorry, it must be a bad connection. I thought I heard you say that after I shot him and blew up a building on him, the bat somehow survived.
If he was dead, there'd be a body. There ain't no body.
Well, since I know that's impossible, I'm going to let you reconcile my vision of reality with your version of reality, and in case your pea brain can't parse big words, I'll translate it into thug speak for you. Kill the bat, or I'll kill you!
My question here is, how is Joker getting perfect reception in a winter storm like this, and he's currently driving? What carrier is he using?
Where's the Joker going?
Guy's nuts, man. Killed about a quarter of Black Masked men when they wouldn't take orders from him.
Unless you want to join them, talk.
He said something about the steel mill.
That's Sionis' mill.
It's Joker's mill now. Ain't no way you're getting in there.
I didn't ask for your opinion.
Man, the voice acting for this goon interrogation here is incredible. I love how he starts off sounding scared, then he slips into this cocky attitude at the end.
Alfred, pull schematics on Sionis Industries steel mill. Joker's taken Sionis there. He's going to kill him. unless I get there first.
This Joker sounds dangerous.
He's taken over Black Mask's operations and slaughtered the men who wouldn't turn. He's the one who hired the assassins.
And it must be he who ordered the bombing of the GCPD. Oh, dear Lord. Shouldn't you think about letting the police handle this one?
Not a chance. He's mine.
I love how Alfred slips into full parental mode. He's genuinely worried Bruce could get himself killed. I really like how he can go back to the dead bank teller and investigate what killed her, especially since Batman has never seen this kind of ailment on a person before. It's a great story beat, especially knowing we'll see Joker's toxin in the other Arkham games.
The laughter was a side effect of a poison. She wasn't laughing. She was dying. If I had known she was poisoned, I might have been able to save her.
I also adore the sad little detail. The bank teller's photo is now laying on the floor instead of hanging proudly on the wall, signifying that she's gone and that she was Employee of the Month. It's the same kind of melancholy as watching the last petal of a flower fall to the floor. One moment there's a blanket, then the next there's not. I know he took it off, but there's zero sign of it afterwards.
Shiva, trying to collect the bounty.
That's just a consolation prize, in case you fail the test.
Test? I don't have time for this.
Somewhere in New Gotham, an innocent man is about to die. And we both know you won't allow that. So the question is, can you find him, Batman? Can you save him?
I'll talk more about Shiva when we get to her side mission, but like many have pointed out, it's a shame she wasn't integrated into the main story. It sucks because I feel like she had so much potential here and could have made for an amazing boss fight, almost on the level of Deathstroke or Bane, but more on that later.
Look, I get it. I do. But you gotta see, this isn't something he can come back from.
Can't you give me a little more time?
I waited as long as I could.
What do you think they're doing in there?
Whatever they're doing, Black Mask deserves it.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a few whacks at the old boss myself.
Me neither. But, you think we can trust the new guy?
The guy who calls himself the Joker? Hell no. But you can't cross him neither.
Ain't that the story of our lives?
Really interesting story beat here. Sionis' men turning on him to work for the Joker. Some are conflicted about it, while others don't care because they just want money or to stay alive. And considering Joker killed an entire quarter of his men for refusing to switch sides, you can see why survival might take priority.
Sir, I have isolated the electromagnetic signal on Electrocutioner's gloves. You can track him with your scanner now.
A bit late, Alfred. I'm about to get my hands on Black Mask. And maybe the Joker, too.
Right, well, it's ready to go, should you need it.
Even though I hate seeing Bruce be a jerk to the best dad here, it's good tension that slowly builds in the story. It lets that frustration simmer until they finally let it all out later, during one of the best scenes in the game.
The boss tried to ice Batman at the bank, but screwed it up.
Yeah, tried to blow up the bank right on top of him. Huge explosion. Almost brought down the building. Who the hell knows how the Bat survived? It's like he came back from the dead.
See, that's the problem with the new boss. All these theatrics. Old Roman wanted Batman dead, it'd be a shot to the head and one in the chest for good measure. Pair of cement shoes and throw him in the river. Ain't no one's coming back from that. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, Joker could learn a thing or two from Sionis. You want someone dead? Fill him with lead. It doesn't have to be some kind of stage show.
You know that, I know that, but something tells me a man who goes by the name Joker ain't gonna be learning that lesson anytime soon.
Oh, these poor little souls. If only they knew what they were in for.
What happened down there?
What are you going on about now?
All our guys, gone. It's like they vanished. Benny, Paul, Frank. You the Bat, do you?
The Bat? Here?
He's probably out for revenge after the boss tried to off him.
It's oddly sweet that the goon actually knew the names of the guys Batman just took down. Love that we get another look of the wall of assassin photos, just like at the start. And apparently Croc decided to update his profile pic. It's not the same one we saw in the beginning. And technically, Bane is on screen here, so I will put a coin in the thirst jar. And I'm a woman of my word because I said in the beginning, every time he shows up, I will put one in the jar.
Interesting. Sionis had a pacemaker implanted. It says here he had prolonged QT syndrome. Anything that raises his heart rate could trigger cardiac arrest.
Batman acts like he just learned about Roman's pacemaker, even though in the sewers there was already notes about the scar and Penguin literally checking for it. Bit of odd writing choice here.
If it works, I'll have a prototype for you as soon as the resin cures.
Good, I'll need it. The more I learn about the Joker, the more I realize there's something very different about him.
You don't say.
Come on, why are you messing with the crank? We're supposed to be locking this place down. Whatever, man. I'm serious. Knock it off!
Okay, let me shut it down.
I love how the goons will just scream at each other over the most ridiculous, pointless stuff. Wait, what? Did the game seriously just crash right now? Are we seriously having the first crash right now? Come on. Really? Had a really good point, too. Thanks, Batman.
Who did this?
Didn't mean to miss the scene, but it's pretty eerie. Just him saying, "Get them out of me," definitely gives me Scarecrow vibes, and I'm all for it. It also makes sense when Batman asks who did this, since Batman mentioned at the beginning that he isn't familiar with Copperhead. Nice callback.
They're holding Sionis in here somewhere.
There's a reason he's called the world's greatest detective.
What do you say, Joe? Should we let him out?
Let me think. He did give us that raise he promised us. Oh, wait. No, he never did. That's right. How could I have forgotten?
When I get out of here, I'm gonna kill both of you. Slowly. With my own hands.
Man, the subtitle person definitely has a spacing problem going on in this game. Poor Sionis. Yeah, he's not exactly having a Merry Christmas. Fun detail though, if you hold back, he actually calls out to Batman.
Very good. Now get your ass in here and untie me. Get in here and untie me. I'll make it worth your while. All right, enough with the theatrics. Get in here and let me down.
Get me out of this thing. Where's the Joker? Go to hell.
Wrong answer.
That's so sick. I love how they frame Copperhead's movements to really make her feel like a sly sneaky snake.
By my count, there are still 9 more ribs I can break.
You think that'll make me talk? After what he's put me through, the torture, turned my men on me, stole from me, murdered my woman. He's my kill, not yours.
Wait, what happened to the lighting here? It was so good and then it shuts off when we cut back to Roman. Seriously, how do they not check or notice this?
I can control your pacemaker remotely. You want to see what 250 beats per minute feels like? You wouldn't.
That's honestly one of the most threatening things I have ever heard Batman say. It legit made my heart skip a beat. I know he has said worse before, but in a moment like this, I genuinely feel like he'll follow through with it.
Copperhead.
Devs, you're killing me here. 2 lazy shots in a row? Really? It's painfully obvious.
Tell him and I'll pay you whatever you want. Make him suffer and I'll suffer.
An empty promise from a fallen king. I know about the Joker.
Couple of freaks. You two deserve each other.
I love how Copperhead calls him out here. It's a great little character moment that proves she's sharper than she lets on.
What did you do to me?
I killed you. And in a few more minutes, your body will realize it. That's it. Use your strength. With every effort, you hasten your end.
Must scan the room for Copperhead's poison.
Getting some serious Arkham City flashbacks here. Batman in the same almost drunken state. At least this time he's not throwing up blood.
Alfred, uploading analysis. A neurotoxin. I need you to synthesize an antidote.
Your vitals are off the charts. What happened? Never mind. Just get up to ground level so I can send in an airdrop. And after this, you're coming back here so I can have a look at you.
Protect this best dad at all cost.
I
I love this hallucination sequence here. Seriously, it's giving me major Scarecrow in the Asylum vibes with the eerie laughter and the constant sense of discomfort. They nailed the atmosphere, and honestly, I love to see them take a crack at Scarecrow after passing this test. Even on a scanner, it's all trippy.
What would your father say if he could see you now, throwing away your family's hard-earned fortune on these frivolous nightly escapades? And for what? You're not this city's savior. You're a Wayne, and a spoiled, wasteful disappointment of a Wayne at that. Have you forgotten what your family name stands for? You disappoint me. You disappoint me.
I really like how Alfred is the one saying, "You disappointed me." He probably does feel that way since he doesn't understand yet, and it works as great foreshadowing.
You could have saved me. If you'd only come sooner. What were you doing? You're no hero. A real hero would have saved me.
Let me die. How many more must perish before you realize? You're no savior. You're a curse upon this city. A plague on all of Gotham. Leave us alone. We were better off without you. I'd still be alive without you.
I really like this moment of self-doubt in Bruce, thinking he's failing as a vigilante, yet he's still able to put up a fight. The placement does feel a bit rushed, if I'm being honest, but with Joker emerging for the first time, I'm assuming Bruce will start to realize his way of dispensing justice might be flawed, even if he never says it out loud. And that bank teller scene? Just nightmare fuel, man. Easily one of the scariest moments in this game.
Piece by piece.
Alright, Copperhead's turn in the boss fight lineup. Overall, I think it's a pretty good and memorable fight. I don't think it's as strong as Deathstroke's or Bane's, but it's still enjoyable. I honestly always underestimate her, and this time I challenged myself by not using any of the explosive gel. I only died twice, so I call that an achievement. I've seen a lot of people say this fight reuses ideas from the Arkham City Ra's al Ghul's battle, the multiple clones and the dash mechanic, and I think that's a fair argument, but I also think they changed enough to make it fit well here. Is it a bit rushed? Yeah, but it still works fine for me. Honestly, I'd rather have this than her being relegated to just a side mission. Now, Copperhead as a character is quite interesting. Copperhead has been around since 1968. In most versions, the character has traditionally been male. As for why they made the change, someone told me once they saw an interview for one of the devs saying something along the lines of, "Could you imagine a male Copperhead slithering all over Batman's body like a snake?" So yeah, maybe it was for the better, and honestly, they probably also didn't want Shiva to be the only female assassin on the roster. Adding Copperhead helps balance things out a bit, and gave us another unique fighting style to go up against. Overall, for the short time she's in the spotlight, she's fun, entertaining, and clearly brought to life with a lot of energy by the voice actor. While I know plenty of people, my fiance included, find her very attractive for some reason, I'll just nod along and say, sure. But hey, that's the part of the charm. She leaves an impression in more ways than one.
You think these ties will hold me?
Maybe not. I'd like to see you get out of this.
I know where he is. The Joker.
Tell me.
He's called a meeting. All the assassins will be there. When you set me free, I'll tell you where.
Thanks. I owe you one.
What?
Yeah, wait, hold on. He was just about to slam it shut, then just reopens it? These continuity shots are really starting to get on my nerves.
Alfred, send GCPD an anonymous tip. Tell them to look inside the shipping containers at the steel mill.
Does that mean you've dealt with Copperhead, sir?
Yes, and I'm about to deal with the Joker.
I don't think that's wise after what you've just been through. You should come back here for medical.
Not now, Alfred.
Well, excuse me for caring. You're breaking a poor butler's heart, you know. Well, I guess someone's gotta write a letter to Santa.
Electrocutioner's gloves emit a powerful electromagnetic signal which I can follow with my scanner. He'll lead me right to the Joker.
I appreciate the detail of Copperhead being agitated on the heart monitor. It makes perfect sense considering Batman just shoved her into the back of a truck. Zionis has unbreakable computer screens. Honestly, he should invest in this instead of crime. He's onto something there. I like that Roman still has some loyal men. It shows he truly built a criminal enterprise and still has people he can trust.
Action tonight? I don't know. Seems like we're overreacting. The Bat's just one guy. So what are you saying? We should just ignore him? Well, we didn't try to take out the GCPD just because the cops give us a hard time. When was the last time a cop gave any of us trouble? It don't change the question. What if we just let the Bat do his thing? You mean beat the crap out of us and ship us off to lockup? You can't get everyone, right? Just chalk it up to the cost of doing business. That sounds like giving up. No, it's just being practical.
I love that we get some practically minded henchmen here. It shows a bit of common sense compared to Asylum or City, where most of the men were just plain dumb henchmen. It's a nice change of pace, honestly.
Man, switching sides was the smartest thing we ever done.
New gear, new guns, a signing bonus. This Joker guy's the best.
The other bosses could learn a thing or two from him.
Oh, they will. I just don't think they're gonna like the lesson. Or survive it.
They should have treated us better when they had the chance.
A signing bonus? Do they actually get job offers with guidelines to follow? Like, are they paid per job or bi-weekly? And do they get benefits and a 401k? I would love to see this scene. Imagine Joker just in his office handing them the pen and paper to sign. It's one of those things you really don't think about, but apparently they do. I don't know, I just find this very random and funny.
Pretty much sealed the deal.
I'm guessing New Gotham is next.
Should be. And with the Penguin out of the way, I don't expect they'll put up much of a fight.
Joker says no negotiating. Either they surrender or we cap them.
Works for me.
I like this guy. No bullcrap with him.
I really like listening to the different POVs of the henchmen. Some hate Joker, some actually like him, as we hear firsthand. It's a small detail, but it shows how many might have stayed loyal to him even after the events of this game, and probably stuck by him in the future.
I've seen a rather large bat in the cave, sir. Do take care not to anger it.
I wasn't planning to.
Good. With everything occurring tonight, the last thing we need is a pest problem.
I'm sure it's harmless, Alfred.
You haven't seen the creature.
The first talk about the big bad bat creature. I always love these little conversations with Alfred. Everybody thought it was Man-Bat at times, and honestly, it still might be, or a different one. It's just a fun little mystery to keep players guessing throughout the game. And I will do a video of analyzing all Alfred's talks, but probably in a separate video. I might combine them when we do the Batcave.
Your detective work tonight is most impressive, Master Bruce. A shame it couldn't be of the armchair variety. I've done my best to keep the cave tidy, but with those bats circling above, there's bound to be collateral damage. Do keep an eye out. Well, this is turning out to be quite the Christmas Eve, isn't it?
What I don't like about this, though, is Alfred never brings up Copperhead's poison or how Bruce is feeling afterwards. That feels like a missed opportunity here, especially how Alfred sounded very worried. And of course, Alfred is here also to remind you to hit that subscribe button. After all, we're aiming to grow our Bat family to 10,000 strong by the end of the year. He assures me he would greatly appreciate it.
That's a good idea. Why? Because if no one answers, we know the place is good to go.
And if someone does answer, sing a song and move to the next place. I'm not spending the night singing the losers. Pass.
Okay, what if we dress up like Santa?
Then why the hell would we do that? Santa's got a Christmas sack, right? So when we fill it up with crap we've stolen, no one's gonna suspect us. They'll just think we're going to a party. Your ideas are terrible. Okay, I got more. No more. Please, no more.
There's always that one guy with the bright ideas, and then the rest who flat out refuse to go along with him.
The plan, if Batman shows up, you distract him, then I'll sneak up on the guy and knock him out. No way. The Bat shows up, I'm running as far as I can, as fast as I can. This is why he keeps winning, because people like you freak out and take off. Oh, I'm pretty sure he keeps winning because he's stronger, faster, and smarter than us. He's one dude with a bunch of fancy gadgets. You want to try and take on the biggest badass in Gotham? Be my guest, but don't expect me to get involved.
I love this guy. He's just spitting straight up facts over here.
The guys were saying they saw Batman here earlier. Screw them. Probably trying to chase us off so they can move in. Just saying, maybe we want to work a different part of the city. Hey, you don't gotta be so nervous. The Bat's busy. Probably sitting on a can somewhere, sweating out Copperhead's poison. You think he has to take his suit off when he has to go? Or maybe there's a flap he opens. Or maybe he's got a bathroom built into it. Are you seriously thinking about how the Batman goes to the bathroom? Well, you started it.
Once again, these guys are just spitting facts. Honestly, this might be my favorite henchman dialogue in this game. This guy is just so passionate about figuring out how Batman goes to the bathroom, and I can't help but find that hilarious.
The Joker's booked out the Royal, but why are SWAT providing security? I need to find out what's going on here.
I love how Batman says he booked out the hotel instead of just saying he took it over. To me, this shows that Bruce actually has a bit of humor underneath all that brooding.
Master Bruce, has the Joker taken a room at the Gotham Royal?
He's in here, and SWAT are doing his dirty work, keeping Gordon and the media away from whatever's going on inside.
Doesn't Brandon realize it's not Black Mask he's working with?
I guess you'll find out when I bring in the Joker.
Nice reminder of Brandon here, since with the Joker twist and then the Copperhead battle right after, most players probably already forgot about the corrupt SWAT officers in the game.
Auto turrets, turret tracks. New boss is turning this hotel into one big booby trap.
Hope he doesn't leave us inside when he decides to test it out.
Nah, I'm sure he just got a little excited at the back.
Excited? Yeah, right.
That's a funny little callback. If you remember, Joker left 2 of his men behind here in the bank job earlier, so it makes sense that there are some guys talking about it now, which adds a nice bit of continuity to the world building. I can't be the only one who loves running through the pile of money here, right? Also, you can investigate the ambulance if you want. It's a hard miss since you probably walked right by it without knowing.
Joker's ambulance. He must be in the building.
I love the little detail of the elevator playing some Christmas music, and the stained footprints from paint showing they're clearly up to something upstairs.
Sir, do you know just where in the hotel the Joker is located?
Not yet. Why?
Well, it looks like there's a security room in the hotel lobby. You could use the cameras to find him.
Okay, I'll try that.
Oh, I really like this. It's subtle, but Batman doesn't say thank you this time, even though he did before. It shows that there's some tension brewing between them, and that Batman is getting fed up. Even Alfred sounded a little sassy here too. I didn't realize how much I miss having something to break in these games, like Joker teeth or his balloons. So I love that they gave us a little taste here with the Christmas balloons.
If you ask me, he didn't intend to pay up. As soon as one of the assassins kills the Bat, Boss will pay that. Keep all the cash in his bank again.
No way. Pull a stunt like that, ain't no one gonna trust him again. He'll lose face with the other syndicates in the city.
Hey man, look what he's been having us do tonight. You think he's worried about losing face?
You got a point.
Yeah, both of these guys make really good points here. A lot of people probably thought the money was a hoax because, let's be real, that's a ridiculous amount of money for one person. And the other guy is right too. If Joker just kills everyone, no one's going to trust him. But this is Joker. We all know he doesn't care about trust or money, just getting a laugh out of people and messing with Batman at the end of the night. So personally, I think both of these arguments are very valid.
Friends.
What was the electrocutioner even looking at on the ceiling here? Honestly, this gives me the vibe that the director just yelled action and the animators just went with it.
Friends. Assassins. Welcome to our first quarterly performance review.
All right, let me get this out of the way because I already see the comments coming. I'm putting a coin in the thirst jar every scene Bane is in, not every single shot, because otherwise we'll be here forever. So one for this scene and a couple more down the line. Don't worry, I got it covered. Okay, I lied. I'm gonna put another coin in the thirst jar here because look at that little face. He's so content. It's just adorable. I can't help it. Blink and you'll miss it, but I think that's Bane's little name tag here, but it's hard to read, but I think that is a B. It makes sense that he has one since Electrocutioner has one too. Also, a nice touch that the henchmen still have their black mask still on too. I also love how Joker calls it their first quarterly meeting. Honestly, he should have said our last, if we're being real.
As you can see here, Batman deaths are coming in far below projections.
The fact that Joker actually drew a graph is amazing, and that little giggle as he slips out a character is just perfect. I also love how Shiva and Deadshot are basically the remote workers of this meeting. Oh, the way he jerks his head like that is so uncanny, but honestly, it's great body language and it fits him perfectly.
We are really gonna have to turn this around.
And by we, I mean you.
Wow, a lot happens in just a couple seconds here. The way Joker says, turn this around, is so menacing, like he already knew he was about to kill Electrocutioner. Then you got Electrocutioner himself, totally distracted playing on his phone, which is a kind of a hilarious detail since he is the youngest of all the assassins, so it kind of fits his character. When Joker pulls off the mask, you can even catch Firefly taking a small step back, like he's ready to bolt out of there. And then there's Bane, not phased at all. Probably because he already suspected who was really behind this. It's all these small details that make the scene really memorable and one of the best in the game.
Got that, Mr. Cutioner?
This is the second and final time someone says his name wrong. The first was Candy back on Penguin's boat.
Just who the hell are you? I'm the guy with the money. And the gun. So, when I hire you to kill the Batman, you shut the hell up and kill the Batman! So do you have anything else to contribute? I didn't think so.
To this day, I still get chills watching this scene. Joker just kicks him out a 30-story window to his death. Absolutely nuts. You can tell Joker was annoyed that Electrocutioner wasn't paying attention, and of course, for not killing the Batman earlier. So he uses this moment to prove a point, not just to him, but to all the other assassins, that he means business. And honestly, it's pretty effective. Also, a nice little detail is when Electrocutioner is getting kicked out the window, his gloves was pulsing electricity. Kind of a morbid little detail, but hey, I guess it works. Even Batman takes a step back here, realizing that Joker is no joke, no pun intended. You can see it in his eyes. He's genuinely stunned that Joker just did that.
This fruitcake is fantastic! Anyone want a piece?
I actually doubled back to check if the cake was there in the opening shot, and it was, but it got me thinking, did Joker order room service for that? Did he make some poor chef whip it up for him? Or was it just always there when he took over the hotel?
All right, meetings adjourned. Get out there and kill the bat.
I don't know why, but I kind of like the detail that Firefly uses the same window Joker just kicked Electrocutioner out of. It's just a funny, morbid detail to me.
Move it along, big boy.
No, he's coming for you now. And when he gets here, I'm going to kill him. So you wait.
Well, this should be interesting. Whee!
Okay, I lied again. I'll put another coin in the thirst star because this is the first time we actually hear him speak, to be fair. Also, the facial animation and motion capture here are fantastic. Joker realizes what Bane says, then there's a flash of surprise, then he slowly starts to smile. It's so subtle and easy to miss. And for the record, there was no chair in the opening shot, so I have no idea where that one came from when Bane throws him into it. One last thing I will say is I love the quick shot of Bane's facial expressions here. He's clearly annoyed at Joker's nonstop laughter, and I love it. This is easily one of my top 5 favorite scenes in this game, because it's just so memorable and fun. This is the only time we actually see this meeting, unlike Arkham Knight that teased us about it. But that's a whole can of worms we'll open when we get to that game.
That lift should get me up to the ceiling so I can get out of here. Maybe Electrocutioner's shock gloves could restore power to this platform.
Here we go. Not much to add that has not already been said, but these are so OP and I totally abuse them whenever I can. No shame. Ooh, it's so unsettling seeing him just laying there lifeless. And it becomes even more uncomfortable when you realize he also got impaled by the chandelier. Poor guy. A little cool detail here, if you go back in the security office, there's a memo about unknown people sneaking into the hotel, and they should not alert the hotel guests. Nice bit of world building that shows Joker has clearly been planning this all along. I love this detail. Not just about the cancellation of the ball, but if you zoom in, you can actually see the different companies' names on it. The one that really stands out to me is Goth Corp, which we all know comes back later in the DLC. Such a great bit of foreshadowing.
Were you able to find the Joker, sir?
Yes, he's in the penthouse.
I see you profited from my advice. Yet again?
Not yet. Getting to him won't be easy. The elevators are down, and the Joker's men are everywhere.
Well, I've no doubt you'll figure a way up there.
I love when the bitch please Alfred comes out, and he does it twice here, especially with the jab about his advice being fruitful. I love this man. A random detail that I found myself really liking is the different types of wrapping paper on the Christmas presents. It could have been such an easy throwaway thing, but I admire the attention to detail. It really sells the Christmas vibes in this game, and I think that's very underrated in my opinion.
When do we get to off the hotel guests? Joker says we can kill any employees we find, but we gotta keep the guests locked up.
Yeah? Why is that?
Joker's got all hands redecorating this fine establishment. You ever think who this is all for?
The guests?
By the time we're done with the joint, it's gonna be a damn house of horrors, and they're gonna be stuck in it.
To think they paid $300 a night for this.
Sounds like a reasonable cost of admission.
I really dig the humor from the henchman here. Also, funny thought I had while listening to the dialogue, technically this is Joker's first house of horrors in his career, and it's on Christmas.
Well, would you look what the bat dragged in? You know you are a little late for supper. Lucky for you, your dear friend Bane just refused to start the meal without you. Apparently he prefers his dishes served cold.
Come on, that's Freeze's line from BTAS. Weird little bug here. Before the elevator crashes, you can see all the dead bodies on the scanner. But after it falls, they're just gone. Very weird.
Go ahead, Ben. Ain't gonna help you.
Please don't.
Can't be a thing, man. Think I give a damn about your family?
No!
All right, put him out of his misery. Let me enjoy this. You're sick, you know that?
This guy really needs to get his eyes checked.
Please, don't hurt me.
I won't. I'm here to help.
Okay, please. Please, they've got my friends. Holding them hostage in the overview bar.
Where is that?
The suspended bar, between the towers.
I don't know why, but this guy sounds a little too excited here. Probably could have used another take on those lines. I think it's safe to say this guy just lost his turn on the wheel and definitely won't be solving the puzzle anytime soon.
Hotel employees rescued for you, and oh my, I'm still way ahead in the employees killed column. I know it's tempting with all these goodies lying around, but don't go helping yourself to a gift. They're not for you! There, don't feel left out. I've got a special gift just for you right up here. And it's wrapped in about 400 pounds of muscle.
I know this is supposed to be a threat for Batman, but to me, this is the best Christmas present ever. Sign me up. I really hope that sign-on bonus Joker gave them includes vision insurance because these men clearly need it.
Uh-oh, Batman, hurry! Someone's about to get shot!
Ain't gonna be me. I know how this game goes.
Looks like the one getting shot is you! Oh, a sucker born every minute. Well, this is unfortunate. For you, I mean. For me, it's just all entertainment.
Has Black Mask responded yet? Negative. No word from him since he entered the building. Son of a bitch, Sionis thinks he can ignore us. What about Gordon?
We got him investigating a B&E out at the abandoned amusement park. But where is Vicky Vale's got wind of this?
Damn it. I'm almost there.
Oh yeah, Vicky Vale's in this game.
Right, like the bat's gonna get past me. All right, man, you keep having your fun. I'll stay down here and watch a whole lot of nothing.
You just know this guy was pleading to trade places with his friends so badly.
Incredible. Really
they really outdid themselves with this penthouse suite. The bathroom has 3 kinds of soap. I mean, who has time for all that cleaning? I usually just hop into a vat of acid and call it a day.
Troy Baker's having way too much fun with this role, and I'm all for it.
What is this?
I love the realization in his tone. Joker isn't your typical normal psycho. I just love the henchman's poses here. It's so unnecessary, but just hilarious.
Where did I get all of this, you ask? Well, I got a great deal on an out-of-service amusement park. Oh, you should have seen the look on the real estate agent's face when we shook hands on the deal.
I really like these mini games we get to do, but I just wish there was more. What, there's 2, 2.5, maybe 3 if you count the fighting. I'm guessing they just didn't add any more because they were out of time. As much as I love the hotel setting, this part does feel pretty rush.
Not again. Please.
That hotel employee could really learn a thing or two from these henchmen. At least they know how to act scared instead of way too excited.
So, you've made it to the end of my little carnival ride. Unfortunately, you're supposed to be dead by now. Will you excuse me while I just go shoot the architect? Come here, you little boss. Please, don't.
The way he said,
Come here, you little...
it's just peak voice acting.
The bat ain't showing up. You all right if we ice these guys?
Yeah, what the hell? Let's do this.
He says we can kill him.
Guys, look, I'm on TV. Hi, Ma.
Hey, Vicky, come here, baby. Get a shot of this.
Ayo, coining the third star for that comment. And he's actually waving to the camera when he says that.
The hostages are safe. I need to hurry to the penthouse and stop the Joker.
I guess that means the hotel guests are safe too? Always found this a bit of clunky writing since the goons kept making comments about it before, so I don't know. One of my favorite shots in the game right here. Funny enough, it was my background photo on my phone when this game first came out.
Ha ha ha, it's like they always say, when it's dirty, call the butler. Oh wait, is this thing live? Disregard that, Master Wayne.
I've never seen anything like this.
I love these lines they give Bruce. It makes him feel so much more human because he's just in pure shock at what this Joker guy is really capable of. It's also really solid writing to establish how dangerous Joker is and how unprepared even Batman is for someone like him.
Good lord! I don't believe it! Tell me we're still getting this!
Yeah, we're still live.
I swear, they keep getting lazier and lazier with these shots. Like, come on! The helicopter was away from the building in one shot, and then the very next, it suddenly turns more to the left.
And now it appears the Batman has been blown from the building by the blast and is somehow hanging from the bottom of our helicopter. Wait, what's this? Several armed men have gathered on a balcony.
Those men have guns. We gotta go.
We wait for him to jump.
It's not worth it, Vicky.
We wait till he jumps or you'll be working traffic from now on, you hear me?
Damn, Vicky can be a cold-hearted piece of work when she wants to be, but it fits her character since she's the only one who cares about the story. We saw the same thing back in Arkham City too.
On and off unconfirmed sightings with no recorded video. We've seen the Bat twice tonight and caught him on film. Could this be the turning of a new leaf for the mysterious vigilante? Is he about to become a public figure? One thing's for sure, after what I've seen him do tonight, he's on his way to becoming a household name.
Wow, what a creative shot. This is one of those moments that instantly comes to mind when I think of this game. It's just so memorable and unique.
Sir, I've just seen the explosion at the Gotham Royal on the news. The hotel guests, are they safe?
Not now, Alfred.
Sir, are you all right? Your voice...
I'm fine, Alfred. I've dealt with psychopaths before, but this...
Sir, I strongly suggest you call in Captain Gordon. He could be a valuable ally for you.
I don't need any allies.
You could cut the tension with a knife between these two. Alfred just being the best dad, checking in, making sure Bruce is okay. And clearly he's not, since he just brushes off Alfred's concerns and advice about asking for help. It's also a bit of jab to Alfred when he said he doesn't need any allies, when clearly Alfred is one since he's been saving your ass all night, Bruce.
I see the Joker's men here have been eliminated. Good work. But remember, our primary objective is the Bat. We must remain vigilant.
He will not get past us. And this is the only way to the penthouse.
We can hope you're right, but only time will test your words.
It's a really interesting choice to bring Bane's men into the story here. I wasn't expecting the first time I played this, since Bane always feels like the type to work alone, but clearly not, because he's got his men keeping Joker's crew in check by straight up killing them. I like how this shows Bane has more power and influence than we initially thought. It's a great story beat for Bane's character that I think a lot of people would probably brush off. I always wonder where Bane was going. Maybe to check on his men? And coin in the thirst jar because it's a new scene with him in it.
Nice of you to drop in. And just in time.
He's my Basil.
Remember, you gave your word.
You have 1 minute.
Alright, I'm gonna see if he keeps his word and put a timer right here. And also, I just love how Bane just steps over Batman's body like it's absolutely nothing. That's just pure gold.
Do they even have manners where he comes from? You see, it's a tradition in my house to open one present each on Christmas Eve. How about this one?
How many lives did you just take?
None. I think that was just a little stocking stuffer. A construction site blocking my view. But this one isn't.
Bane was 5 seconds early, but regardless, this is such an incredible scene here. Joker trying to mess with Batman mentally by blowing up a building while singing a verse from 12 Days of Christmas. And Batman's just furious thinking Joker just killed thousands of people. I also love the foreshadowing in this moment. Joker has the upper hand while Batman's holding him in that position. By the end of the game, the tables have turned. Batman has the upper hand in that exact same position. Great writing here. Also, is it possible to hit Joker more than twice here? I went back about 3 times, it could only ever land 2. If anyone knows, leave a comment.
I've long waited for this moment. With your death, I will find peace.
I love this shot of Bane holding Batman. It instantly reminds me of Nightfall, my all-time favorite comic, right before he breaks the bat. Such great symbolism. And I think Batman actually passed out from that hit, because he's not moving at all, unless he's just bracing himself for Bane to throw him.
And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, I present to you the death of the Batman.
Let us see what you can do.
Alright, Bane's time to shine. Definitely my favorite fight in the game, and probably my second in the entire series, with Freeze being number 1. And it's not just because I wholeheartedly adore this man, but it's because it's such an entertaining battle. It's often overshadowed by the final boss fight, since that one is known as the hardest, but honestly, I think this one is way more fun. The transition from the library to the outside was such a creative way to switch things up compared to the other boss fights. While the battle is pretty straightforward, it still can be a little tricky. I love how Bane starts off cocky, not even using his venom at first. Then eventually, he pulls off the coat and shows his full potential to Batman. Just a great immersive fight that makes you feel like Batman. But Bane as a character in this game is on a whole new level compared to his other appearances in media. As a huge fan of the Nightfall comics, I can confidently say this is the best Bane we have ever seen in media. Arkham Origins nails his essence, bringing to life a character who's both physically a powerhouse and a tactical genius. This Bane studies Batman, outsmarts him, and even uncovers crashes a Batcave, something no other villain in the series pulls off. Unlike his appearance in Asylum and City, where he's more brute than brains, Origin delivers a Bane who's Batman's equal, balancing intelligence and strength in a way that feels true to the Nightfall source material. He's menacing, calculated, and unforgettable. What truly elevates this Bane is the phenomenal voice acting by J.B. Blanc. No shade to the other voice actor, but JB's performance is on another level. He doesn't just grunt or growl, he brings clarity, purpose, and danger to every line he says in the game. You can hear the strategy in his voice, setting this Bane apart from the typical monster muscle portrayed in other games and media. Instead of a cartoonish luchador or a power tank, JB gives us a grounded human Bane with a precise, chilling tone. Blanc captures Bane's Nightfall roots perfectly, educated, multilingual, and militant. His performance fits the darker, grounded tone of Arkham Origins, and it complements Roger Craig Smith's gritty, early career Batman perfectly. In short, Arkham Origins gives us the ultimate Bane, a powerhouse with a brilliant mind, a commanding presence, and a voice that just, let's be real, absolutely swoon-worthy. This isn't just the Bane we needed, it's the Bane we deserved. Take it off, take it off. Put it back on, put it back on. Nice detail here on the scanner. When Bane's on the Venom, he's agitated, but when he's not, he's a bit calmer. Another detail I love, when Bane hits you normally, it's not too impactful, but once he's on Venom, every punch leaves a mark. It's a subtle, easy miss, but it really sells a difference.
I won't stand by and watch you kill yourself. I'm calling Captain Gordon.
No, not now.
Alfred is totally in full parental mode here, and honestly, I don't blame him. Bruce is way over his head right now.
It was the night before Christmas, it all through the house. Not a creature was stirring, not even a... Oh, well, a bat was stirring, but a few more blows to the head and he won't be anymore.
When I'm done with him, I'll be coming for you, payaso loco.
I love that comment. Bane is just so pissed and annoyed at him. Great stuff. I hate his little Venom run. It's so hard to get out of it when you're stuck in a corner. Frickin' hacks right here.
You just ran out of time.
The line that gave him away. Such great foreshadowing, because if you remember, that was the first line he said in the game.
Just ran out of time.
The line that made Bane figure out it's him. Even Bane tilts his head slightly, like he's heard that line before. Great attention to detail.
Now this is what I call a party!
This rooftop's getting too hot.
I'll say it is. I need to calm down. I do like how Bane checks to make sure that was not blood he felt on his skin, since he technically got shot.
You got up easy.
Just where do you think...
Coin and a third star for the cheeky smirk he gives here.
Where do you think you're going, huh?
I like the detail we briefly see Bane's Lieutenant Bird just chilling in the helicopter. Kind of cool since we see him later on in the side missions.
Oh, back for more, eh? Now, why would you do that? Newsflash, I'm the one who's trying to kill you. Those were two very, very bad men. The things they've done, you really don't want deserved death. Just like
I don't think I need to explain why this scene is so good. We all know why Batman saves him. What I love is how Joker is completely baffled by this decision. Why would someone he's trying to kill bother saving him? It's such an amazing moment that really kicks off the relationship and officially sparks Joker's obsession with Batman.
Don't move, freak! I think he's talking to you. Ah! Got him!
Take him down! Down!
Let me guess. He got away.
Ooh, the slight eye roll from Brandon here. Nice touch.
Where'd he go? Huh? The Bat. Your partner. My partner?
Who else would jump off a building to save your sorry ass?
You know, officer. I was wondering the same thing myself.
Wow, ooh, I get chills from that line. Seriously, Troy Baker does not get enough credit for this performance. It's just so good.
Welcome to Blackgate. We're gonna do a quick psychiatric evaluation. Bad day, huh? Cops in this city. Always beating on the sick and defenseless.
Really, chick? Look at him. Are you really going to defend this man? I mean, I get that it shows she already feels a bit of pity for him, but honestly, I think this is kind of a stretch.
Tell me something, dear. Have you ever had a really bad day?
He said the thing! He said the thing!
And what do you mean by that?
You of all people should know. There's nothing so cruel as memory. The pointy, biting little thunderbolts, unwanted party crashers screaming through your synapses. Inescapable, unrelenting, not at all friendly.
I really like the setting and atmosphere in this scene, why Joker explains the meaning behind his words. It's very well done. Him being on stage makes perfect sense since he sees a world that way, with the audience full of nut jobs, because that's probably how he views pretty much everyone. I also love the mannequins with TV screens on their head. It feels like a nice callback to Arkham Asylum. At least that's what I think they were going for here.
You can't even escape into madness. And then you meet someone who changes your life.
Like the quick detail, it says we're in a comedy club.
And you feel that you don't even know who you are anymore.
Who is this guy?
Isn't it funny how one little encounter can cleave off little pieces of your past, deform your memories and persona until you rethink your whole identity? And as you realize how foolish it all is, your laughter reverberates off the walls of your own emptiness.
Okay. I'm gonna need more specifics. How about we try some word association?
That sounds delightful.
Acceptance.
Oh, now that's a little trite, isn't it?
Look, I'm only doing this to help you. Let's try this again. Acceptance.
My favorite stage.
It's incredibly interesting to hear what's going on inside Joker's mind as we play as him. I think they did this to put his chaotic, brutal nature on full display, while also giving us a deeper understanding of his past. It's a standout moment, one I find extremely memorable in this game, and honestly, Troy Baker's performance here is award-worthy, especially when paired with Tara Strong's Harleen Quinzel. The two of them together, absolutely chef's kiss for the whole scene. This little brushing off the clothes animation is the exact same one Bruce uses in Arkham City.
Okay. One more. And I need you to be serious for this one.
That guy is extremely strong. He didn't even have to touch Joker to shove him.
Fate.
You want to know something funny? I used to think of fate as evil. Predetermined, not by some higher power, no, but by the rules of human nature. But tonight, it's all changed.
What's changed?
Have you ever had the feeling that your entire life has been building towards this one moment?
Is that how you feel?
Well, now, yes. Now I realize that all the battles, the bad days, the brutalities, it was all the hand of fate.
There's just so much thought-provoking material to dive into here. It almost makes you stop and reflect on your own life. Like maybe we're all just building towards one single defining moment we can't even see coming. That's very much how Joker seems to feel in this scene. Like everything he's done has been leading up to him meeting Batman. Personally though, I've always believed it's about the journey and not the destination. The little choices, the experience, the people we meet along the way. That's what shapes us, not just one final moment.
So now you see fate differently?
Absolutely. Now I understand. There are no chance encounters. It was all meant to be. Everything leading up to who I've met tonight.
So you've met someone special?
Yes. And you might say it's changed everything.
The writing here is fantastic. It's such a clever twist because Joker and Harley are having two completely different conversations. Harley thinks he's opening up about her, when in reality, he's clearly talking about Batman. The double meaning adds so much depth to the scene.
Absolutely. I mean, do you realize what a vile world we live in? How lonely it is to wade through all that wretched filth on your own?
It is kind of lonely, isn't it?
Well, if you subscribe to my channel, you'll find we build a great community of fans and fellow nerds to talk with, so you'll never feel like you're geeking out alone. I'm also aiming to grow our Bat family to 10,000 strong by the end of the year, and I'd love for you to be a part of it.
Of course, you understand. Even in a crowd of other screwballs, you're so alone that you can kick, claw, yell, scream at the top of your lungs. No one cares. It's like you don't even exist. I feel... Sometimes I feel like I'm trapped on this path leading nowhere, into just emptiness. But now...
Now you feel like you've got someone by your side to share the journey with you.
Yes. Yes! And this person has shown me an exit ramp on this road to madness. A way to a far more interesting place.
Wow, that's not the right line. I forgot just how amazing the environment and level design are in this part. They really went all out, and I'm glad they did because it perfectly sells Joker's realization of his obsession with Batman. I honestly didn't even remember the card throwing in the scene, but it's such a cool detail, almost like a twisted mimic of Batman's batarang. Even the animation style is different from how Batman throws.
And how does that make you feel?
I feel adrift, floating, like someone's pulled the stopper on my reality, and I'm sucked down the drain into something new. It's all very exciting, really.
I bet a lot of you thought this was just a heart they were showing, but if you stop and really take a long look, it actually resembles a baby in the womb, with the feet above and the head below. I think that was intentional, symbolizing Joker's being reborn through his connection with Batman. It's like they were showing us that this meeting didn't just change his life, it created a whole new version of himself.
You wouldn't know what that feels like, I'm sure.
I might. Can you tell me more about how this person makes you feel?
It's like meeting someone I can actually relate to. Which, believe me, dear, I've never felt before. You understand. You're someone who's not afraid to let go and fall. Free falling. And I didn't pack a chute.
Honestly, I can totally relate to this. Meeting people who connect with you in more ways than one. Sometimes you have to let go of fear and be open to trying new things if you really want to get to know them better. And I'm not just talking about dating, but even simple friendships. It can be tough, but every once in a while you just need to take that leap of faith. Though I still recommend a parachute to be on the safe side, unlike Joker.
You know what I mean?
Yes. Yes, I do.
I figured you would.
So, may I ask, who is this person?
Oh, someone very, very special. But whose real name I don't even know yet.
My name's Holleen. Holleen Quinzel.
What a pretty name. Do your friends call you Holly?
Oh, I don't have a lot of friends.
Well, Holly, you got one now.
I know a lot of people argue that Joker's manipulating her in this scene, and maybe there's a little bit of that going on, but the audience clearly sees that he's actually talking about himself and his relationship with Batman. Harley just assumes he's talking about her. Combine that with her own tremendous loneliness, and despite being a professional, she shouldn't be giving into this behavior like this, especially when it's coming from someone so clearly unhinged. Still, I get it. Plenty of people fall for sweet words and compliments like these. At the end of the day, it's open to interpretation. I like how we're watching Batman silently processing everything he just witnessed with Joker. No words, just the echo of Joker's laughter filling his head. It really speaks volumes about how he wishes things had turned out differently in that scene, maybe even better. It's a powerful character moment that I think a lot of people tend to brush off here.
Why would you do that? Newsflash! I'm the one who's trying to kill you!
There's no need for this. The worst kind of criminal.
Wait. Why do you do what you do?
Master Bruce?
I adore the scene. Sure, it might feel repetitive to keep revisiting the night Bruce's parents were killed, but we have to remember, at this point in time, Bruce still hasn't fully come to terms with their death. Joker's words and actions pull him right back into that trauma, since Joker killed two people practically in front of him, echoing that same night. On top of that, Barbara and Jim Gordon's voices fill his head with doubts and concerns about why he keeps doing this. But then Alfred's words break through. They ground him. Just like I mentioned in the beginning, Alfred is always there to steady Bruce, even if he doesn't realize it yet. Also, a funny little glitch here. Young Bruce's shoes are actually stuck into the ground, and then right after the gunshot, they magically pop back up to normal.
It might be a bit anticlimactic, but I hoped you might finally be ready to celebrate Christmas Eve, now that the Joker's behind bars.
Bane is still out there. I've got to locate the signal from the tracker I placed on him.
Even you must eat, sir.
If you hadn't called the police, he'd already be in custody.
Dispatch, this is Delta 47.
You know, I made a promise of my own to your parents.
No sign of any casualties.
Not now, Alfred.
Ooh, did you catch that? Bruce quickly drops his facade for just a second, showing a bit of vulnerability and worry, like he genuinely wanted to know what it was. But of course, he shuts it down right after, and slips right back into being the big, broody Batman we all know.
Some kind of hopped-up freak. Must have been 400 pounds of muscle. Took 6 cops to gun that bastard down. Yeah, I saw the body in the morgue. Couldn't believe it.
Sounds like this could be Bane or one of his men. If I hurry to the GCPD morgue, I can inspect the body and the autopsy report.
Well, before you leave, I've run some tests on the compound you found at the steel mill. Looks like a match for your globular projectile for non-lethal restraint.
You mean the glue grenade?
Indeed. The resin has finished curing. It's at your workbench.
Is it just me, or are they awkwardly standing way too close to each other? Also, even though Alfred is clearly concerned and frustrated with Bruce, he still makes it a point to help him, like a real parent would.
Of course, I'd recommend testing it here in the lab before you go, but I'm sure you won't listen to me. You never do.
You tell him, Alfred. Also, the dinner magically disappears.
So I take it you won't be testing it, then?
It's called field testing, Alfred.
I can't get enough of Alfred's sassiness. It's superb.
Master Bruce, stop! Master Bruce! Bruce, I will not in good conscience allow you to go. You're outmatched by these assassins.
What?
You're not some hardened vigilante. You're a young man with a trust fund and too much anger. You're in over your head, and I don't want this to be your end.
Alfred, who do you see when you look at me? The boy whose shoes you used to tie every morning? The teenager you drove to his first date? While you are here every night, I am out there. The only thing between the innocent and the predator. No, not maybe. I am. When the mugger or the thief stops to think twice, that is fear. That is what I am. That is why they hired assassins, because I am the reason the criminals breathe easier when the sun rises. So no, Alfred, I am not in over my head. Tonight will not be my end, but it will be theirs.
Finally, we reach the scene that has often hailed as the fan favorite of the game, and from what I've heard, maybe even in the entire franchise. And honestly, I don't think I even need to explain why. For me personally, this is one of the most character-defining moments in any Batman story, maybe even across all media. It also cements why I consider this game to have the best storyline in the whole franchise. This is the moment where Bruce openly explains to Alfred the very reason he became Batman. This scene also cements Alfred as the best dad in all of the comics. He's frustrated with Bruce, yes, but that frustration comes from love. He cares for him the way any parent would. Alfred isn't afraid to show that, even when it puts him in odds with Bruce. What makes this hit even harder is when Bruce questions why Alfred sees him this way. And it's because, to a parent, you'll always be the kid they raise. No matter how old you get, they're always worried. I know when I have kids someday, I'll probably always see them as the babies I raise and never stop worrying either. That's why I completely understand Alfred's side here. But what makes Alfred so great is that he also takes a step back and recognizes what Bruce needs to let him walk his path as Batman. It's that balance of parental love and acceptance that makes Alfred one of the greatest father figures in all of media. I have to give major kudos to Martin Jarvis and Roger Craig Smith for this scene. The way they bounce off each other is just perfect. I actually saw an interview from when this game first released back in 2013 where they mentioned recording most of their lines together, and you can really tell here. Their chemistry between them makes this moment land even harder. I could gush about the scene all day, but we'll be here forever. We all know why it stands out. It's such a powerful, character-defining moment for both Bruce and Alfred's relationship. And once again, it's scenes like this that reminds me why I truly believe this is the best story in the entire Arkham franchise. And I cannot wait to hear your thoughts about it in the comments below.
I trust you realize you can't just waltz into the GCPD after everything that's happened there tonight.
I know I can't do that. I'll have to find a way in that'll avoid detection.
Indeed. Look, I'm sorry about what I said before you left. I hope you understand. It's just because...
It's okay. I understand.
Because he loves you, Bruce. Come on, let him say it. I'll admit, I get a little teary-eyed hearing this tender moment from Alfred. It's so perfectly in character for him. I've seen a lot of people online saying they wish this scene didn't happen because it would have made saving Alfred's life hit even harder. But I have to disagree. Sure, that would have worked, but it's not in Alfred's character to hold a grudge or wait to say how he feels later on. He's always been the type to speak from the heart. I was raised to always tell your family I love you before they leave, because you never know if it might be the last time you see them. And I like to think that's what Alfred is doing here. And to me, it really drives home that Bruce shouldn't take Alfred for granted.
What was I thinking working on Christmas Eve? I should be at home in bed with a sandwich, a beer, and my girl.
I love these moments when the henchmen suddenly stop and realize, wait, why the hell am I even doing this?
Think they work for one of the assassins? Guy named Bane. The one who tried to take out Joker. What do they look like? Rough? Prison tats? Actions? Not from around here, that's for sure. They taking over turf? Not from what I've seen. Mostly asking about the bat. Have we seen him? Where can they find him? You know, stuff like that. So they're helping Bane get the bounty. money. After what happened earlier, I don't think Bane gives a crap about the money. Whatever his beef is with the Bat, it's personal.
Really interesting story beat here. The henchman points out that Bane isn't in it for the money at all. What he really wants is Batman dead. And we even hear it straight from Bane himself.
I've long waited for this moment. With your death, I will find peace.
That line alone tells you everything about his obsession.
So you're saying Black Mask ain't dead? Nope. And he ain't the one who killed Loeb? Nope. And he ain't in control of his gang no more? Nope. And some new guy in town took his gang over and did all that stuff? Yup. And that's the guy who was trying to blow up the station? Yup. And he's in Blackgate now? Yup. So who's in control of Black Mask's gang? You ever shut up? Nope.
I forgot about this dialogue. It's simple, yet clever. I like how with the glue grenade that looks like a sheet over his head on the scanner, he's like a spooky ghost. Ooh, what the hell am I doing?
The victim was dosed with a chemical that caused temporary deformation of his physiology. I'll need to check the autopsy report to find out more. Interesting. The victim was using a powerful compound with many similarities to the street drug Venom at the time of his death. It changes the user's muscle and bone structure, greatly enhancing strength for a temporary period. It appears that whatever this compound is, it reduces mental capacity in several ways, including severe damage to the brain's memory center. Prolonged use could seriously compromise the user's memory.
I remember first playing this and thinking it was oddly specific to mention brain damage here. It immediately got the ball rolling in my head that this detail was definitely going to come back later. Otherwise, why would they bring it up right now? I've always loved this little mistake. This is clearly the same photo of Cash's family we see later in Asylum and City, which is set 10 years after this. Judging by his kids' ages in this picture, they shouldn't even be born yet. It would have been fun to get a small cameo from Cash in this game, maybe as a rookie, but it makes sense that he's not included since he plays such a big role in Arkham Knight. Plus, they probably wanted Harvey to shine a bit in this game anyway.
Where is Bird? Should he not be here helping? This is a critical time.
Bane gave him other orders. Concern yourself only with the orders Bane has given to you.
Very well. Do you think he will pick many more volunteers for the trials?
I cannot say. Are you on the list?
I am third in line.
Good luck to you, mi hermano. Hopefully the formula will be perfected by the time it comes to you.
My life is Bane's to command. It will be an honor to lay it down for his cause.
Then I pray you do not freeze before you get your chance.
Damn this city.
There's a lot to unpack here. The fact that he has men willing to lay down their lives for this so-called cause shows he's got way more loyal followers than we might have thought. And then, on top of that, he's experimenting on them just to perfect the formula for himself. Absolutely barbaric. Yet I still have that whisper in my heart telling me I can still change him for the better. A girl can dream. Oh my gosh. How? This might be the worst glitch I've seen in the whole series. Like, how does he even get to that point? This man literally turns into Clayface and he's stuck in the wall.
Project TN1. Looks like Bane's experimenting with a new form of Venom. Whatever it is, it must be what caused the physiological changes I saw in the corpse back at the GCPD. Some of this research is dedicated to overcoming his own addiction and dependency on Venom. He can't survive without it. Impressive work, but it looks like Bane hasn't found a way to counter the damaging side effects this compound has on the brain's memory centers.
Once again, they really show the brains behind Bane here. He's not just some brute force. He's clearly trying to find a way to overcome his addiction and counter the side effects of TN1. It's such great writing for Bane's character, and honestly, I think a lot of people tend to overlook this in this game. Such an amazing scene. I love it because there's zero dialogue, yet we can still read exactly what Bruce is thinking. First he's confused, then a bit surprised, and then shocked and angry, and finally a bit worried and scared. Like, oh no, He knows. The animation and motion capture here do such a great job selling on all these emotions without a single word.
Alfred, Bane knows who I am. You're not safe at Wayne Manor.
Got it. I'll call the police.
No, I can't risk them discovering my identity as well. Just secure yourself in the Batcave.
What are you going to do?
I'm on my way to you. I'll figure something out. I need to get back to the Batcave, and quickly.
The concern in that last line says it all. You can almost feel the millions of thoughts racing through his head in that moment. Listening to Roger's amazing deliveries here make me wonder, are we even hearing the same guy when people say he wasn't a good Batman in this game? Like, come on, he nailed the grit and the heart.
Repeat, suspect is airborne in a jetpack, armed with a flamethrower. Multiple hostages on the Pioneers Bridge.
Firefly. He must not know Joker's behind bars, and he's putting those people in danger to get to me.
Delta 6-5 to dispatch. Who's the OIC at Pioneers?
Captain James Gordon is the officer in charge.
Well, we all knew this was coming. Firefly was still out there cooking something real nice for Batman.
And if the cops try anything stupid, kill a few hostages.
Sure thing. And, how long before we set the timers on the bombs?
Not until the bat shows. We'll wait all night if we have to. There's $50 million riding on this.
It just dawned on me. This is actually the first time we hear Firefly's voice, even though we already seen glimpses of him in the game. And in just 2 lines, they captured his character perfectly. I'll dive more into him once we actually get to his fight.
Alfred, Firefly has hostages on the Pioneers Bridge. I need to deal with him before coming back.
Can't you just let the police handle Mr. Linz? Especially in light of what we've just learned.
I can't abandon those hostages. They're in jeopardy because of me. Because of the bounty Joker placed on my head. They'll be safe in the Batcave.
I honestly feel for Alfred here. He's all alone, and now he's genuinely shaken by the news he just received. His response feels perfectly human, and it really drives home his vulnerability in this moment. Kind of a neat detail that you can see Firefly's flames in the distance before the cutscene.
Listen up. The bat is here. It's just one of those stinking pigs that's putting on this bridge. Set the timer. We'll blow them all to hell.
I never knew he said woohoo there until I saw the subtitles. Too bad they cut it halfway.
Gordon would never order a breach if he knew about Firefly's bombs. I've got to stop him before he sends his men into a trap.
Dispatch, this is Marine 4. Where's the tactical command post? We're supposed to report to Gordon.
TCP is inside the center pillar at the base of the bridge.
10-4.
I really like how Bruce gives Gordon a bit of hope with that line. It shows that Bruce is willing to offer some trust in order to earn Gordon's in return. Also, this music is totally giving me Asylum flashbacks with the quick violins that were happening when we had to subdue the snipers in the beginning. Just a nice callback if you ask me.
He's a cop, Harvey. He'll do his job.
There's a hint of remorse in that line, almost like Gordon knows Brandon is gunning for him, but he still hopes Brandon will choose to do the right thing. It's a really interesting character moment tucked into what could have just been a throwaway line.
Don't send in your men. Firefly has the bridge rigged with explosives.
Show yourself.
Brandon and Gordon, we're in place.
You have a go.
No! Call them back. If Firefly blows the bridge, there's no telling how many will die.
You're the reason those people are in danger. He's doing this for the bounty on your head. Give yourself up.
I'm going to bring in Firefly myself. Don't send anyone else in until I tell you it's safe.
You'll stay the hell out of this. You hear me?
The popping animation is really noticeable in this scene. It almost feels like it was added in the last minute. The way it's shot too just comes off really awkward, at least in my opinion. It's nice of Batman to at least warn Gordon, but of course, the second Gordon refuses to give him an inch, Batman's walls go right back up.
Brandon, report.
Captain Gordon, I told you. The only person I want set foot on this bridge is the Batman. Test me again.
Damn it. Anyone have eyes on Brandon? All units, maintain your positions. No one else goes in without my order.
Ooh, a throwaway detail that I found with my misclick. When Batman slides away, you can barely hear the radio anymore. Also, another cool detail, you can watch Gordon run off screen. Wow, some of these henchmen actually make really good points. Stuff you really don't even think about until they bring it up.
So, what are you gonna do with
boats. You can all quit your daydreaming. My boy over in Black Mask's crew said the bounty's off.
What?
Said the guy who put up the bounty's behind bars.
Black Mask?
Nah, some other guy.
Man, you're crazy. Everyone knows Black Mask put up the bounty.
Sounds like your boy don't even know who put up the bounty in the first place. Believe whatever you want. I got my sources.
I seriously can't get enough of these guys. They're so entertaining in this game. Also, you ever think that line, "Buy me a boat," might actually inspire that Chris Jansen song? Just got me wondering. One thing I noticed is how certain areas have gargoyles shaped to match the setting. Like near the bay, they're shaped like shrimp. At the bank, they're wolves. And even at the hotel, they almost look like a hybrid between griffins and hyenas. It's a really cool bit of design detail in this game.
How many bombs are on this bridge? Four! One here, one directly above us, in the bridge sublevel, and one more on each end of the bridge. Those are the big ones. That's all of them, I promise.
Then I promise you a good...
Jeez, this guy's really choking up of how terrified he is of Batman. The voice acting of the Origins goons is honestly fantastic. They really sell how afraid of Batman they are. Gosh, I hate the timers on the passcode. I'm so happy they brought those back in this game. At least they're stupid easy though. Just thinking of anything fire related, you can hack whatever Firefly sets up.
You just gonna stand there? Untie me. You've been after the bounty on my head all night.
Just like Roman, if you wait around too long, Brandon starts calling you some not so nice names.
Untie me, you self-righteous son of a bitch! Untie me, you freak!
It's never Sionis. The Joker put up the bounty, and now he's behind bars.
I heard, but I still got a score to settle with you.
I'm giving you the rest of the night off. You took an oath to uphold the law. When I see you again, I expect you to be following that oath to the letter.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Man, it feels so good landing a hit on Brandon, and I love how the other officer is just like, yeah, I'm good, because he clearly knows better than to double cross him. Why does he say it like that? I swear, I'm putting a coin in a thirst jar before something explodes inside him from how excited he sounded.
You gotta let us out of here. I ain't gotta do a damn thing, lady. What's the matter? You don't want to get blown up? We're animals. I ain't the one in a cage, lady. Me? I'm like the zookeeper. And y'all are a bunch of baboons.
Let us out!
A bunch of angry, annoying baboons.
I guess Batman's cape feels the same way. Definitely not a fan of being trapped in a cage.
Central bomb to Firefly, come in. Someone's lowered the fire door on the north side. We could get trapped.
That's probably because...
We all know why he wants to be left alone.
Gordon, open the fire door in the train depot so I can disarm Firefly's bomb at the north end of the bridge.
Get off this frequency, now!
Listen, I'm on my way to disarm the bomb at the south end. Have this door open by the time I get back.
You let me do my job, and stay the hell out of my way!
I love how Batman keeps reaching out to Gordon for help, even when it feels pointless. It shows that he's at least trying, and sometimes that really matters. Actions speak louder than words.
Alfred, there's a fire door blocking my progress. I need codes to get past it.
The police should have access to those codes. Perhaps Captain Gordon...
Gordon won't cooperate. I'm heading to get the other bomb. Get those codes to me by the time I'm done.
Right. I'll do my best.
I love that line from Alfred. It sounds like he just got smacked by Bruce with a dose of pure motivation to do his job.
Is everyone okay in there?
Yes, thanks to you.
You can escape down through the central pillar. Soon as I clear the room, head out.
You're the Batman.
You'll find the police at the base of the central column.
Screw the police. You saved us. You're a hero.
Just get yourself and the others to safety as soon as I'm gone.
I love how genuinely grateful these people seem to be. It's something we don't see often in the series. Sure, it happens a couple of times here and there, but it's nice to see such a genuine moment of appreciation, especially since this is the first time people are really seeing Batman. I've always loved this part when I was replaying this as a kid. I thought it was such a creative section, climbing through the rubble, trying not to get burned. It's tense, but really clever. Just once again with some great level design.
Wait a minute, there's someone moving around down there. Possible Batman spot, tracking target. Negative, stay to your assigned patrol. If Firefly spots your target, he can set off his bombs. Roger that.
You just know that guy was trying to capture Batman for the Vine. The dialogue here gets cut off too early, but the subtitles reveal the line, "The Bat, he flies, you know." I love how they describe his gliding as actual flying. It just cracks me up.
Heard about the Falcones? What about them? Hey, word on the street is the Penguin's pushing them out of the gun trade.
Penguin, huh? I always thought that guy was a chump. Who's the Penguin? See, that's exactly my point. No one's even heard of this guy. And he's messing with the Falcones?
Oh, he's going places, man. Heard he's looking for some muscle, too. I might sign up. Count me in. Anyone who can push old man Falcone around is my kind of guy. Yeah, sure. I'll let you know.
Ooh, I really like this little story beat we get at Penguin. Most people probably already forgot he was even in the game since we already beat him up in the first half. It's good lore for the series since he does become a staple. Honestly, that conversation kind of wraps up his whole TV show in a nutshell, too.
So, shouldn't we be, guarding the bomb? What's your problem? I got $50 on this fight. You serious? On who? Larry? Who else? Larry? I'll take a piece of that action. You're on.
What kind of match are we talking about here, gentlemen? Yeah, probably one for the thirst star to be safe. Kind of random to have a fighting ring down here, but hey, I guess it's one way to pass the time. Still, how long have these guys been down here to set up this whole match and scoreboard? I see you, Firefly, sneaking your logo in there. I guess marketing is pretty important, even in a time like this. Low-key, that's actually a pretty cool detail they added.
Sir, I have those fire door codes you asked for.
Okay, I'll call you when I'm at the door.
I also thought I'd let you know the hostages you released have escaped. They're telling tales of a hero who saved their lives.
I'm not looking for praise, Alfred.
I figured you'd say that. Would it kill you to lighten up a bit, sir?
Well, excuse me, Batman. I don't know why I became so sexy.
It wasn't the cops. And who was it? It's gotta be the Bat. You see, the Bat knocked these guys out, defused these bombs and released the hostages? Impossible. It's only one guy.
And from what I hear, he's got the strength of 10 men.
Please, don't give me that baloney. He's only one guy, and there's no way one guy could have done all this.
I love how the rumors about Batman are already spreading through the henchmen. You know, Firefly, you have like the perfect shot of Batman, yet instead you just hover over there and watch. Clearly, I think your brain is fried.
You wanna die? In the quick, incinerating flash of an explosion? Or nice, slow burn?
The Joker's behind bars. There's no more prize money. You can give up now or I can make you surrender. Your choice.
Don't hate me, Batman. I just want to melt your face.
I don't think I've ever heard that line before. That's amazing. And the best part is you could just stand there as long as you want and he'll keep repeating it to you. All right, Firefly's time in the spotlight. Honestly, he was quite a surprise to me. I forgot how entertaining and chaotic his boss fight is. I can't even decide if I prefer his over Copperhead since their styles are so different. Copperhead is very hands-on while Firefly is all about distance and throwing objects. I will admit this fight does get a pretty easy and a bit repetitive once you realize you can just keep spamming the glue grenade. But what makes up for it is how entertaining Firefly is as a character. Personally, I didn't know much about Firefly before this, outside of that episode from the new Batman Adventures and a few comics. But I think he's a really fun addition to the Arkham series, and a big part of that comes from Crispin Freeman's performance. He absolutely nails it in this game. His take on Firefly is over the top, goofy, but still serious when the moment calls for. You can tell that he had a lot of fun with this role, and it makes Firefly stand out as a memorable part of the lineup. Plus, come on, his name Crispin. That's a match made in heaven for a fire-themed villain. I love that line. He sounds so disgusted. That totally sounds like he dropped the F-bomb, right? I might use that as a placeholder anytime I need to say that word. love this quick view of Firefly's face. We finally get a glimpse of just how scarred he is. Remember, Batman mentioned early on that 90% of his body's covered in burns, and this shot gives us just enough to imagine the rest. I actually like they didn't fully show it, because it lets the player's imagination fill in the blanks.
He did it. You mean the Bat? Don't give him too much credit.
It's always nice to see Harvey again. Some people say he only shows up in a couple of scenes, but he actually pops in a bit more than you might remember.
You didn't listen.
I'm not big on taking orders from wanted men.
I'm not big on taking orders from cops. I should have gotten to that last bomb.
Yeah. And I should have given you access to that security door. But between the two of us, we covered it pretty well.
I really love this brief conversation between Gordon and Batman. It's a moment when they start to tear down their walls and realize they can actually be allies. It's great character building for both of them in their origin stories, because they finally see that neither one of them is corrupt, like so many others around them. I also love the small detail of Batman handing Gordon the detonator that was going to set off the bombs, something Gordon probably needs for evidence. It's a nice little throwaway touch. And then there's that quick cheeky smile Gordon gives here. It totally reminds me of the one at the end of Arkham Asylum. Some things never change.
Alfred, I am in your house. Bruce.
I still get chills every time I hear Bane say, Bruce. It's so uncomfortable and so surreal to hear an Arkham villain call him by his real name. It reminds me of my all-time favorite moment in the Arkham series, when Harvey Dent says it in Arkham Knight.
So is it true? Bruce?
Both times, it's loaded with meaning. These aren't just enemies calling out a hero. They're people reminding us that underneath a cowl, there's still a man. It's personal, it's haunting, and it leaves you with goosebumps long after that line is spoken.
Bane, come home. Say your goodbyes. Once you've had time to turn grief to anger, then you'll be ready to face me. I have left enough life in him for some final words. If you hurry. Alfred!
Bane, you monster. As much as I adore you, I hate how you do this to the best dad. Still, every time you pop up on screen, that's another coin in the thirst jar. Also, the last time we see Bane with his mask on in this game.
Alfred! Alfred! My detective vision is down. Hang on, Alfred. Alfred.
The way he screams Alfred's name, that panic mixed with fear and sadness, is just perfect. You feel every ounce of Bruce's desperation in that one cry. Seriously, how did Roger never get an award for this performance? It's one of those moments that stay with you long after the credits roll. I'm so excited to see what he brings in Arkham Shadows. If he delivers that kind of raw emotion before, I can only imagine what's waiting for us in the next chapter.
No.
Yo, holy shit, he dead!
Alfred, you can't.
Don't add me to the weight you carry.
Sir, if you're ever feeling lonely, Cinnamon owes me a favor.
I love how Bruce reflects and realizes that Alfred's death hits him just as hard as losing his parents. At this point in the story, Alfred is the only real family. It's crushing because you see how empty his life would be without him. Later on, he starts building up his Bat family, but right now, in this moment, Alfred is all he has. And the thought of losing him is just revisiting that childhood trauma all over again. What a great callback to that little scene at the halfway point. At first it feels like a casual throwaway moment, but then it comes back in such a powerful way. It's extremely clever writing, and it shows how inspiration can come from anywhere. Not just for creativity's sake, but for survival. What seems like a small detail ends up becoming a life-saving purpose. And that's the kind of layered storytelling that makes this Arkham game so special.
I know I haven't always been supportive of what you do, but I understand now. Go. They need you out there.
I love how Alfred is barely hanging on, and yet he still tries to comfort Bruce. He tells him he finally understands why he became Batman. The first time I played this, I thought it was a little odd, like Alfred just randomly comes to terms with it after that earlier fight. But the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. It was the words Bruce said earlier in the fight, the people he saved on the bridge, and of course the fact that Batman just saved his life. All that came together at that moment and finally clicked for Alfred. It's such a powerful payoff to their earlier conflict.
I can't defend Gotham. I can't even defend my own home.
Okay, this is a minor nitpick, but I feel like Bruce should have had at least a bruise or some blood on his face. I mean, after the night he just had, it's kind of hard to believe he still looks this good. A little roughness would have sold me. Add even more weight to everything he went through this Christmas Eve.
Master Bruce.
Multiple casualties reported. Code 10. Repeat, code 10. Any available unit. Repeat, any available unit. Please respond.
I love when we see Bruce pause and reflect, when he has those doubts in himself. It makes him feel more human. It's a reminder that even someone as larger than life as Batman still carries the same weight and struggles we all do. Everyone has issues, everyone has doubts, and seeing Bruce wrestle with his own makes his character hit that much harder.
Now is not the time for doubt.
I can't do it. I can't stop them.
No, you can't. Not on your own. But it's high time you realize that you are a man, not an island. And a man's strength comes not from just brawn and intelligence, but also from his allies.
C1 alert. The Joker has escaped from his cell and is leading the riots at Blackgate. Repeat, the Joker has taken over the entire prison. Multiple casualties, multiple hostages. Again, we have lost Blackgate. Captain Gordon is calling on anyone for assistance.
They need you. No. They need us.
Woo! I get so hyped every time I watch this scene. I freaking love Alfred. Once again, this speech aligns perfectly with the incredible writing in this game. Alfred literally dies for a few moments, and the second he's back up, he's already putting Bruce first, just like a parent would. He puts Bruce's needs before his own and gives him that motivational push he needs. That speech is what finally breaks down Bruce's wall and gets him to realize it's okay to ask for help. And then the callback to the line, "No man is an island," from the very beginning, absolute genius. That's peak writing. I love when games and movies do this because it makes the whole story feel so narratively cohesive. What makes it even better is the balance. The last time we saw Bruce and Alfred, they were at each other's throats. Now they're on equal terms, stronger than before. That shift in their relationship makes this final chapter hit so much harder. And hey, just like Alfred says, no man is an island. So take his advice and hit that subscribe button. Help me reach 10,000 subs before the end of this year. I really appreciate the support. Like Hugo Strange once wrote, I will end it where it all begins. And that's exactly what happens here in Blackgate. We started the game in this place, and now it all comes full circle to end here.
Enough screwing around. Kill him, and let's get out of here.
Where's the fun in that? I got a score to settle with this one.
Well, we all got scores to settle, but it ain't worth getting caught on.
Yeah, put him out of that misery.
Pull that trigger, it's life in prison. What do you think I was serving, jackass?
That ain't gonna intimidate us. You gonna pull the trigger or what?
Just thinking of how to make their last moments as bad as they made life for us.
I forget sometimes just how goofy and funny the henchmen can be in these games. They crack jokes, they make you laugh, but then you remember, these are still criminals. At the end of the day, they've done some terrible stuff. That mix of humor and danger is what makes them feel so authentic to the Arkham world.
Thanks for... I could use your help. Captain Gordon's on his way. Secure the gates for him, then help him lock this place down. The Joker cannot be allowed out of here.
Yes, sir. We're on it. Prison Officer 47 to Captain James Gordon. What is your ETA at Blackgate?
About 5 minutes. You getting those gates open?
Be ready by the time you're here. I heard about what you've accomplished tonight, and what you've been through. You need anything else, we're here for you.
Good. We're both after the same thing. Let's get it done.
It's not true. The things they say about you. I had no idea.
I love how we see Batman actually asking for help here, taking to heart everything he's learned, and at the same time, the policemen are realizing that this vigilante is on their side. It's a turning point for both of them. Bruce learns he doesn't have to carry the weight alone, and the Gotham officers start to see him as an ally rather than just a masked threat.
I've been listening to the out of Blackgate. Everything okay?
I should be asking you that. How are you feeling?
Well, it's not every day that one's heart must be crudely resuscitated by defibrillation, but I must say I feel remarkably well, considering.
Good to hear. Any arrhythmia, let me know immediately.
Of course. But honestly, Bruce, I do think you have bigger things to worry about right now.
Y'all, I can't. Alfred is just the most amazing father figure in Bruce's life. So selfless and honestly downright adorable in the way he's always checking up on Bruce. And now, seeing Bruce turn around and make sure Alfred is doing okay too. I love this dialogue so much. It's so wholesome, it's heartfelt, and it perfectly shows the bond between them. I always like this little detail. When the pipes are clogged, the pressure makes them pop out somewhere else.
It's me again with a little Christmas reminder. If you all want to get out of here alive tonight, what are you going to do? Bring the bat! Very good. And how do I want this stocking stuffer delivered? Alive or dead? Alive! That's right! What good little elves you all are. Santa's going to have a nice surprise for you when he gets what he wants. Some of you might remember that 3 hours ago I was asking for that bat's severed head in a dainty little gift bag. Well, I don't want you thinking I'm capricious or anything. It's just that a lot's changed in my life recently. I'd love to tell you all about it, but I don't quite understand it myself. So let's just chalk it up as a Christmas miracle.
I find it so fascinating that Joker doesn't even fully understand himself, that deep down, he wanted to keep Batman alive. And at the start, he isn't quite that fully obsessed Joker we know yet. He's reckless, doing things he normally wouldn't, just to provoke a reaction out of Batman. Before Batman shows up, he didn't really have much to live for. He probably would have you-know-what himself without a second thought. But the second Batman stops him, everything changes. Suddenly, Joker has a new purpose. And that spark becomes the obsession that defines their entire relationship.
Game I like to call Kill or Be Killed. Here's how it works. You kill Batman, or I kill you.
She's telling the
Got
truth.
it?
They'd never give the codes to an intern. Shut your face, Pops, or I'll shut it for you. Permanently.
Just kill me and get it over with.
Think I'll make you suffer first. This whole city's going on a cramp.
It's a little hard to catch because Joker is talking over them, but one of the hostages says that they never give the codes to the interns. I'm not sure if that's fully true or if that guard was just saying that to save Harley's life. Either way, it's kind of messed up because later Harley just shrugs it off and says,
just kill me and get it over with.
Something is clearly already off with Harley here, and I can't wait to see how this plays out in Arkham Shadows.
So who feels like singing a Christmas carol, huh? Anyone? No?
I have nothing to add here, I just love this line, especially knowing that later we hear him singing during the credits.
Are you okay?
What's it to you?
You were almost killed.
Occupational hazard. Look, I know why you're here. He's in the Panopticon, and he's waiting for you.
It's really interesting to see the hints of remorse in Harley this early on. She walks and talks like she's tough, but you can tell it's partly an act. In a way, she almost feels jealous of Batman, especially when she says, Joker's waiting for you. It's subtle, but really smart buildup for her character writing in the future games. Also, I went back to check if she was wearing that mistletoe in the earlier scene. I think she was, it's just hard to spot. Makes me wonder if Joker gave it to her, since later on he mentions he's got mistletoe to hang.
They really need to boost security in this place. I mean, twice in one day?
Stay here where it's safe. The police will be here soon.
Okay. Please, stop the Joker. You're the only one who can.
Ooh, I really like that line. It's one of the first hopeful bits of praise we hear from the guards. After all the doubts and fears surrounding Batman up to this point, hearing even a small sign of respect feels huge. It's a turning point that shows Gotham starting to see him differently. Nice little detail, the security screens actually change often on each monitor, and they're completely unbreakable, just like Roman's was.
Where is my little bat gone? Oh, where can he be? His cowl, his scowl, his temper so foul. I hope that he's coming for me.
That's legit a banger. Almost as good as Jingle Bells, Batman Smells.
Apparently the Joker's afraid of me. Wouldn't let me out. And for good reason. I don't like having my time wasted.
You should have known trying to kill me was a waste of your time.
Well, you won't have to worry about that anymore. Not unless someone else puts up 50 million bucks.
I wasn't.
I've always liked how Deathstroke was only in it for the money. Not for the fame, not for bragging rights about being the one who killed the Bat. Just pure greed. And honestly, that's perfectly in line with his character. As much as I enjoy this scene, I do wish they had done it for all the assassins we captured. Imagine Copperhead or Firefly having their own unique dialogue here. It feels a little odd that Deathstroke is the only one who gets this treatment. I know they eventually add more touches like this in Arkham Knight, but it would have been such a fun detail here, showing how far we have come since the beginning of the story. I had no idea you could actually throw the glue grenades at the big henchmen. I always thought they were immune or just too big for it to work. But hey, don't knock it until you try it, as they say. It's a small thing, but finding out mechanics like this so late always makes this game feel fresh again.
Just a few more steps until you witness what I have in store for you. That your spine is just tingling with anticipation. I know mine is. Like a young boy obsessing over that big, mysterious present under the tree. And what a mystery it is. You may not realize this, but you really opened my eyes. Here I thought it was hitting level 10, the tippity top of the fun scale. Slaughtering gangsters, killing cops, exploding buildings. But now I know that the scale goes beyond 10, way beyond. How much is anyone's guess, but together, you and me, we are going to push it as far as it will go. So don't keep me waiting. If there's one thing I hate, it's an unsolved mystery.
I don't know why, but I love how Joker keeps reminding us that it's Christmas. There's a certain weird charm to it that I really like. It almost softens the chaos even while everything around him is pure madness. And then there's the moment where he admits to Batman that he's starting to become obsessed with him. That's huge. It's that spark of obsession that will define the relationship for years to come. And it's chilling to kind of hear those words out of his mouth. And back to the bucket with a face on it. Gotta love this detail. Remember, Joker did the exact same thing back in Arkham Asylum. It's such a fun little callback that ties his chaos personality together across the games.
Let
him go.
I understand you. You had a chance to let me die, and you didn't take it. I bet right now you're wishing you had. I've killed a lot of people. I brought the city to its knees, crippled the police force, and it's not even time to unwrap our presents.
Okay, this has always bothered me. Why is Joker looking off to the right here instead of straight down where Batman is? It almost feels like he's reading his lines for the first part, then after the cutaway, when it comes back to Joker, he's suddenly looking in the right direction. It's just a very odd mistake, and it's one of those things you can't unsee it once you know it's there, so I apologize that you can't unsee it now. And meanwhile, Warden Joseph, he's just done. This man has had a bad night and is absolutely not having any of it. Ooh, did you hear that? It sounds like opening scissors. I think they were trying to make a sharp knife sound since he's holding a knife and quickly moves it when he says zip it. Such a small sound cue, but it's neat once you catch it. I'll play it again so you can hear it.
Zip it!
Let's do this.
Okay. So,
I see you, Joker, just casually tossing the knife at his goon like it's nothing, and then the guy nervously catches it, clearly terrified he might grab the sharp end. Such a quick little bit of animation that adds so much personality to the scene. And yeah, I know Bane's on screen again. That means a coin in the thirst jar. Don't worry, I'll talk more about him in just a second.
what our friend Bane holds in his hand is a heart monitor. Once he clamps it on, every beat of his bacon little heart will charge the battery on this electric chair. And when it's fully charged... So either you kill Bane...
No, won't kill him. But you will. You will fight me with all your reserve, or you will die. Someone is going to die. You, me, or the clown. The question of which one of us it is in your hands.
find it engrossing that they just don't want Batman dead. They want him to kill someone. They're trying to break his morals almost as much as they're trying to break his body. It's like they want to hollow him out, turn him into an empty shell, and maybe even mold him into a villain like themselves. That idea doesn't get talked about enough, and it's such a chilling layer to the story. And on top of that, what a creative way to charge up the chair. That's some serious outside of the box thinking, and it perfectly fits these two characters with such different attributes working together. It honestly feels like something straight out of the comics or a movie. I just love it. One thing I will say I don't like about the scene is Bane's mask. It's just off. Which makes sense because animating his mask ripping apart when he injects the TN1 would probably be super difficult and time consuming, but part of me really wishes we had seen that. It could have been symbolic, a visual way of showing him losing control. Instead, he just kind of pops out like, what's good, and it feels random. Way less effective for an otherwise powerful scene. That said, I do like the scars on his face. They give off the vibe of his old comic look, almost like a nod to his past. But it also makes me wonder how exactly he got those scars. It's a cool detail, even if the execution around the mask wasn't perfect.
A compassionate man would be home, mourning the loss of his servant and lifelong companion right now. Yet here you are. Ha!
Damn, Bane just knows exactly what to say to shake Bruce up, especially since he thinks Alfred is dead. Part of me kind of wishes Bruce said something, but I get why he didn't. He probably didn't want to risk giving Bane a lead-in to shout out his identity during this fight. Still, it's so interesting we're fighting a villain who actually knows who he is. That makes this battle feel so much higher stakes than others. It's not just Batman versus Bane, it's Bruce Wayne versus someone who knows his deepest secret. Not much to say about this fight, it's basically the exact same encounter we had with Bane in the hotel. I'll say most of my thoughts for when we get to that fight, since that's the one that really stands out. I like the little detail the henchman chanting in the crowd. It adds this extra layer of atmosphere, like you're not just fighting in a vacuum, but surrounded by people who are part of the chaos. This moment is clearly calling back to the iconic Nightfall breaking of the bat. And while I love the reference, let's be real, there's no way anyone's getting up after that. I know he's Batman, but still, it stretches believability a little too far. A more realistic touch here would have made that moment hit even harder, instead of feeling a bit ridiculous.
Don't move! Maybe you shouldn't move.
Yeah, go Gordon! Also, I can't help but notice, I guess the goon on the right got tired of holding the knife because now the other guy is carrying it in the scene.
Oh, good lord. Careful, Jim. When that chair goes off, that's 2,000 volts. You won't make it.
You don't need to.
Jim. Have a seat, Jimbo. We'll fry together like two little potato latkes.
Look at that man. Joker already has a plan here. You can see it's written all over that smile. I also find it funny he gives this awkward little arm lock hug to Jim here.
I got a pulse.
I'll jumpstart your heart.
Kill you again. May you find the peace in death that you did not find in life.
I'm not looking for peace.
He's looking for justice. Also, Bane casually gives a eulogy to Batman here.
I can use my shock gloves to temporarily stop Bane's heart. It's my only hope.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. There's a reason Batman is the world's greatest detective. He always comes up with these brilliant plans that let him push forward without even breaking his moral code. That balance between strategy and principle is what makes him so compelling. I love this disgusted look Gordon gives to Joker here.
He did it!
The game is over, Joker. Let Captain Gordon go.
Yeah, put the gun down, freak.
How about I put you down?
It's hard to catch, but Batman actually yells Gordon in this moment. It goes by quick, so I'll play it again so you can hear it.
Well, that's the Christmas spirit. to stay and celebrate your victory, but I've got stockings to stuff, mistletoe to hang, and about 15 skyscrapers to blow up before sunrise. Ciao!
Thank God you had your vest on. He's got my gun.
I find it a little odd how Joker makes that threat here and then does absolutely nothing with it. Instead, he just bolts off to the church to basically pray. Feels like a bit of odd writing, like why even bring this up if nothing comes of it? And then there's Gordon, the man who just got shot, and the very first thing out of his mouth is, "He has my gun." Like, that's the most important thing right now. It's scary, sure, but also kind of hilarious that's Gordon's priorities right now.
Gordon, Joseph, I need your help to stop the Joker. Our help? You're the so-called vigilante. Or is one kill enough for you tonight? Bane's in cardiopulmonary arrest. I have only minutes to resuscitate him before it's too late. You mean you didn't? That's not how I do things. Now go.
I kind of like how Batman just gives him a direct answer here instead of correcting him outright. I mean, he does say, "That's not how I do things," but you know what I mean. It's more of an honest response than a lecture.
Yo, holy shit, he dead!
I love how they literally copied Alfred's dead pose and just pasted onto Bane. Like, they couldn't tweak it at all. Maybe move his arm down a little, like it was in the cutscene for continuity purposes. No? Okay. I like how the heart monitors in the background turn red to show that he's really mad. It's a simple touch, but it visually sells the emotion in a really clever way.
You leave me no choice, Mr. Wayne.
I do appreciate that Bane doesn't do his big upchuck on Batman here. Instead, he just lets out a massive roar on him, which, let's be honest, his breath cannot smell good after everything he's been through. And with that, we officially reached the part where I no longer adore Bane. It was nice when it lasted.
Alfred, what do we know about TN1, the compound I found in Bane's lab?
I'll start looking into it now, sir. Master Bruce, if you can't defeat Bane within 10 minutes, the TN1 he just injected will reach its full potency, and he'll take you out in one hit.
What a great idea to incorporate one of the best boss fights in the series into this game, but in a totally different way. Having to quietly take Bane out on a time limit feels so organic, and even though it's different from Freeze, it still works really well here. The added stress of Alfred yelling in your ear that there's not much time left, that always gets me on edge every time I play this. I really like the little animation touches here, like when Bane gets mad and punches the wall, and after you land the first hit on him, he actually starts walking faster, which makes things a little bit more difficult. And also on the heart scan, it says he's crazed. I like the little double take from Bruce here. Okay, there's no way he should be standing now. At this point, this man clearly has internal bleeding going on. Damn, how does he not even flinch from that? It's wild how composed he stays in this moment.
Must find Batman.
Good luck with that.
Can't Bane just break out of this pretty easily? Part of me finds it hard to believe he just lets this happen, but then again, with all the electricity frying his nerves, I guess I can buy it. It works well enough for the scene, even if it feels a little convenient.
Master Bruce, can you hear me?
Yes, and thank you for the help with Bane.
I trust he's down for good this time.
He's secure, and it appears the TN1 Bane took damaged his memory permanently.
Does that mean he won't be revealing your identity?
Looks that way.
Glad to hear it, sir. And the Joker?
He's still on the loose, but not for long.
Once again, with the really clever writing, how they bring the brain damage full circle here, it ties the loose ends back into the story so nicely, making it feel intentional and complete rather than something just left hanging.
Where's Gordon?
Sniper! Would you look who's back for more?
I've had enough of you for one night.
Not yet, you haven't.
Son of a bitch! Screw this! Want the Joker?
Kind of random for Croc to come back here just to run away. The scene has always felt a little off to me. Like it was mostly an excuse to squeeze him back in. I guess it also gives Gordon his big moment to save Batman, but still, it never fully lands for me.
Help me keep these guys off the warden. Rush them!
I do find it a little cheesy to have Gordon and Batman fighting side by side here, but I'll admit, it's still pretty cool. It really cements their bonding relationship and shows how far they have come in the game. And I love how Gordon just takes down 2 of the ninja guys in one hit. Like, okay, Gordon, I see you.
How come it all ended in a church? Oh, that's... it's so... What a night! Fresh off the kill, and back for more, eh?
I mentioned this back in part 5, but this is the same position Batman held Joker before, only this time, the rules are reversed. Batman has the upper hand instead of Joker.
Now that's not funny.
I love how Joker immediately switches his emotions the second Batman says that. The facial expressions in this game are always on point with Joker.
All this rage, all directed at me, and for what? You know, if you'd actually let me finish a sentence, you might learn something! You might learn that we're not so different. You might learn something about yourself!
You need to learn to shut up.
Funny thing is, Batman actually lets Joker finish that first sentence, but then he cuts him off in the very next one. See, Bruce can be funny too. Also, I didn't get this on footage, but if you do just stand there and don't do anything, Joker will eventually shoot you.
Is all this for you, or for me? You must know that I'm a lost cause. Oh, but there's still hope for you. Yes. Oh, I've got great hopes for you. So come on, do stop now! What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for him to do his little dance. Kick some badass. Get down tonight. He actually does this, or should I say Clayface does it in Arkham City. I guess it's a kind of his way of warming up before a fight. A neat little behavioral detail that ties the games together.
You know you want it. I know you want it. So just do it already! Better than any therapy session, ain't it, Bats? The senseless beating? You're not playing along, Batman!
I'm tossing a coin in the thirst jar for this one because Joker seriously sounds like he's writing the prologue to 50 Shades of Gotham over here.
You just can't get it through your thick scalp. Oh, we both exist because of them!
Give up! You've lost!
Because of them. I find that line so interesting because it's kind of open to interpretation. Who exactly is them? The most common answer is Joker talking about the criminals and the people of Gotham, the city itself. In a way, society shaped both of them, twisting them into what they are now. It's a simple line, but it carries a lot of weight behind it. It feels so good to finally beat down Joker here. You don't really get this opportunity in the other Arkham games. I mean, technically in the Asylum you do, but that was with him juiced up on Titan. It's not the same. Here it's raw and it hits so much harder. And I've got to give a huge credit to Troy Baker and Roger Craig Smith again. Their vocal deliveries in this final scene is just phenomenal. They sell the emotion and the tension so perfectly. It's what makes this ending land as powerful as it does.
That's why you do it, isn't it? You like the way it feels. It's what you need. Come on, baby. Beat me till your knuckles bleed. And why quit there? You know there's only one way to stop me.
Yeah, I don't need to explain this coin. Joker is clearly into some freaky stuff. Straight into the thirst jar you go.
Yo, holy shit, he dead!
I really like how we get to see what Joker sees of Batman in this last scene. Joker's completely unhinged, mentally disturbed, and this is how he views Batman, this ultimate nightmare, a criminal's worst fear. But instead of being terrified, Joker is intrigued. He wants to understand Batman, to figure out why he does what he does. And that fascination is what sets that foundation for their relationship going forward.
Any one of my guys would have killed him.
The city deserves better than that.
You know, my daughter thinks you're a hero. But I still have to bring you in.
I love Batman's face right here. Probably one of the best in the whole game. He hands back the gun that Gordon was so worried about, and he immediately turns it on him. Yeah, I'll make that face too. He is so pissed and frustrated. It's just chef's kiss. Perfect.
I'm in the chapel. We got the Joker.
Son of a bitch. You caught him. Then how did you do that?
I had some help. I keep asking myself why I didn't bring him in. And I now know the truth is I let him go because of you. Because you believe in him. I don't know. They put me in charge of a station full of rotten cops. And I can't change them any more than I can change this damn city. Or at least that's what I used to think.
Stopped his heart. That is funny. Good one, Bats. Oh, this is going to be fun.
Maybe I can give them something to believe in. Maybe he can give them something to believe in.
Such a great ending scene to an amazing game. I really love how we see Gordon tell Barbara that she's the one who convinced him to let Batman go. And you can tell he's starting to believe in Batman himself. Great stuff. And then we get my favorite Joker line in the whole game. Just a perfect way to cap off the story and bring everything full circle.
Why can't I free your doubtful mind and melt your cold, cold heart?
I'm not gonna play the whole song because you know why, but I love the way Joker's voice echoes here, because he's singing in his prison cell. The song choice is so clever too. Cold Cold Heart by Hank Williams carries two meanings. The obvious one is Joker singing about Batman and why he can't connect with him. But the second meaning is brilliant. When this game first got released, we didn't know what the DLC was going to be, and the answer was right here all along. Cold Cold Heart. A little sly bit of messaging that was brilliant on their part. Can't wait to play that.
You raise an interesting point, Hank, but what I'm wondering is what we'll do next.
No, it's not an interesting point. It's just plain wrong. They're both wrong. This isn't about the police or the Batman.
Really nice touch having Jack Ryder and Quincy Sharp cameo here to talk about Arkham Asylum. It's a subtle nod, but it ties the games together and plants the seeds for what's coming next in the series.
Figured you'd be by sooner or later. And what happens if I don't sign?
You rot in here, or you work for me?
Just don't. I know it's for the movie tie-in, but it reminds me of something else. I don't want to even go there. What I did notice, though, is them carrying his equipment here, and the paperwork literally says Suicide Squad. Nice little detail I never caught before.
Been a long night, Alfred. Why don't you turn in?
Wouldn't dream of it, sir. Not until you're back safe and sound.
Well, if you're sure you're up for it, I've got a few loose ends to tie up out here, and I could use your help.
You can count on it. And when you get home, we can finally have that Christmas dinner I've been keeping warm for you for our breakfast.
I love Alfred's priorities here. He still has his mind on that Christmas feast he's prepared. Even after everything that just happened, he's making sure dinner is still on the table. Classic Alfred. So that was Arkham Origins, the unloved middle child of the Arkham series that's still pretty divisive in the community, even 12 years later. Personally, I think this is by far the strongest story and the best character building in the entire series. Granted, I haven't played Arkham Shadows yet, but that's up next. There's way too much unnecessary hate towards this game. To me, it's one of the most significant stories in Batman's career, and it still leaves a lasting impact on his life. I will say, during this playthrough, I honestly was shocked by how many bugs and continuity slips I ran into. After a while, it did start to get a bit annoying. It took me out of the experience here and there, but even with that, I can look past it, because the story and characters are some of the absolute best in the series. Why this isn't my favorite in the Arkham games, it's very close. Arkham Knight still holds the top spot for me, but honestly, only because of a couple scenes that I hold especially dear. Regardless, I truly love Origins, and I'm so glad it's finally starting to get the praise it deserves. The side missions in Arkham Origins, just like in City, it's a brilliant way to make the game feel not only open world, but truly immersive. They expand the world of Gotham while weaving in more villains and stories without even disturbing the main plot. And of course, you know me, I'm going to overanalyze all of them. Just like in Arkham City video, I'll be ranking every side mission in a tier list, starting with the weakest and working my way up to best of the best. I'm judging each of these based off 3 things: gameplay, story, and overall enjoyment. Now, just to be clear, these are my personal opinions. Just because I rank them lower doesn't mean they're bad or not enjoyable. It's just that compared to the others, they don't quite hit the same level of impact to me. I'll go through each side mission, break down the gameplay and story, then share my thoughts of it at the end. I will say, compared to City to Origins, I was a little surprised about how many of these feel a bit rehashed. But honestly, that's kind of part of the charm, right? So without further ado, let's get into it. Masking the problem.
They're saying the boss was killed by some guy. He calls himself the Joker. I heard it was the Bat. Set him on fire or something real messed up. Either way, if the big guy's gone, what are we supposed to do with this stuff?
That's easy. We're gonna sell it and keep the cash. Who's gonna stop us?
Hey, look, if he's really gone, what's stopping one of us from taking his position? Just toss on a black mask and boom.
Ain't a bad idea.
It's kind of interesting how some of Black Mask's goons still think he's dead and they're already talking about taking over his operation. Honestly, that could have been a really entertaining story beat for this side mission if they had leaned into it more.
All these rumors going around. What are we supposed to do?
Look, no one knows anything for sure. Best thing is for us to just keep doing what we do till things calm down.
I'm telling you, Sionis is dead. Him and his girl both. We gotta find a new gig.
The gig we got is just fine. Worst case, somebody else takes control. They'll still need muscle and we'll still get paid.
I really like the different points of views we get from the goons. Some of them are genuinely worried about what's going to happen next since they still think Black Mask is dead, while others couldn't care less. They figure they'll still have a job and get paid, no matter who's in charge.
How much longer we gotta wait for these guys, huh? It's freezing. They'll be here soon. Probably just held up. And Gotham's a bit of a mess tonight, in case you hadn't noticed.
That's my point. For all we know, one of the assassins took him out. Or the Bat. And if they don't show, what are we supposed to do with all this crap, huh? You can't exactly drag that canister back to the lab.
Now that would have been a cool idea. Imagine if we stopped a full-on drug lab instead of tracking down and destroy the canisters. What could have been.
You heard the latest? Sionis is back. Told you he wasn't dead.
No kidding.
Joker had him locked up at the steel mill, but he's out now and looking to get back to work.
What's the plan then?
Nothing changes. We'll get this canister unloaded and then he'll let us know what else needs doing.
Wow, it sure took Sionis a while to let his men know he was still alive. I mean, I get that he needed to lay low for a bit, but still. You think a crime boss of his level would have had some kind of code word or system in place for situations like that.
Just waiting for the pickup, boss.
Everything's quiet out here.
One of the products been taken care of. Back to the lab. We need to make it disappear before anyone catches on.
Sure thing. Everything, okay?
Why wouldn't it be okay?
Well, like with the kidnapping and everything.
You keep your face out of my business or you're gonna lose it.
Going back to the lab mention, I feel like that might have originally been part of the plot, but ended up getting cut somewhere along the way. Also, I love how one of the henchmen actually asked if Black Mask is doing alright. Like, that's surprisingly considerate for a Gotham goon. I mean, the guy got kidnapped, tortured, and his girlfriend was murdered. He probably got a lot of emotions running through his head. Kind of makes me wish we get to see a bit more of that side of him in this game. But once again, wishful thinking.
Something's wrong. The other guy should have been back by now. If I find out those red snake bastards defected over that weasel gobble bus.
It's probably just the network, boss. The thing's been up and down all night.
You see anything funny, anything at all, you let me know immediately.
Sure thing. No problem.
And I want you back with the others as soon as that canister's been picked up. No screwing around.
I feel like it took Sionis a little too long to realize someone was shutting down his drug operation. But then again, he's definitely off his game at this point.
How come it all ended in a church?
Just got word the boss is on his way.
The guy's a beast. Goes through all that crap tonight, and the first thing he does is get the business back up and running.
Heard his girlfriend got popped, too.
Damn. Takes a cold man to shrug off something like that.
That's why he calls the shots. Doesn't get distracted.
They say the Penguin was behind the boss's kidnapping.
Would surprise me. Those two ain't exactly friends.
Yeah, but I thought we had a truce.
So, truces are made to be broken. Keep an eye on that canister. You know how much this stuff's worth?
More than us, apparently. What's your problem? Guess you haven't heard. Someone's been coming after these things.
Whoa, what do you mean?
Where do you think everyone else is? They got taken out.
Man, I hope the boss gets here soon.
I like how the goons mentioned that Sionis is in charge because he can focus on his work instead of what happened to him earlier that night. It's a small line, but it really shows a lot about his character. Even after everything, being kidnapped, tortured, nearly killed, he's still determined to get back to business. I just wish we got to see more of it. It's kind of surreal, though, that his main base of operations is in the same church we see later in Arkham City. It's really cool getting to see what some of the buildings look like before City, especially since this is set about 10 years earlier. Some eerie, haunting music in the church. Take a listen.
Hoping you'd show up. Saves me the trouble of having to hunt you down.
You just don't know when to quit, Sionis.
Guess we've got that in common.
One way or another, I'm taking you in. Now we can do this the easy way,
or the hard way. But I think you know my choice.
Then we've got that in common, too.
Damn, I really like this back and forth between Batman and Sionis. It's probably the best part of the whole mission. There's just so much character packed in those few lines. You can feel the tension, the pride, and even a bit of mutual understanding between them.
Alfred, let GCPD know Roman Sionis has been apprehended. They can pick him up at the church.
Straight away, sir.
It's kind of odd how Batman just says Alfred's name over the headset while Sionis is standing, or rather sitting right there. Now that I think about it, why doesn't Alfred have a cool guy in the chair's code name like Oracle eventually does? Maybe he just didn't want one, but now I kind of want to know what it would have been if he did do it. Drop your ideas in the comments. I might do a poll about it later.
Oh, it's so great about you, Batman. Even when I lose, I win. So go ahead, call the cops. They'll lock me up, sure. But my lawyer will have me out on bail before the sun's up. And you know what I'm gonna do when I get out? I'm gonna dedicate every waking minute to tracking you down.
You know, the more you break out, the more possibilities of games we could have, so go nuts. As you probably can guess, I'm definitely not a fan of this one. It's basically the same setup as finding the Titan containers for Bane in Arkham City, and after the final confrontation, there's really nothing special about it. It's a shame because I feel like the devs wanted to do more with Black Mask. You can tell there was an idea there. They kept bringing up this drug lab, but my guess is they just ran out of time. The whole mission feels like it was written in a rush to tie up loose ends with him, especially since he got away earlier in the main story. The only part I actually enjoyed was the confrontation between him and Batman. It had the same kind of tension and weight as the one Batman has with Bane in City. But overall, yeah, this one is easily my least favorite in the game. Oracle in the making.
Hello? Hello, Batman? It's Barbara. Sorry for hacking into your comms, but I need a favor. Some evidence crates have gone missing. Army-grade stuff, and no one here is doing anything about it. So I'm sending you their GPS location information. Use your weapon disruptor on any crates you find. It'll fry their circuits and render the stuff useless.
I already mentioned this back in part 4, but this is such a great Barbara moment. It reminds us that she's not just tech savvy, which we already knew, but she's got a really strong moral compass.
Nice. 1 down, 5 to go. I can't believe there are people on the force who think it's okay to have stuff like this out on the streets. Pinching from evidence is bad enough, but selling weapons? SWAT's supposed to be the good guys.
I love how you can already hear the Batgirl tone in her voice. It's like an early spark of the hero she's going to become.
Sweet. That's 2 crates. You know, I thought about getting my dad involved, but he'd probably just say it's a matter for IAD. He's got way too much faith in the system. I wish I could get him to see just how broken it is.
I think Gordon definitely does, especially after everything that happened tonight and what Brandon pulled.
I've been flipping through the precinct's file on you, and wow, let's just say you don't have a lot of fans here. but you probably knew that already. Anyway, I've trashed some of the more ridiculous stuff. I mean, they're saying you kill people. And I know that's not your style.
She's already doing her homework. Honestly, Batman should have hired her on the spot. Oracle in training, right here.
Only 2 more crates to go. Thanks so much for doing this. Tonight's crazy enough already. If these guns got out there, I don't even want to think about it.
If that did happen, we'll just have a lot more Predator modes in this game, which I wouldn't mind.
Get here soon. Desk sergeant's gonna wonder where the hell we went. Relax. If she gives us a hard time, we'll toss her a few bucks. It'll be fine. I don't get it. If Cobblepot's all hot and bothered about getting his hands on the stuff, why is he taking his sweet time picking it up? Just keep an eye out for anyone not minding their business. Last thing we need is someone poking around.
Kind of wish they mentioned Brandon here instead of this nameless desk lady. It would have made this part feel a lot more narratively cohesive for the side missions, and tied everything together better after what happened earlier.
Alright, only 1 more of those suckers left. Gotta say, working together is kind of fun. I mean, we're actually getting stuff done. And my dad thinks I'm just sitting in his office texting and watching TV. If only he knew.
That was such a perfect line read. Her good nature and innocence are just adorable. It fits her character so well, and it really shows who Barbara is at her core.
On the count of 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Damn it. It's not going anywhere.
Maybe we could just carry the thing. Not a chance. It's way too heavy. Call the guys. Ask them to bring over another van, so we'll just wait for them. The roads are all messed up. It could be hours. Don't see any other options.
Or maybe, just maybe, if you actually touch the truck, it would move. Just trying to help.
That's it, we did it. Well, you did most of it, but I helped, right? I think we make a pretty good team. So if you're ever, like, I don't know, looking for some kind of partner, I'm here for you. Anyway, I'll let you get back to kicking ass and keeping us safe. And you'll see, one day my father's gonna figure out just how cool I already know you are.
I love this moment. Barbara totally fangirling over Batman. It's both adorable and great foreshadowing for the partnership they'll eventually build. Overall, the side mission is just kind of like the Black Mask one. At least there was some good character moments for Barbara and builds her up nicely. The thing I find odd though is Batman doesn't say anything to her. Not like even a quick, thanks for the heads up. It's just weird, especially considering how important she becomes later on. It makes this mission feel like it was thrown in at the last minute, and honestly, it probably was judging by the pacing. So yeah, a small step up from the previous one, but nothing too exciting. Bye bye, Birdie.
I need to break up that fight and secure the chemicals. What's in the canister?
A gift for El Jefe. One of many.
Where are the others?
I will say no more.
Brother, we are at the fort, but the Duende Cobblepot has sent his men to oppose us. You must come.
I have what I need.
I've seen a lot of people online say they wish these characters spoke full-on Spanish. It would have made them feel a bit more authentic and grounded. And honestly, I agree. It does feel a little out of place that they all speak perfect English. Even just having them switch to Spanish over the radio would have added a nice touch of realism to the side mission.
This looks like the spot. Now to find that canister.
I love how you can see the crowd of henchmen brawling on the scanner. It's such a small detail, but it's honestly hilarious to watch it play out.
Where's the canister?
Blown away. You'll never find it.
Sir, your suit is picking up trace elements of a compound used in the manufacturing of venom. It appears the canisters contain ingredients necessary for its creation.
I need to find out where they've taken them.
May I suggest scanning the area? They could have left something behind that points to their destination.
The bitch please tone is back. I love it. Alfred's sarcasm is top tier. He doesn't even need to raise his voice to put Batman in his place. I really like the club's atmosphere. It's something different from what we are used to in the Arkham series. It's a shame they didn't use it more. I know it pops up again in the DLC, but still, it's such a fun idea, especially considering Bruce is a bachelor. It fits his character in a more grounded nightlife Gotham kind of way.
Leave now, and we will spare you.
Fine, you want the club? It's yours. But when the boss finds out about this,
he will stay away if he values his life. Ah! The Bat! You have come as Bane said you would. Fly down from your perch then, so I can kill you.
I thought you'd never ask.
I have to say, I really like Bird's design here way more than in the comics. He actually stands out. He feels like a real Cabernet, faith-driven follower of Bane. Don't get me wrong, I like him in Nightfall too, but here he looks like a badass. I also know he shows up again in Arkham Shadows, and I can't wait to see him there. He's definitely one of the standout henchmen. Kind of like Loose Lips, a minor character sure, but one that sticks with you. And technically, this is the second time we're seeing Bird. He does pop up again in the hotel scene when Bane's trying to get away.
Who are you?
They call me Bird.
Bane's lieutenant. Putting you away should set him back.
Bane already has all he needs. He will find you. He will break you.
Alfred, put in a call to GCPD. They'll want to bring these men in for questioning.
I mean, Bane already broke him, but I guess he didn't know that. That would have been kind of a sick detail if he was in Blackgate when the battle happened. Also, I just want to add, I really like his tattoos here. They fit his whole Bird persona perfectly and make him even more memorable. Granted, his real name is Angel, so it's clearly got a thing for wings, but still, he's also got a 19 tattoo, which I think might be a nod to Nightfall since that came out in the early 90s, or maybe it's just some random number, who knows. A random side note, I really wish Bane had tattoos this cool in the Telltale games. His tattoos are so flat and boring by comparison, but I'll save that rant when we get to that game. Also, I know he has a real Bird companion, but is it also his calling card? Because I really don't want to know what was going on over here with the strip club pillows and the feathers. I know a lot of people say this is a pretty forgettable mission, and I do agree, but as a big Nightfall and Bane fan, I don't think it's as bad as the other two. It's at least a little more memorable thanks to Bird and his appearance, and like I mentioned before, the club atmosphere. But aside from that, yeah, there's nothing that special about it. Silent Judgment.
Here! Over here! Help! Please help! Can anyone hear me? I need help!
I remember freaking out the first time I played this game. This guy just lets out a blood-curdling scream. Just a great line delivery. Honestly, it gives me chills still.
Oh, no. No. Please don't hurt me, Mr. Bat. I didn't do anything. They ambushed me, strung me up. I don't want to die.
Mr. Bat, I love it. Nice touch that he is terrified on the scanner. It's always nice to see the ninjas again, but I can't help finding it funny that they just changed their color to match Shiva.
Please, don't hurt me.
Who did this to you?
They were all covered up, like ninjas.
Shiva.
Who?
Where are they now?
I don't know. My partner shot one of them and split. They finished stringing me up and took off after him.
You should call the precinct, have them send a car for you, then find some place to wait.
Will do. Thanks.
I really appreciate this voice acting here. The sky is shivering, it's freezing out, and he was just over water, so this little detail adds a nice touch of realism.
I should be able to pick up a blood trail.
Anyone else getting Arkham City flashbacks from following blood from a ninja here?
Why did you kill him?
Because you wouldn't. He was corrupt, a murderer.
But there's no justice in this.
What do you know of justice? Behind bars or beyond them, these people never change. As long as they live, Gotham is stained.
This isn't the way.
And here I thought you might understand. Still, the test must continue. Meet me at Shelton Park.
Even though Shiva's characterization in this game is pretty one-dimensional, I've got to give a credit to voice actress. She delivers her lines with a really stoic, composed tone, unlike someone I knew from another game. I really like this artsy little shot. It's simple, but it adds a nice bit of style to the scene.
Why did you come? Don't you have a city to save?
You killed a man.
Yes, a lesson that seems lost on you. And many more will die if you do not learn it.
Then you'll stand trial for all of them.
I admire your passion, though your cause is flawed. Now, let us fight.
I kind of wish they added some unique dialogue here if you already beaten the main story. Shiva could have said something like, "You may have saved the city, but you still haven't learned anything." Little touches like that would have added a lot more depth and replayable value to this mission. There's really not much to say about this boss fight. It's just a wave of ninjas, and once you pull out the electric gloves, the whole thing is over in no time. Ooh, look at that! Shiva pulled out the old invisible sword technique. Truly a master of illusion.
Honorable, devoted. I see now why the Master has chosen you. It seems we have both learned something today.
I don't care about you or your master. I'm bringing you in.
No, you're not. But you have earned a reprieve. I hope in time you come to realize how wrong you are about Gotham. It is not meant to be saved. It cannot be saved. Only cleansed. And from the ashes, reborn.
Anyone else getting Azrael flashbacks from that line?
From the ashes of Arkham, the fires will rage and Gotham will burn.
The biggest problem with this side mission is that it's way too short. Shiva ends up feeling like one of the most underrated characters in the entire game. It actually starts off really strong with the fake crying baby leading Batman to rescue a victim and take on waves of ninjas. I think the setup for Shiva is really good, but then the story just kind of ends abruptly. It plays out more like the halfway point of a side mission than an actual finale. And to add to the confusion, they even tease Shiva was working for Ra's al Ghul, but nothing ever comes from it. Such a missed opportunity for what could have been one of the game's most interesting storylines. Yeah, just mid at best. It's a shame she wasn't integrated into the main story because Shiva had so much potential. She could even made for an incredible boss fight. Honestly, maybe even one on par with Deathstroke. Like I said before, the voice actress does a solid job and does carry a bit of this mission, but it just makes it all the more disappointing that the writing just didn't give her much to work with. Ricochet, take your aim.
Survivors.
I've got to hand it to Deadshot. He really knows how to make an entrance in these games.
No survivors. Someone will pay for this. I need to set up a crime scene to find out who. The helicopter was spinning out of control. The pilot was killed on impact, not from the gunshot I heard. But what caused him to lose control? Maybe I can learn more back on the rooftop. This man didn't fire at the helicopter. He was aiming at me. The ballistics trace indicates this officer was killed by a ricochet from the same round that took down the chopper. There's only one person capable of a shot like this. Deadshot. The trajectory analysis will lead me to Deadshot's firing position.
I really like how this mission takes us across multiple crime scenes to piece together the evidence. It's such a refreshing change compared to most of the other side missions.
Hello, Batman. I see you decoded my message. Well done. But I'm afraid playtime's over. Come meet me at the bank so I can put a bullet in you and collect my prize. Oh, and in case you're thinking of backing out, I've got a hostage and a very itchy trigger finger.
Chris Cox's performance as Deadshot does not get enough credit. Even though he's not on screen much, he completely owns every second he's in. His mix of cockiness and determination really shines through. My good friend Patrick, host of the Gotham City Radio podcast, actually interviewed him recently, and it honestly made me appreciate his performance even more. I have the link down in the description if you want to go check it out.
Quit screwing around!
We're going!
You think I don't see you slacking off over there?
Got you covered, boss.
What are you doing? Bring me the bat!
He's gotta be close. We'll find him.
There's something really fun about hearing Deadshot act like a micromanager. It's not something we see often. It honestly brings a smile to my face. It's such a subtle, humanizing touch for a guy who's usually all business. Looks like he's listening to music from the way he's walking, or maybe that's just his "I got lucky last night" little strut. Either way, I find it kind of charming.
All right, man. Let's see how you deal with this.
Please, I want to live.
Adding the hostage element to the boss fight is a nice touch. It gives a little bit more tension, but honestly, there's not much else to say about it. It's basically a rehash of the Two-Face and Harley fight from the DLCs. I will say his takedown scene is really satisfying to watch. It's one of those moments where the animation, sound, and timing all just clicks perfectly.
Face to face, at last. Though I've got to say, I was expecting someone a little more intimidating.
You're through terrorizing Gotham.
If fate's decided today's the day, so be it. Just finish me quickly, will ya?
It always bothers me that Batman didn't say, "That's not how I do things." Instead, he just lets Deadshot sit there with a thought. It's kind of an odd ending. It feels like the scene's missing that one final line to really drive the moment home. Deadshot's mission ended up being a bit more enjoyable than I remember. I like how it starts out with a crash scene. You're piecing the things together and then realize it was Deadshot behind it all before hunting him down. The whole setup builds into this intense Predator encounter that does feel a bit high stakes. Just like in City though, I hate how they don't really characterize Deadshot. It's like the devs are allergic to giving him proper screen time, which is kind of bizarre. Chris Cox nails the role with his perfect mix of confidence and cockiness, and I just wish we get to see him more in that. Still, it's a solid mission overall, short fun, with a nice bit of tension throughout. The False Prophet. I find it really funny that if you don't interact with Anarchy's stuff until way later in the game, his entire video is still playing, and this guy's just chilling up there the whole time. Literally, you can see him hugging himself. He's clearly freezing.
Money makes the world go round, but it also makes for excellent shackles. You're tied to your job, your mortgage, your need to buy the next shiny thing your overpriced television seduces you with. Imagine what we could accomplish if only someone would set us free.
I already talked about Anarchy a little bit in episode 3, but just to recap what I said, I think he's a pretty interesting character. Honestly, some of his points he makes are valid, but then I remember he's also the guy who thought bombing public spaces was a good idea to prove a point. Like, no, my guy. His morals might make sense if he weren't going about it in such a reckless and frantic, dumb way. There's a solid idea behind this character, but it feels like it never fully goes anywhere within this game. And maybe that's the idea. I'll dive more about it at the end.
Fred, we've got a problem.
So I saw. This Anarchy fellow mentioned 3 bombs, which means 2 still remain.
I need to find them.
I've no doubt you will, sir.
Once again, the bitch please voice comes out of Alfred, and I love every time it happens. He just oozes sarcasm without even trying. Also, can we talk about Anarchy's goons for a second? Their masks are really cool. They totally give off that Court of Owls vibe, and I'm betting that's exactly what the devs were going for.
Don't be manipulated. I'm not some corporate tool. Use this, buy this, need this. It's all lies. We gotta stop them. How are we gonna do it, though? The corporations. They got one hand on our wallets and the other on our brains. We gotta cut the cords, man. Smash the screens. Disconnect from all this madness. We gotta make the world quiet again so we can hear each other. Like it used to be. It's gonna be hard, asking people to give up so much. You gotta admit, things are convenient these days. Too convenient. We've stopped thinking and dreaming. We let the television do it for us.
Wow, this conversation's kind of ahead of its time when you think about it. The whole message about people being lost in their devices, it hits even harder now. We really don't unplug anymore or take the time to connect face to face, just like Anarchy's goons are pointing out here. It's almost eerie how relevant it still feels today. I like how you can see the bombs planted all over the buildings on the scanner. Very easy to miss detail.
Interesting. Even after knowing all you did about the places I targeted, you spared them.
Sorry to disappoint you.
Disappoint me? Not at all. Come on down to the courthouse so we can continue Gotham's trial.
Man, Matthew Mercer absolutely nails that innocent tone for Anarchy. It fits the character perfectly. He gives this idealistic, almost naive energy that really sells what this character is trying to stand for, even if his methods are a little extreme.
Ah, I'm so glad you came. It's an honor, really. There's so much for us to discuss.
What do you want?
I'd like to propose an alliance. I think the 2 of us could accomplish great things together.
I don't work with criminals. You need to turn yourself in.
Tell you what, I'll turn myself in as soon as you do the same. But you don't consider yourself a criminal, do you? The suit, the gadgets, the sense of entitlement. You're just another rich kid atoning for his fiscal sins. Such a shame.
He's another one bought and paid.
Bruh, Batman is not blowing up buildings to make a point. I remember someone in the comments in part 3 mentioning that since the winter storm's happening, no one is inside, so technically he's just blowing up empty buildings. And yeah, fair point I guess, but it's still a crime. Debris can fly off, fires can start, people still can get hurt. Intent or not, it's still a ton of unnecessary destruction. Him throwing Molotovs during the fight is a nice touch. It actually adds a bit of extra difficulty and keeps you on your toes.
You're just a kid.
So, what does it matter? I wanted to make a difference. I thought you'd feel the same.
I do, but not like this. A lot of innocent people almost died tonight because of you.
Innocent? They watched as Gotham went to hell and didn't do a thing.
They're just afraid.
No, they're weak. And so are you.
I love how he basically is like, why does it matter if I'm a kid? I'm clearly acting like one since you're not doing what I want. It's such a perfect mix of arrogance and immaturity, and it really sells his rebellious side of his character.
The police are on their way.
You ever wonder how things got to be so bad here? I do. All the time. See, I don't think men like Roman Sionis or Oswald Cobblepot are responsible.
His speech goes on for almost 4 minutes. Like, we get it, dude. You love the sound of your own voice. Also, Batman, you're not gonna take his backpack, confiscate it, because he might have more weapons or Molotovs in there.
There's a way to make this work. To show you that we share the same goals. Maybe I took things too far with the bombs and the threats. I can learn from that. I mean, you could be a mentor to me.
I really like that he comes to terms with how far he took things and actually realizes it. It's a nice bit of growth for Anarchy. You can tell he's starting to understand the consequences of his actions. And I love how he says, maybe you could be my mentor, because Matthew Mercer, who voices him here, also voices Robin in Arkham Knight. So in a way, he kind of did become Batman's protege after all. Anarchy is a really weird one for me. On one hand, I think he's a really interesting idea, a kind of false prophet spouting anti-establishment rhetoric to Gotham, and people actually believe him. Like that one homeless man you overhear in the police station. That's a great touch, showing how his word spreads. But beyond that, there's not much to him as a character or even a side mission. I like the concept, but by the end, what's his actual plan, other than blowing up the buildings? There doesn't seem to be one. And maybe that's the point. He talks the talk, but doesn't walk the walk, showing that he's just really full of himself. Fair enough, but it still feels like the writers wanted to do more with him and just didn't have the time. Still, I think this mission is fun overall, and they have some really good foundation for an interesting idea for Anarchy, so hopefully maybe they're gonna use this in a future game. And yes, I know he appears in Arkham Shadow, so maybe he's really good there, so we'll find out. Echoes of a question.
Enigma, where are you?
I'm right here. Well, figuratively speaking anyway. Disappointed I didn't choose to meet up in person?
What's this about? Sionis hire you to throw me off his trail?
Think of me as an information broker. I've got data handlers everywhere, feeding me all kinds of interesting stuff.
And you think this is going to destroy Gotham?
Oh, yes. See, bullet wounds and broken bones will eventually heal, but incriminating photos, videos, emails, that kind of damage can never be repaired. Tomorrow morning, when I release everything I've got, the city's going to collapse. Resignations, arrests, deaths. It'll be chaos in the streets, Batman, and there's not a thing you can do to stop me.
I really like the sound design here. His voice is perfectly muffled through the intercom, which adds that extra layer of realism and tension to the scene.
I figured you'd try and get all caveman on my equipment. It's password protected, I'm afraid, with 10,000 volts of electricity. You've lost, Batman. Might as well head home and get some rest. With everyone's deepest, darkest secrets about to go on public display, I've got a feeling tomorrow's going to be a very busy day for you.
Gotta give kudos to Wally Wingert. His performance here feels so different from Asylum and City. He's more refined and soft-spoken, which makes it even more impactful to see how unhinged he becomes later in the series. Much like City, I won't be going over every data pack or riddle. They're just not as engaging to me as the ones in City or Night. However, the relay towers are worth discussing since they offer some pretty interesting insight.
Ready for round 3 then? Let's see what you can do. Right. There are also some things we should discuss, but we can attend to them when you're finished. Assuming you can finish.
I like how he mentions it's clear that they have things they need to discuss. Almost like they're co-workers catching up instead of enemies.
I thought you had a city to save. So what are you doing wasting time with me?
I find that peak writing. Fast forward 10 years and he's literally yearning for Batman's attention in Arkham Knight. Oh, I can't wait for that.
Interesting. Watching you figure that one out was a real treat. I'll make sure the next one is even more provocative.
This isn't a game, Enigma.
Oh, but it is. And one you're more than welcome to stop playing.
He had the perfect opportunity to say,
Roll up, roll up. It's time for my latest game.
Maybe not exactly like that, but something similar would have been perfect.
Oh boy, you sure showed that great who's in charge.
Why did he have the need to comment on that?
Another day, another door. They're just no match for you.
I'm convinced Wally is totally improvising some of these lines.
But how did... I was sure you'd fail. No one is this lucky.
You need to stop this.
Stop what? Cleaning up the streets? Ensuring the GCPD actually does its job? Removing corruption from the system? Was it one of those in particular you took issue with, or all of them?
You're using the data you've stolen to blackmail people.
So, it gets the job done. And it's certainly kinder than the beatings you're so fond of doling out. Think on that.
This is kind of a nitpick, but I wish they'd given him some more movement instead of just a still image with some flashy effects. It feels odd, especially since we actually see him animated in the game over screens. So clearly they could have added a bit more life to him here.
Well, this is definitely the last time we'll be speaking. And frankly, I'm glad. Your self-righteous posturing is getting on my nerves.
Posture check. Thank you.
I bet steering that thing requires a whole lot of concentration. Oops! Sorry about that!
I like how his voice sounds further away instead of him just screaming into the mic. And for the record, yes, you can catch an electric batarang. I've always wondered if you can take damage from it, but you don't.
Oh, that poor door. You really should apologize.
He sounded so sincere saying that.
You're cheating, aren't you? You're getting help from someone. Who's smart enough to outsmart me?
No one's helping me, Enigma. Did you ever consider maybe you're not as clever as you think?
Says the man who seems to have mistaken Christmas Eve for Halloween. In case you haven't noticed, I've got the entire city under surveillance, feeding me all of its dirty little secrets.
I can't get over the way he says dirty. Absolute peak performance right there.
All right, you've made your point. So why don't we just agree to disagree and go our separate ways?
I don't think so.
What's wrong with you? It's not like I'm backing the bad guys here. Well, not usually.
You're invading people's privacy.
You got how many assassins running around out there, and you're lecturing me on selling personal information? Way to prioritize. You're going after Gotham Optics next? Or maybe some telemarketers? Ooh.
If that information gets into the wrong hands, people could get hurt because of you.
And people do get hurt because of you. So I assume you'll be handing yourself over to the police now? That's what I thought.
He was really proud of himself with that one.
You must be feeling pretty good about yourself, Batman. I mean, you took down all the towers, which means you foiled my plan. Except, oh wait, I already have all the data I need. And as soon as I'm done uploading it, so will everyone in Gotham.
There's still time for me to put an end to this.
True, there is. Just not very much. It was a valiant attempt, though. You get an A for effort, but an F for impact.
F for finally shut up, huh?
Well, look at that. You figured it out. I'm impressed. Annoyed, too. But your achievement signals a level of intellect rarely seen in Gotham. It seems you're quite the riddle. Now, don't get too comfortable. You see, I learned something else tonight. The nastiest, dirtiest little secret you can imagine. It puts the rest of my collection to shame. But I'm going to wait to release it, if only because it means I get to watch you squirm as you wonder what on earth it is. I'll be in touch soon.
Kind of a disappointing ending to the side mission, honestly, especially when Riddler teases that he has dirty little secrets, which ends up leading absolutely nowhere. When I first played this, I thought it was, oh, maybe this will tie into the DLC, but it doesn't. Turns out the big secret was just he had access to Gotham's infrastructure and police files because he worked at JCPD, which Batman figures out later anyway. It's just another case of the Riddler blowing things out of proportion to make himself sound smarter than he actually is. Classic cheater trait, sure, but it doesn't make for a very satisfying payoff. I'm pleasantly surprised of how much I actually enjoyed the Riddler side mission this time around, way more than I remembered. I really think it's Wally Wingert's performance that carries most of it. That said, finding all his data packs and doing his usual chores doesn't feel all that rewarding in the end. There just aren't any real stakes like in City. Sure, Asylum had the same issue, but at least you actually got to see him get his sorry ass arrested. That made it more satisfying. Here, he just gets away, which makes it feel kind of hollow. The final Riddle trophy scene is cool, but it still feels a bit empty. So personally, it's not really worth it. But it's still fun to hear Wally Wingert's performance nonetheless. Finally, we're getting to the really good ones, the side missions that are absolutely worth playing. Let's start off with a special one. It's a secret side mission hidden in Batman Arkham Origins. Scattered across Gotham are plaques dating back centuries, and each one holds a hidden message connected to the city's oldest cold case. Now, I'll admit, I don't know too much about this one compared to my good friend Charles Carty, who's joining me to help break it down. So I'll pass it over to Charles. Take it away.
To understand the mystery of Cyrus Pinckney, we need to start with the basics. So, who was Cyrus Pinckney? Well, he was the mastermind architect behind Gotham's great landmarks like the Solomon Wayne Courthouse, the Gotham Merchants Bank, and the Pioneers Bridge. Funded by Bruce Wayne's great-great-grandfather, Judge Solomon Wayne, Pinckney's work was originally meant to shield Gotham from evil, though many found his designs grim and unsettling. In the mid-1800s, the name Pinckney stood alongside the Waynes, Cobblepots, and Arkhams as one of Gotham's most important. When Cyrus arrived in Gotham, he was essentially a nobody, but Pinckney's big break came in the courtroom. After being assaulted, he stood before Judge Solomon Wayne, a man with the wealth and influence to reshape Gotham, much like his famous descendant would years later. While recounting the attack, Cyrus showed the judge his sketches, and something clicked between the two. Solomon saw a vision for Gotham's future, and from then on, he backed Pinckney financially and philosophically, believing in a city of grand cathedrals, public institutions, and infrastructure that served everyone and not just the elite. With Solomon's support, Pinckney set to work, and piece by piece, the bones of old Gotham took shape. Solomon Wayne went all in on Cyrus Pinckney's vision. He sold businesses, borrowed heavily, and convinced others to invest in this ambitious transformation of Gotham. But not everyone was thrilled. At the top of the opposition list stood Henry Cobblepot, a wealthy print magnate and longtime rival of the Waynes. And I know what you're probably thinking, Cobblepot, well, that can't be good, and, well, you're right. See, Henry was wealthy in his own right and was a long-time rival of the Waynes. Pinckney didn't trust him the moment they met and said he could quote-unquote smell the arrogance on him. Henry didn't see Gotham as a city to shape and nurture, more he saw it as a product to sell, and while the two clashed personally, their relationship was made worse by business. When Solomon's new hotel opened, a centrepiece of Pinckney's really early designs, it crushed Henry's own hotel adventure, pushing him into financial retreat. Humiliated and bitter, Henry retaliated by trying to buy up a critical stretch of land in Old Gotham, a key location tied to the city's roots and rich in history, and sadly now vulnerable due to financial strain. Henry wanted to tear it all down and rebuild it in his own image. Pinckney and Solomon weren't having it though, and to them this wasn't just a business, it was a symbolic fight for Gotham's soul. That might sound pretty dramatic, but the pair really believed Gotham was a blooming city, and not just a bunch of numbers on the account sheet. With help from the mayor, they blocked the purchase, which really annoyed Henry, and this made the feud between the Cobblepot family and the Pinckney-Wayne partnership permanent, which links back into, and pardon my pun, gives a bit more punch to the good old-fashioned revenge conversation between Bruce Wayne and Oswald Cobblepot at the start of Arkham City. Amid the ongoing rivalry, Pinckney found an ally in young medical student Amadeus Arkham. While most of Gotham saw criminals as pests to be stamped out, Amadeus believed in rehabilitation. Pinckney admired his vision and lent his skills to help design what would eventually become Arkham Asylum, although it was actually Cyrus's grandson, Cyrus Pinckney III, who drew up the final plans. We'll come back to Pink 3, as I've come to call him, later, but unfortunately despite the progress, cracks began to show in the Pinckney-Wayne partnership. Solomon's money ran dry after years of huge investment, and Pinckney turned to the last man with resources who could fund his vision, Henry Cobblepot. Henry provided the funds, but obviously it wasn't charity. A year later, he demanded Pinckney's support for a munitions factory in Gotham. To Pinckney, this betrayed everything he and Solomon had stood for. Trying to turn Gotham into a war zone wasn't exactly what he had in mind when he came to the city, and instead he pushed for and won a citywide ban on weapons manufacturing, killing Henry's factory before it began. And Cobblepot, not being overly happy with his plan being shot down, instantly sought out revenge. Cyrus knew that death was coming. He'd crossed Cobblepot in a pretty major way, and if we know anything about Cobblepots, they're some ruthless people. When Henry threw a lavish party for Pinckney's 40th birthday, Cyrus knew the wine at the party would be poisoned. He was a pretty smart cookie after all. So he hatched a desperate plan with Amadeus Arkham, who gave him a dangerous chemical that could mimic death. At the party, Pinckney drank it, collapsed and was declared dead, but when he woke in the silence of his crypt, well, he was alive. Not long after this, Henry Cobblepot died in a suspicious traffic accident. How interesting. Officially though, it was put down to bad luck. Unofficially, whispers claimed Pinckney had orchestrated it from the shadows, revenge from a man already declared dead. And in the years that followed, Pinckney faded into Gotham folklore, but he left behind journal entries hidden across Gotham. In Arkham Origins, Origins, players can actually uncover these entries by heading to famous landmarks designed by Cyrus, and through these can hear his first-hand account of his paranoia and a desperate belief that Gotham could still be saved. What makes this mystery so weird is that if you use detective mode while in his crypt, Cyrus's body won't appear in his tomb, meaning that he definitely did get away. We can't even put this down to detective mode not picking up skeletons, because in the same tomb we can actually find skeletons on the floor, which the cowl does pick up, meaning Pinckney definitely isn't here. Later lore in Arkham's Shadow connects his grandson, Cyrus Pinckney III, to runes found beneath Blackgate Island, giving us glimpses of prophecies of a quote-unquote protector in a cape coming to save the city, words that eerily foreshadow Batman himself, all while the imagery points towards Azrael, with phrases such as instrument of God and tool of man being heard. Does that sound familiar to anyone? That isn't all though. See, Cyrus Pinckney supposedly died on the night of January 13th, 1855, on the eve of his 40th birthday. However, in Arkham Shadow, Batman can find a hidden grave for none other than Cyrus Pinckney I under Blackgate. The grave tells us that Pinckney was born in 1815 and died sometime in the 1920s. The grave has a plaque on it that reads, outlived his 70 to continue sanity's fight against madness. Now, 70 is an archaic way of saying 70. The word score refers to the number 20, and 70 means 3 times 20, or 60. Adding the and 10 then brings the total to 70, showing that Pinckney definitely did live, and he's definitely dead, but when he died and how old he was when he died is still a mystery. Sometime in the 1920s is obvious, but after that, we have no idea. But what we do know is that if this is his real grave, he'd have been over 100 years old when he died, which seems odd to say the least. And that's the last we know of Pinckney's family legacy so far, although I wouldn't be surprised if we learn more in future games. Just one more thing before the network cuts me off. This is a pretty common fan theory, but neither of the Pinckneys are Solomon Grundy. Cyrus was a pretty common name around the time of both of their births, Cyrus I especially, and the second and third being named after their father and grandfather respectively makes sense. So we'll just chalk it up to a coincidence. And that was a very brief dive into the Pinckney family legacy. A legacy which spread across 3 generations, shaped Gotham's foundations, and built the city we explore across the games. They left behind monuments, mysteries, and questions galore. And as much as I don't like self-promoting, oh, who am I kidding? If you want a much deeper dive into the Pinckney family legacy, head over to my channel for a more comprehensive look at Gotham's least talked about mystery, along with a ton of other Batman and Arkham content. But not until you finish this video, you sly dog. No, but seriously, thank you to Arkham Analysis for having me on, and I'll now hand you back to the woman you came to listen to.
Thank you so much, Charles, for your time and amazing input. Like he said, after this video, be sure to check out his full Pinckney video, where he goes into way more detail about the entire case. I'll have the link down in the description. Now, let's see what else is in store for the last few missions. I'll do a quick honorable mention for crimes in progress. Just like the act of violence in Arkham City, I love how they make the world feel more alive and expansive. What I really like about Origins is that you hear the crimes come through the police radio. It gives that extra layer of immersion. For what's essentially a spontaneous side event, it honestly is pretty solid. And I gotta admit, I had way too much fun with this one guy who refuses to fight me. He looks like he wanted a kiss more than a kick. I'll also include the missions where Gordon calls you about capturing escaped Blackgate prisoners, since they're basically the same style encounter as Crimes in Progress events. What I really like here is that Gordon actually reaches out to Batman directly and Batman responds. He sounds a little surprised, which adds a nice touch of character. At least he talks to Gordon, unlike poor Barbara, who basically just gets ghosted. I'm late for a very important date. I love that his hideout is in the hat shop. It's such a nice touch, especially since it ties back to one of the riddles in Arkham City.
Careful now, I don't want any accidents. Everything needs to be perfect.
Of course.
Of course, sir. You must refer to me as sir at all times, do you understand?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, I understand.
Yes, I understand, sir.
Yes.
No, sir.
Of course.
Oh, this is maddening.
That's comedy gold. Also, why does he insist on being called Sir? Is it because he wants to feel important and impress Alice? Or does he maybe just have a bit of a name kink going on? Either way, it totally fits his brand of weird.
Is that it works? You all listen. Maybe not as well as you should, but it's a start. That's always been the trouble, though, hasn't it? No one ever wanted to hear what Jervis had to say. He might as well have been invisible. But now, now you'll have to pay attention. Because you won't have a choice.
I really like this little character beat here. It ties back perfectly to his introduction episode in Batman the Animated Series, where he felt invisible to the woman he liked. Now he finally has a way to make people listen to him. You can just feel the parallels between the episode and the game here.
You came. How wonderful. It really is an honor to make your
Where's the girl?
Whatever do you mean?
Alice.
Great line delivery. Great line delivery there when Batman cuts him off. Also, I never realized how short he actually is until you see him standing side by side. I know in his bio he says he's around 4'11", but it's wild seeing that height difference in game. In City, he's always standing on a table, and in Night, he's sitting most of the time. So this is the first time we really get that full perspective.
Welcome to Wonderland, Batman. Oh, it's where I first met Alice. You know? Oh, what grand adventures we had.
I didn't want to show the full hypnosis sequence since there's a lot of flashing, but it totally gives off major Arkham Asylum Scarecrow vibes. The crooked camera angle, the eerie atmosphere, the lighting, they absolutely nailed the tone here. Honestly, this entire side mission is one of the best in the game, in my opinion.
Forces of the Queen are everywhere, conspiring to reclaim her, which is why I brought you here. Who better to protect Alice than the Batman himself?
I find it really interesting that in Origins, Mad Hatter wants Batman to protect Alice, but by the time we get to City, he wants Batman to become one of his goons. It's like he flipped the dynamic completely. In Origins, he's seeking protection through Batman, and later he wants the same protection from Batman. It's a fascinating little shift that says a lot about how far gone he's become.
Dear, it seems you've gotten yourself all turned around. Which way's in, which way's out? Oh dear, what is my route?
Once again, another great creative camera shot. Seeing the scene only through the keyhole, it's such an out-of-the-box choice that fits the tone perfectly. Little moments like this really stick with me. It's one of the things I always remember about this mission.
Careful now, it's not all flowers and tea parties down here. In fact, Wonderland's home to some rather nasty creatures. And it brings out the best and the worst in us.
I think the mirror is supposed to be a reference to Through the Looking Glass. It fits perfectly with Mad Hatter's whole Wonderland theme anyway.
You must be wondering why I brought you down here. Well, see, I've developed the most wonderful device. One that compels obedience.
Fantastic lighting here. They really nailed it in this game. The way they highlight the atmosphere and the moonlight shining through the windows, it's just top tier. Ugh, I actually get chills watching him chase after her. It's so unsettling.
Tell me what you see. Tell me. Is it scary? I hope it is. In fact, I hope it scares you to pieces. No. This is wrong. All upside down and inside out and wrong.
I love the playing card trap here. It's such a clever touch. I really wish they did more of these throughout the mission. It's such a fun, fitting idea for Hatter's theme.
Stop it right now. There's no winning down here, not with you. I'm in control. You play by my rules. You and Alice both. Do as I say. Do as I say right now.
Great bit of environmental storytelling here. You really get the sense that Mad Hatter is running out of time, and the fact that we're inside a massive clock just drives the theme home perfectly. It's also a nice callback to Scarecrow's sequence in Arkham Asylum with the swinging pendulum. Another great visual tie-in to the idea of madness and time slipping away.
Help me! He can, he will, he just has to leave. He can, he will, he just has to leave. He can, he will, he just has to leave.
I like how Mad Hatter makes one last desperate attempt to get Batman to listen by repeating the same phrase over and over. It's a clever touch because that repetition itself feels hypnotic.
Don't worry, you're safe now. The police are on their way. Everything's going to be all right.
No, it's not.
Jeez, what a sour note to end on. It's pretty clear that Mad Hatter's done some really awful things. Stuff I won't go into detail about here. Poor girl. She's definitely traumatized. You can see blood on her shirt, which just leaves you with the horrible sinking feeling in your gut. It's a dark, uncomfortable way to close this mission, but it really drives home how twisted Hatter truly is. Another little nitpick, I really wish Batman had actually tied him up instead of just leaving him there. It's kind of odd that he doesn't. Just like in Arkham City, this is easily one of the most airtight missions in the whole series. The atmosphere and game design are on another level. Eerie, creepy, and exactly what Origins needed more of. It really captures the Batman animated series vibe, and I'm absolutely here for it. I was honestly debating if this might be my favorite mission in the game. The only thing holding it back is I feel it is a bit short. The ending comes a little too quickly, but it's still fantastic overall. Now, let's move on to my actual favorite side mission in the game. Appointment in Crime Alley.
Police know the victim fell from a nearby building, but there's not much else in the file. His identity might shed some light on things.
I don't think I need to go over every single one since they are pretty straightforward, and there's not a ton to analyze with each case, but I do want to talk about my top 3 favorite, because those ones really stand out.
I need the last known location of Robert Haynes. I'll send over everything I've got in case it helps.
No need, sir. I already have a search area. Check your display.
So, if I keep doing the bitch, please, voice, everyone's gonna think I'm doing a bit.
What do you want?
Justice. You killed a man. Why?
He was gonna expose our counterfeiting. I didn't have a choice.
You always have a choice.
This one doesn't count as one of my favorites, but I love the way Batman delivers justice here. It's quick, decisive, and perfectly in character for him. And remember that always line? He said it to Joker in Arkham Asylum, and also to Talia in Arkham City.
There's always a choice.
It's such a subtle connection, but it really shows how consistent his moral conviction is across the series.
Dispatch 4-9.
4-9, go ahead.
So the fire's almost out, but it looks like we've got a body here. Cause of death currently unknown. Gonna need a forensics team to take a look.
Copy that. We'll get someone to you. Keep the site secured until they arrive.
The fire damage is going to make evidence collection difficult. I should start by identifying the victim. The killer made his way up the wall in an attempt to avoid being overcome. I should follow his route and see where it takes me.
I love that we actually see the guy scale the building. You think that's pretty unrealistic at first, but when you finally confront the killer, it all clicks. He's a martial artist, highly skilled, and capable of those kinds of jumps and movements. It suddenly makes perfect sense and adds a nice bit of realism to the investigation.
You in or out? Kane's dead like you say. Why ain't we heard nothing about it? Oh, don't worry. You will. Yeah? Why? Was you there when he dropped? I'm the one that did it. What? Don't give me that look. Guy was getting lazy and you know it. It's bad for business, but good for us. Someone's gonna have to take his place. I don't know.
I need to think about it. Don't take too long. I got a line of guys that would kill for this gig.
This voice for this particular guy is something I've always remembered. I don't even know why, but it just sticks with me. It honestly sounds like Troy Baker doing his Black Mask voice mixed with Brian Bloom actually playing Black Mask. It's such a unique blend. Whoever voiced him did a great job. It really stands out in the game. Wow, you can't get more perfect timing than that boat horn right there. It hits exactly at the right moment. Felt completely unplanned, but somehow cinematic.
What do you want? Answers. Did Penguin order you to kill Alex Kane?
I don't think so. If anything, Cobblepot's gonna have me killed for doing it.
Then why?
I was sick of playing heavy. I figured if Kane, disappeared, I might be able to move up in the world.
You're not moving anywhere now. Alfred, let the GCPD know where they can find Kane's killer. You can forward them all the evidence, too.
It's already done, sir.
I really like how they tie the other criminals in the game into the crime scenes. It makes them feel like they actually mattered, like they're part of a larger world that leaves a bigger impact than you expected. He also turns into a disco ball right here. Quick throwaway detail, but you know how the scanner shows who's talking during conversations? The same thing happens when communication plays through Batman's headset.
The police claim they have no leads, but there has to be something here. What didn't they see? Prince belonged to Andrew Carter. He has a pretty lengthy record, but nothing that indicates this level of violence. Notes indicate he's been suffering paranoid delusions. Guess he finally lost control. Alfred, I need a last known location for a perp named Andrew Carter. According to the GCPD database, he was released from Blackgate just over a month ago.
I'm sending you what I have. Oh, hold on. There's a notation here indicating he stopped attending court-mandated therapy sessions recently and is believed to be quite unstable. Do be careful.
I always am.
One thing I'll bring up again in Arkham Knight, but here he does it just once. Martin Jarvis gives this brief, realistic little reaction when he's reading something. You can hear him go, oh, or like he's genuinely concerned. He does the same thing in Night during the Professor Pig victim cases, where his tone shifts to disgust or sadness. It's such great voice acting, especially since we rarely see Alfred's face. You can hear his emotions and picture his expressions just through his voice alone. I absolutely love that level of subtle detail.
Good. Had he shared what he knew, everything would be at risk. Have I proven my loyalty then? It is a beginning. Few are those we have brought into the fold. You understand we must be careful. Only tell me what you wish, and it will be done. For now, we wait. Bane will send word when he needs us.
The shadow from his dreams, the one who must be broken. I was told you might come.
You killed a man tonight. Why?
He saw. He would speak. We could not allow it.
What did he see? What's Bane planning?
I will say no more.
Then we're done talking.
Ooh, a Nightfall reference. I love this stuff. It gets me so hyped, especially now they announce multiple films based on it. They better not screw it up because this storyline deserves to be done right.
2 victims, both shot dead. I know them. This is Horace Riley, heir to the Riley mining empire. Odd. He still has his wallet and watch. Clarissa Rodriguez. Riley proposed to her just weeks ago. Socialite and activist. Even though it's worth a fortune, her necklace wasn't taken. This wasn't a robbery. Those prints. I know who did this. Alfred, I need a location on Ian Chase.
Isn't that the fellow from your Halloween party? As I recall, you had to throw him out. Is he troubling Miss Rodriguez again?
She's dead. Horace, too.
Oh, dear. I suppose we should have seen this coming.
The location, Alfred.
Sent, sir. And my condolences as well.
As they say, save the best for last, and the developers definitely did with this side mission. I love how we return to Crime Alley, the place where it all began. We all know what happens here, but the fact that this time it's tied to Bruce's closest friends really hits home. You can feel that shift in his tone. It's one of those rare moments where the mask cracks just a bit.
So sure. I've been planning this for a while. Covered every angle. I don't know. The cops have all kinds of tools. Real sci-fi stuff. Laser beams and powders and sometimes even psychics. Don't you watch TV? Life isn't like it is on TV. You don't get to live happily ever after with the woman you love. Instead, she leaves you for your best friend. Sorry, man. Didn't mean to bring it all back. It's fine. It's fine. Just give me a minute.
Am I the only one who wants to know what actually happened and how it all went down? Because I'm very curious to see the whole story in the bigger picture. This sounds like a really dark Hallmark movie now I'm thinking about it.
What do you think you're doing? Do you know who I am?
I know exactly who you are. You didn't do it for money. You didn't even do it for love.
You're choking me. I can't breathe.
Not out of jealousy, not out of anger. You did it because you're a small, selfish, malicious...
Sir, is everything all right? Your vital signs are rather erratic.
What the hell's wrong with you?
Alfred, let the GCPD know that Ian Chase has been apprehended. I'm also sending you the evidence I collected.
Certainly, sir. And might I recommend you be on your way? No need to spend any more time there.
This is the moment I realized, yeah, this is my favorite side mission in the game. You can feel that buried childhood trauma and anger bubbling back to the surface in the scene. Roger Craig Smith absolutely outdoes himself here. The emotions in his voice is just raw and real. And once again, it's Alfred who grounds Bruce. Even in the middle of all this rage and chaos, Alfred steps in to center him with a simple, caring question. Are you all right? It's such a powerful moment between them and a perfect reminder of how important Alfred is to Bruce's stability. Just an incredible way to end one of the most underrated side missions in Arkham Origins. I love the crime scenes investigations. Definitely one of the most underrated parts of the game. They really let the player step into the role of the world's greatest detective, which is something the series sometimes overlooks. Each case leads to an encounter with the killer, complete with unique dialogue, and every single one just gets better and better as you go. It's such a smart design choice and easily one of the the highlights of Arkham Origins, and that's why it's my favorite side mission in the entire game. It perfectly captures what being the world's greatest detective is all about. You have no idea how excited I am to play this DLC. I'm going off script because I generally adored this, and it's been almost 10 years since I played it, so I'm so freaking excited, and I hope you all are ready. I'll be doing something a bit different in this episode. I'll be making some comparisons and pointing out lines that are similar to what this DLC is based on. The BTS episode, Heart of Ice, which just happens to be my all-time favorite episode of that show. I'll share my full thoughts at the end, and I also have a special guest joining me today.
Hi guys, I'm that guy Aqua, and today I'm going to be joining Mrs. Analysis here to show you a bunch of cool things you might have missed in Cold Cold Heart.
He'll be popping in periodically to share his takes because he loves this DLC just as much as I do. So grab a blanket, maybe some cocoa, and get comfortable because the temperature is about to drop. As much as I love we see Nora first here, just like in the episode, and then watch Victor walk up to her as the second figure on screen, perfectly paying homage to the opening of Heart of Ice, part of me wishes he had spoken just a little bit, even a brief line before maybe revealing the iconic snow globe he holds, especially since we do see it later in his lab. That would have been incredible. That said, this is purely wishful thinking on my part. I promise I'm not knocking this at all. It's a detail that I already love, and just imagining how it could have been pushed even further.
People caring for people. Compassion. That's the foundation Gotham was built on. And I have proudly built Goth Corp on that same foundation. That's why we're called the People Company. Thank you so much. Please.
Mr. Boyle seems to be after your title as Gotham's biggest philanthropic industrialist.
Gotham needs more people like him.
Bruce!
Hey.
I am blown away by your support.
It's well deserved. You're going to change the world, Ferris.
Hey, we'll change it together, right?
This is such a great introduction to Ferris Boyle. I think they set him up almost like a false prophet, sprouting exactly the kind of words people want to hear. I also love how easily Bruce believes him. It's a really nice touch that subtly shows Bruce's arrogance here, and how that confidence can make him vulnerable to falling for Boyle's promises. And huge shout out to Steven Tabolopsky for voicing Ferris Boyle. I had no idea it was him at first, and I love this guy. He's the Groundhog's Day needle-nosed Ned guy, and he played the principal in one of my favorite sitcoms, The Goldbergs. Finding out it was him honestly blew my mind. I'll circle back to his performance towards the end because that's when he really goes off as the villain.
It's almost midnight, and you all know what that means. Let's get this New Year's Eve party going with the... Forget to pay your heating bill, Bruce?
I've always liked this guy, the way he cracks his knuckles and then sweeps the keys to make that glissando sound. It's a nice subtle touch to the scene. I also love how nobody else on stage reacts to the sudden drop in temperature, only this chick does. Guess they decide to drop the subtitles when the goons come crashing in, though one of them does shout out, "Happy New Year's, everybody!" You can also very briefly hear the piano keys when the guy gets frozen on the piano. Not gonna lie, that is a sick entrance for Freeze here.
You can hear Bruce's voice noticeably deepen when he contacts Alfred during the arrival of Mr. Freeze.
Alfred.
And we can hear it change again when talking to Vicky Vale in the next room.
Stay with Alfred. He'll keep you safe.
Hold it right there!
Not the first time we've seen Bruce get hit with a gun like that. The first time was by the Tiger Guards in Arkham City.
Butler's gone crazy.
Are you cowards afraid of an old man?
Just take it easy. Hope that vase wasn't worth something. Oh, look at the rich boy.
I like how the goon says he's going crazy when that's just self-defense, my guy. And I will say, Alfred looks pretty good, all things considered, given that Bane beat him to death last week. I feel like they should have put an arm brace or show some kind of bruising to showcase it. That would have been a really nice detail.
Are you okay?
I've been through worse. These are Penguin's men. What do they want with Ferris?
I'm not sure. They're being led by someone in a mechanized suit. I need to find Ferris before they do.
Well, you're no use to us dressed like that. You need to put on your other suit. The closest entrance to the Batcave is in the study.
Alfred is just like, go gear up, we need Batman.
All throughout Wayne Manor, we can find different paintings and photos, so here are some of my favorites. We can see a portrait of Sir Gawain of Wayne, and I believe this is a reference to the character of Sir Gawain, who was referred to as the Silent Knight during his appearance in New Earth. He was a knight of the Round Table during Arthurian legend.
I really love that we get to explore a bit of Wayne Manor here in this DLC. Definitely a highlight. It's something that's always stuck with me from playing this DLC. And I honestly wish we could get more moments like that throughout the games, though maybe that's something we'll see more in the future. This picture looks really similar to the one we saw back at Sionis' place. Some unique statues here give me a League of Assassin vibes. There's a bit of foreshadowing here with all the fire extinguishers, whether it's hinting at the fire that's going to come later, or just giving you tools to use during combat. Either way, it always catches my attention. Alfred's head following Bruce here really stood out to me. It immediately reminds me of how Joker kept watching you back on the gurney in Arkham Asylum.
There's Bruce. He'll help us. Bruce, do you have a minute? Someone said an iceberg just exploded in the ballroom. I need details. What happened? Who do you think?
Where's Ferris?
He never made it to the interview. Wait. You're not going out there alone, are you?
It's always nice to see Vicky Vale again. It does make me wonder if they started their relationship or situationship, I don't know what to call it to be honest, because she generally sounded concerned about him going out there alone.
We can also see two photos, one of which showing the construction of Wonder Tower, and another showing Bruce Wayne with Alfred holding the key to the city, which too can be seen on a wall.
I also love this photo right here, which I'm guessing is Bruce and his dad, maybe on a safari trip, which leads me to my other thought. Is it just me or does this boar head look way too big? I guess that pretty much confirms that they did go on a safari hunting trip.
Be careful passing through the library, sir. Penguin's men have infiltrated the entire manor.
You keep out of harm's way. No more heroics.
These animals don't frighten me.
Alfred.
You'd better get to the wine cellar before I have to take on Penguin's entire gang myself.
Oh, I just love these two. Once again, Alfred proving he's the best dad, just being such a caring parent figure. It's also really nice to see their dynamic clearly growing in a healthy way, and it feels like it's a great continuity from where we left them in the main story. There's some really fun henchman dialogue if you hang around for a bit.
Oh man, look at all this stuff. I'm gonna be rich. Don't forget, I called dibs on those pearls. I'm taking them before we torch this.
Gotta say, that planet thing up there is pretty damn cool.
I ain't found a damn thing in here but more books. Anyone see our boy Ferris? Who's got time to read this much? Seriously. Oh, Ferris! Come on up, Pookie!
I generally don't remember the Pookie line, but wow, that might be my new favorite henchman line.
Finally, and this isn't exactly a painting, but it seems like the pearl necklace in the study is perhaps his mother's or some kind of replica.
I mean, they have to be, right? Why else he would be keeping these specific ones in a case like this? Could this dragon statue be a reference to Sun Tzu? I find it a bit humorous that they keep reusing the same paintings from earlier, like, oh, they won't notice it popping up over and over again.
Hell if I know. Just smash the barrel. Penguin wants it all smashed. Why is Penguin so eager to bust up the Wayne mansion?
The Waynes ruined the Cobblepots back in the day.
Well, so he says. That makes sense. You don't get to the top without stepping on a few heads, you know what I mean? Ain't nothing back there except more wine. 40-ucks. Is that expensive? It's not 40-ucks. It's Bordukes. Oh, sorry. Bordukes. Yeah. Is that expensive or what?
We're inside Wayne Manor, doofus. It's all expensive.
So why's Penguin got us working with this Mr. Freeze?
Why do you think? Did you see that ice ray?
You mean Freeze forced him?
Hell no. We help Freeze get Boyle, and he gets us more of those ice ray things.
Ah, I hope I get one. You probably just freeze yourself with it. I'll freeze your damn trap shut.
Ooh, that might hurt if it came from a guy who didn't live in his mother's basement.
Hey, I rent that room from her.
Gosh, I love the henchman dialogue here. I already mentioned this back in part 4 of the Arkham Origins series, but the goon banter just feels so genuine. Like I've said it before, it comes across more naturally to me than the other Arkham games in the series. And that's not to say those were bad or unfunny at all. I just personally prefer this almost comic book vibe this game leans into a bit more with the dialogue. Also, the clap back to that guy living in his mom's basement, I honestly don't blame him, especially with the economy these days.
Sir, if you'd come out of that cave more than once a week, you'd know that the Batcave entrance is in the wine cellar's tasting room. Look for the statue.
I can't get enough of Alfred's sass in this game. come on, that's just laziness with the fingerprints there.
Secret tunnel, through the manor. Secret tunnel.
Watch yourself in that tunnel, sir. It's still suffering from the damage our visitor did on Christmas Eve.
I love the way Alfred says visitor here. I don't know why, but it always reminds me of Darth Vader in Return of the Jedi when he says...
First, protesters. Their presence only infuriating the people and inflating the numbers of citizens taking to the streets. Angry at the corruption revealed just 7 days ago, the mayor has asked for citizens to be patient while he determines who will replace Gillian Loeb as police commissioner. But his request has been drowned out by the protester demands for real change.
Fantastic detail with the radio host catching us up on the events after Christmas night. A great way to make the narrative feel larger in scope than what we directly seeing.
Master Bruce, I caught a glimpse of your mechanized man. These hooligans are calling him Mr. Freeze. You might consider donning your extreme environment suit.
The XE suit? It's not ready for deployment.
Oh dear, I hear helicopters. More penguin brutes. Do hurry.
Ooh, first mention of the XE suit. I can't wait for that. Why did I say it like that? What the hell? Get it together. Also, I did not do this camera turn. It did it by itself. I was kind of taken back from that. And the way Alfred says...
More penguin brutes.
I don't know why, but that just tickles me. It's nice to see Bruce clean up the Batcave after Bane completely trashed his place last week. And you can even spot Wayne Manor on the security camera footage. Easy to miss detail.
I don't have time to prep the XE suit for deployment. I'll need Alfred to put the finishing touches on it.
I always wondered what the finishing touches were on the suit. Wish they went into detail a bit more on that. What's up with this awkward zoom-in shot? It's so bad and completely unnecessary. Honestly, it's just like the Harley Quinn shot back in the asylum.
Alfred mentions that the glue grenade we acquired in the base game is no longer operable, which brings the game back in line with the series' continuity, which is always appreciated.
Sir, before you ask, the formula we used for your glue grenades was unstable. What was left after Christmas Eve was degraded into dust.
It's common knowledge that within the base game, we can see the beginnings of the Arkham Asylum Batmobile, but did you know if returning to the same spot in Cold Cold Heart, we can see two tires that look awfully similar to the tires on the Dark Knight Tumbler and Batpod. Also within the Batcave, we can find a newspaper that mentions a monster-sized crocodile in the sewers, showing that despite our best efforts, Killer Croc is back on, or I guess under, the streets. I like this detail a lot because it seemed like Killer Croc was a bit unaccounted for after Arkham Origins.
Alfred, what happened to the power?
Sir, you must hurry. They're setting the manor ablaze. I've managed to get most of the guests into the east and south wings, but... Hey, it's the butler!
Alfred. Alfred!
I love the best dad. He immediately takes charge and helps the civilians to get out. And now the security footage actually shows the fire in the manor. A bit of unique animation with the goons throwing the Molotovs.
You're lying, old man.
That book was over 1,200 years old.
So what? Who wants some old book?
Damn it, Alfred.
That's a great line read.
Turned your boss's skin blue.
Freeze! He ain't our boss. You want to talk to the Penguin? Hey, Motormouth. Keep your mouth shut about the boss. What? Oh, right. And it's Mr. Freeze. I wouldn't piss him off if I was you.
You seriously call him Mr.?
You ain't met this guy, have you?
Is he going to kill Ferris?
Probably. You seen his eyes? He don't look like a happy fella, if you know what I mean.
Would you stop hitting on our hostage? She's using you for information.
Yeah, I know, but... It's Vicky Vale, man.
Oh my gosh, the way he whispers that. It's Vicky Vale, man. Oh, the earnest in that delivery. It's just... Oh, it's just too perfect for this game. And hey, coin in the thirst jar for that honest comment.
Son of a bitch!
Oh my gosh. I seriously don't remember half these lines. This is amazing. Oh, that was a very creative way to say that, too.
Sir, are you all right?
Thanks to you, the hero of Christmas Eve come to rescue us from the...
Can I trust you'll get these people to safety?
Of course. Now that you've dealt with most of these hooligans...
You should restore power to your sprinkler system to deal with these fires.
Not to worry. I won't allow Wayne Manor to burn to the ground. Thank you for the rescue, Batman. But I believe the young miss said that Mr. Boyle needs your help.
I really like how Bruce is kind of nonchalant to Alfred in public, while Alfred almost feels like he's low-key fangirling to help sell it and make it seem more sincere. It's kind of a cute detail.
You know, you really should do an exclusive with me. The people want to know what you're all about.
I've got more important things to do.
This is important. You've become a hot issue for this city. You need to state for the record what you're trying to accomplish.
My actions state that loud and clear.
I like to think Vicky's been trying to get Batman to do an exclusive interview for years, especially since she asked again so much later in Arkham City. It's a funny thought. Also, wouldn't these people be wondering where Bruce is? Like, wouldn't it be kind of weird that Batman shows up, but Bruce Wayne isn't here also? It feels pretty obvious that they could put 2 and 2 together.
Keep struggling, Boyle.
Yeah, you want to get shot?
Mr. Freeze is on the way. Who did you say?
Ooh, I really like this bit of fear and surprise in Boyle's delivery there.
Get you out of here.
I heard about you. I have no quarrel with you.
Then you crashed the wrong party.
Freeze? What do you want with me? I just require a moment of your time.
Once again, great line deliveries all around, especially Batman telling Freeze.
Then you crashed the wrong party.
With Ferris freaking out when seeing Freeze, and when Freeze says,
I have no quarrel with you.
It mirrors a very similar line from BTAS, where he says, this matter doesn't concern you. You can really tell they wanted to draw strong parallels to this episode, even down to the wording of the script.
Where is he taking Ferris?
I don't know, I promise!
Do you have any idea how many of your friends I sent to the hospital on Christmas Eve?
Look, one of Penguin's dealers. He's doling out the weapons Freeze gave us. He must know. We were supposed to meet up in South Gotham.
You can meet up in the emergency room instead.
Do you think he comes up with these threatening lines on the spot, or do you think he practices them? Bruce is probably thinking right now, man, I'm gonna get a great insurance claim out of this.
You're almost to South Gotham. I hope Penguin's dealer can tell you what this Mr. Freeze has done with our friend.
Targeting someone like Ferris Boyle. It's sickening.
I know you'll bring him to justice, sir.
I'll see this one wheeled into Blackgate on a gurney.
I freaking love this line. It's one of those moments I've always remembered from playing this DLC. It lives rent-free in my head. It's easily one of my favorites. He's just so angry and pissed. It's so good. Also foreshadowing that he in fact is gonna bring someone in a gurney, but not the way you think.
Dispatch, confirming that code 3. Looks like these anarchy fanatics are taking advantage of the lack of police presence down here.
Roger 8-2. Continue to monitor. Do not engage without backup.
No chance of that.
I should deal with those Anarchy followers. But first I need to track down Penguin's dealer and find out where Freeze has taken Ferris.
Having some of Anarchy's followers still around is a really nice touch. There would realistically be plenty of people who still believe in his movement, so it makes sense that some of them are still around causing trouble in the city.
Where's Freeze?
You think I know?
You plan on celebrating the New Year in traction?
Okay. He made a deal with Penguin. Weapons in exchange for some stiff. Ferris Boyle. He's in Gothcorp last I saw.
You're lying. Gothcorp doesn't make weapons.
What? No, Gothcorp, I swear! Look, I've got the entry codes!
I'll take those. It doesn't make sense. Gothcorp involved in weapons tech. There's got to be more to this.
This scene makes perfect sense. Bruce is still kind of in denial about Gothcorp here. He wants to believe there's a bigger picture, and that same mindset causes him to judge Freeze too quickly. He focuses on the kidnapping without fully seeing who Ferris really is, and I've always found this to be some really endearing character development in this DLC. Did that hurt, or did he enjoy it? Honestly, I can't even tell. Better throw a coin in the jar just to be safe.
If this goes sideways, you come running.
Sure thing, boss.
It's easy to miss since you're probably focused on Penguin in this scene, but this goon is actually beating up the guard we'll eventually go talk to.
Those men were armed. How'd you do that?
Where are they taking Ferris?
Mr. Boyle? They're heading to the propellant research wing. These guys have been raiding the whole facility.
Such a subtle detail, but the security guard is a bit slow to respond, rubbing his head and hands since he clearly just got the crap beaten out of him. It adds a lot to this conversation. You can see Pamela Isley, aka Poison Ivy, guest pass on the desk here, which makes sense since she probably wanted to go see the organics lab for Gothcorp. It's a nice bit of environmental storytelling.
The GothCorp Organics Lab is devoted to researching cellular cryogenics in plants. The future is exciting here at the People Company.
This showcase here works really well for GothCorp, and the way the announcer talks was just like Ferris did in his speech. It really shows how he's selling the corporate BS for people to listen to, and sadly, it works, as we saw Bruce Wayne being completely in awe of him at the party.
Holy crap! I saw you on GNN! You just saved my life!
It's kind of cute to see some people starting to fan over Batman. The goons with the freeze guns add such a great challenge to the combat. I'm really glad they include them in the DLC.
My boss has the codes you need. Those goons have them in the organics lab.
Kind of wish Batman had said something like, your boss is safe, or something along those lines. Cool Easter egg with the rat catcher's gear here. I don't know why he would just leave it on the floor when there's perfectly fine lockers in here, but I guess the devs really wanted to make sure you saw it. I really like the camera angles in this scene. This is one of those shots that always stuck with me when I think about this DLC. It makes this place feel so much bigger.
Alert. Unauthorized activation of access panel D.
Great detail when it starts to get cold and the ice begins to form on the player's view. It's really simple, but it makes the players connect with Batman more, knowing that it's freezing as hell in there.
Give me Boyle, or I'll freeze this entire room.
Oh, I know you won't. Boyle's got the code you need. And I ain't giving him up, unless I get what he's giving you.
What's behind this door is of no interest to you.
I love how this DLC starts the rivalry between Freeze and Penguin, and we can clearly see that it hasn't changed over the years since it continues in Arkham City. Oh my gosh, Freeze is about to rip his head off. I never really noticed that before. I always thought he was grabbing his shoulder or arm. No wonder he screams, "Don't."
Now you belong to me.
I'll give you one chance to let him go.
Threats are meaningless to a man who has lost everything.
I love that line Freeze says here. It directly mirrors what he tells Batman in BTAS. Beyond emotions, they are frozen dead within me. Maurice LaMarche is absolutely incredible as Freeze in this DLC. He strikes the perfect balance between total emotional restraint and subtle humanity, which really defines his character in the same way Michael Ansara did in the TV series. It's so good, and honestly, I don't think LaMarche gets nearly enough credit for this role. Penguin's gun and arm appearing double through the fractured ice, wrapped by refraction, is such a great throwaway detail that I bet most people never notice. I love this kind of stuff.
So, what are we gonna do?
Want to hit a liquor store, then maybe a strip club?
We do that every year. See, this is the problem with New Year's Eve. You always got such high expectations, and then it's such a letdown. I think I'm just gonna turn in early.
Hey, jeez. When did you become such a crotchety old buzzkill?
Squirrel won't. More booze and chicks for us.
This guy is literally me. I always turn in early on New Year's because I like my sleep, and I'm a morning person, so I'm up early anyway. I'm fully happy to be a crockety old buzzkill. Thank you very much. If you take too long, Alfred reminds you to get the XE suit.
Sir, if you hope to deal with Mr. Freeze, you're going to need the XE suit. It's in the drop container on the roof near my alibi.
I guess they moved the hand scanner higher in later years, since this one is awkwardly below. I so geek out every time I see this suit. It's just so badass. They did an amazing job designing it.
The thermal gloves should help you deal with most ice you encounter, sir, and the suit will provide protection from cold and cryovapor. I just hope its bulk won't slow you down.
The honeycomb structure insulates against extreme cold without increasing weight. It won't slow me down a bit.
The voice modulation works really well as a subtle cue that he's in a new suit, helping the upgrade feel more impactful in the story.
I can use a thermocharged batarang to bring that ice down on top of those thugs.
This could totally kill someone, right? I mean, look at this thing. It's huge, and it could easily crush someone and impale them. It's a bit on the nose, but hey, Batman logic, am I right? Also, I appreciate the Fahrenheit symbol on the gadgets to show what can heat up.
Listen, we ain't going nowhere.
Wait, what? What? What just happened? Why am I in darkness? Loose lips. What's going on? Oh my god, I can still interrogate him. What just happened? I've never seen this glitch before. Oh my god, I hit invisible shadow and that completes the objective, okay. The game literally said, screw you, you can't see loose lips. Oh my god, the whole club is like this? It's not just a room? Oh my gosh, what is this glitch? I've never seen this before. I can see in the, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All I wanted to go was say hi to my boy Loose Lips and I get everlasting darkness. Thanks, Batman. Happy New Year's to you.
He ain't going nowhere until you tell me exactly where the money...
You stole a cryogenic drill from Gothcorp.
Well, yeah, but it ain't here. Penguin said to sell off the parts. It's in pieces.
Where are they?
I'll tell you. Just don't drop me off a roof, okay?
Maybe next time.
Shout out to Aqua for giving me his Loose Lips footage because of that glitch. But I was gonna say is, I love how they included Loose Lips in this little cameo here in the DLC. You can literally hear him pleading and begging Batman not to drop him off the roof again. And funny enough, I just started playing Arkham Shadows, hint hint, and he's actually in the game, which I already knew, but he even talks about this exact moment with a buddy, saying he was absolutely terrified and basically wet his pants. Knowing that just makes the scene even funnier to watch.
Gotta be out in this stupid weather. Penguin said to wait for his call. He's setting something up with a buyer. Yeah, but he ain't called.
You don't think Freeze would have turned on him?
I wouldn't doubt it. That guy ain't human. Looks at everything like it's his next meal.
I know. And those eyes, goggles, whatever, wow, gives me, well, chills.
You two quivering idiots sure you're in the right line of work?
I love how honest these goons are in this game. It makes them feel so much more human.
Thinking maybe it's time I went legit. Tell me you're kidding. I got a wife now. She wants to have a kid. You want to provide for him, don't you? Of course I do. Then you're fresh out of luck. I mean, who's gonna hire you? You got a record. There's gotta be a way out. When you find it, let me know. Until then, let's get back to work.
Oh, that's genuinely one of the sweetest conversations from the henchman I've ever heard. You can hear how vulnerable he is. He actually wants to go straight for his wife and future child. Once again, they make these goons feel so much more human than they have any right to be.
You don't think Mr. Freeze will come looking for these drill parts, do you?
Penguin's probably putting that walking popsicle at the bottom of the arbor.
You really gotta watch yourself. Boss ever hears you imitating them.
What? It's a form of flattery.
Yeah, that's what impressionists say to try to avoid getting their asses handed to them.
Not a bad Penguin impression. I've definitely heard worse. It reminds me of the goons back in Arkham City trying to imitate Joker and Harley. And honestly, some of those were surprisingly really good.
Alfred, I've assembled the cryo drill, but it requires some kind of superconducting fluid to operate.
Here it is, sir. An organic supercoolant used in an experimental lab run by one Victor Freeze.
As in Mr. Freeze.
It seems too great a coincidence to ignore. It says here that Ferris had Mr. Freeze's lab shut down.
If he's a disgruntled employee out for revenge, then this is about more than just stealing weapons tech.
Freeze's lab is under quarantine. Some kind of accident.
I'm on my way back to Gothcorp now.
Hey, I love that line from Batman when he says, as in Mr. Freeze? It's such a great callback to BTS when Freeze corrects him with the, that's Mr. Freeze to you. Fantastic tie-in writing. The glitches are out to get me today in this game.
Okay, so maybe I'm being just a bit obsessive, but this is the only circular vent in the entire series. Not just a circular vent, but one that you enter. Every other vent in the series, in this game, in this very building, is square, but this one is circular. I have been racking my brain for years trying to figure out why, because again, the team has assets for a square vent, and they use those assets in other parts of Gothcorp, so why not here? They don't even have a circular cover for the vent. The cover is square, and then the tip of the vent is given this hexagonal border. Everything with this vent confuses me, and sure, it's meaningless, but also, it's meaningless. Why would you change it to be a circle?
I was going to play devil's advocate for this poor little vent and say maybe they designed it this way to make sure the XE suit had enough room, but then I remembered that when we go confront Freeze, we're in a square vent. So yeah, I have no idea why they did this.
Not a plan beyond the usual. Shoot him to hell. The lab's still full of cryo vapor and the fans ain't working. I think we're safe. If you manage to get the fans back on, that'll suck the vapor out of that room. Then we charge in shoot. I hope you guys brought extra ammo.
Oh, sweet, sweet goons. I love their logic here. Do they really not think Batman can hear them making this plan?
Plenty of devices within GothCorp might look familiar to fans of Asylum, and that's because they are the same animation that plays when successfully solving a cryptographic sequencer puzzle in Asylum. I think this is a really creative way of reusing assets, and we can see Rocksteady do this too in Arkham Knight. Within Mr. Freeze's lab, we can find a blueprint for the freeze grenade, something that Victor would eventually finalize in Arkham City and give to Batman. Thank you so much for having me on Arkham Analysis, and if you want to see more of me and learn some more fun stuff about the Arkham games, then feel free to check out my channel. I'm sure there will be a link in the description or something.
Yes, thank you so much, that guy Aqua, for coming along and pointing out some great details in this DLC. Like he mentioned, I'll have his channel linked down below, along with a video I helped him out on not too long ago. Be sure to check it out. When I first saw this, I legitimately freaked out with excitement. It made me so happy that this prop made it into the game. In BTAS, it's my favorite scene of him holding it at the end, given that monologue. It makes me, just as a diehard Batman fan, so happy. The same goes with the wedding photo they include. The level of care in the details is exactly why this DLC is my favorite.
There's more going on here than a simple accident. This security guard's skin has the same blue coloration as Freeze's. I should set up a crime scene. These palm prints are a match for Victor Freeze. He must have watched the security guard die. Freeze scavenged what he needed from various prototypes to build himself a super-cooled survival suit. Spatter analysis suggests a blunt impact. Someone assaulted Freeze with a weapon. The plume enveloped Freeze and the guard. Something was wheeled through this fluid, possibly a gurney. DNA analysis confirms the gun was used to bludgeon Victor Freeze, and fingerprint analysis shows Ferris Boyle. It was Ferris.
This is my favorite moment in the entire DLC, minus the ending cutscene. I just love how we're allowed to put the pieces together ourselves and slowly discover what really happened. It's brilliant storytelling because new players who might not know Freeze's backstory get to walk step by step with Batman, uncovering the truth and seeing the mindset he's going through in real time. I actually love this approach even more than Heart of Ice, where Batman just finds what happens through the tape, which was still fantastic and incredibly emotional, but this just hits so much harder for me. And the way he says Ferris, in almost disbelief, it's so good. Just an incredible scene that I never get tired of experiencing.
Odd. Freeze was secretly doing research on Huntington's Korea, but this is a cryogenic weapons lab. The test subject was Nora Freeze. Now I know what happened here. Boyle escaped ahead of the plume and had the lab quarantined. Victor survived, but he knew that leaving the super-cooled lab would kill him. So he built himself a suit and utilized an organic supercoolant to keep his core temperature sub-zero. All this violence.
Oh my gosh, Roger Clark Smith absolutely kills it here. That line,
He's just trying to save his dying wife,
is delivered so perfectly. There's so much earnest and genuine care in the way he says it. Batman truly understands Freeze's motivations now. And to me, this is the kickoff of the understanding and respect that defines Batman's and Freeze's relationship through the rest of the Arkham series.
Alfred, send Gordon the evidence I've gathered on Boyle's crimes.
I'm sorry, Master Bruce. I know you had high hopes for what Ferris could do for Gotham.
That doesn't matter now. Victor's plan was never to kill Boyle. He needs Boyle's security access to get his wife out of GothCorp. That's all he wants.
And now, you're going to stop him?
I have to.
And are you still going to need that gurney?
I am. But not for Victor.
That gurney line from earlier really pays off here.
You know what I'm gonna do when I get out of here? I'm gonna have candy pour me a nice hot bath. And then I'm gonna drown you in it.
I'm trying, boss. This ice is tough.
Oh, you completely and utterly dense. Get over here, you numpty bugger. Put your scrawny little neck in my hand so I can strangle some sense into you.
Boss, you gotta calm down. We'll get you out of there, somehow.
Oh, you're a cold-hearted bastard, you know that? You're gonna get me on this damn iceberg?
You're good right where you are.
But you can't leave me here. I'll freeze to death.
Not my problem.
Oh, so you come back to gloat, have you? Oh, I'll hang you with that bloody cape, you hear me?
Nolan North is such a delight as the Penguin. I legit forget that's him half the time. I guess the drill is a one-time use, since we don't see it ever again, nor in the next scene.
Dangerously low.
code, please. All I want is to let Nora in.
I'm giving you the code. I'll see you both dead before I give you a damn thing.
Then join me in my fate. Freeze.
You're a peon, Victor. A plebe. Where are you without me, huh? You've got nothing. No money, no resources. Everything around you I built. Without me, you'd still be turning animals into ice cubes. Go for me, Victor. You thought I'd just let that go?
You still have time, Boyle. Or are you so empty you have nothing to live for?
You'll never save your wife. Look at you. You're out of ideas.
A few more degrees below zero and we'll see if I need any.
You don't have the guts to do it.
Keep stalling and the cold will do it for me.
Great character writing here as we finally see Ferris's true colors come out. He calls Freeze a peon and a plebe. Peon refers to a low-ranking or unskilled worker, and a plebe is used to insult someone as being of a lower social class. It really tells you everything you need to know about how Ferris views people.
Victor, you have to let him go.
I'm taking my wife. You can't stop me.
I know the truth, and so will the police. Boyle will face judgment for his crimes.
I really like how Batman approaches slowly with his hands open, clearly showing that he doesn't want to hurt Freeze. It's such a nice bit of body language detail.
It was an accident. You don't know what you're talking about.
If you listen really carefully, you can hear Ferris scream, "What are you doing?" as the case closes. Something the subtitles don't even pick up.
Nothing matters. Do you understand? Nothing but my Nora!
You've endangered lives all over this city. Nora would never have wanted this.
No. What she wants is to live a long life in the warmth of the sun. Her hand in mine. And because of him, she'll only feel the icy touch of a man whose emotions run as cold as the blood in his veins.
Ooh, such a spectacular scene. I love how Batman tries to connect with Freeze by bringing up Nora, hoping it might be enough to make him stand down. And for a brief moment, when Freeze talks about her, you can feel that spark of hope. We get a glimpse of the humanity that's still in there. But then he's reminded of Ferris, and it all comes crashing back down. Just incredible writing, animation, and voice acting. One thing I do want to point out that is in Arkham City and Night, we see Nora with her hair pulled back and wearing a butterfly necklace. But here in this DLC, her hair is down and is wearing kind of like a diamond necklace. It's actually just like in BTS, the sequel episode of Heart of Ice called Deep Freeze. So at some point, Freeze must have pulled her hair back and even changed her necklace in this series, since it's completely different in Night. I know it's a small detail, and there's obviously a 10-year gap from this game to Night, and it's a total nitpick, but I still wanted to point it out because I do find it kind of interesting. I will say the Freeze boss fight is probably one of the weaker parts of the DLC. It's not terrible or bad, it's just alright. I get that they couldn't simply copy the incredible boss fight from Arkham City and want to do something different, so I can't really fault them for that. It also kind of makes sense that Freeze doesn't adapt here in Origins, considering his tech is much in the prototype stage. His anti-Batman adaptation tech was probably developed after this encounter, and while the fight may not be the most creative, it still lives up to the climax of the DLC story. Overall, it's pretty satisfying. Such a sick takedown. I was genuinely cheering when I watched this. The way the XC suit powers up in the moment makes it feel so cinematic. Ugh, it's just unbelievably cool.
Thanks for doing the heavy lifting, Batman. But you shouldn't have stuck your nose in my business. And here I thought I was going to have a problem explaining what happened in your lab. I mean, the police are never going to look at me after what you did. And with this bat freak dead, there won't be anyone left to say otherwise.
Cryogenic containment failing.
And that just leaves you.
Please, You can save her. You just have to bypass the cryocopter.
Victor! She died! But I'll keep you alive long enough to see her go! No!
I remember my jaw literally dropping to the floor the first time I played this. The way Ferris suddenly became genuinely threatening, just straight up going after Freeze, is wild. He flips on a dime, and it's honestly shocking. Steven Tobolowsky absolutely goes full villain here, and wow, what a performance. I honestly wish he played more villains because he's incredibly memorable, even with such a limited screen time in this game. And I'll say it, I think he does even a better job than Mark Hamill does as Ferris in BTS. To be fair, Tobolowsky did have a bit more time to shine than Mark Hamill did, but this is the voice I always hear when I think of Ferris Boyle. Great detail that you can actually see Freeze's health bar going down as Ferris keeps bashing him. It makes the scene feel way more intense, like there's no time to mess around.
Take a seat, humanitarian.
Yes, my favorite line, just like in BTS when Batman says, "Good night, humanitarian." And honestly, I think it's even better here. I get so giddy every time I hear it.
Cryogenic containment restored.
I love this facial animation. You can really feel Freeze's pain and sadness. But there's also a small glimmer of hope when he realizes that Batman is there to help him, and he truly understands. Once again, it feels like this is the beginning of the understanding and respect that defines the relationship throughout the rest of the Arkham series.
I'm sorry, Victor. I can't give you peace, but I can give you justice.
Absolute cinema. I legit have nothing else to say other than I had a tear in my eye watching this.
Mr. Freeze is being held under heavy guard at Gotham General, receiving treatment for an undisclosed medical condition. Quincy Sharp has suggested that Mr. Freeze is yet another example of the type of criminal that needs the specialized care that only Arkham Asylum can provide. Police credit these arrests to solid police work, but this reporter suspects the vigilante known as the Batman had more than a small role to play. On a personal note, I owe Batman a debt of gratitude for rescuing me from almost certain death earlier this evening. So, thank you, Batman.
Great reminder of the asylum here, and I love the personal message from Vicky Vale and the other citizens to Batman. It really shows that people are starting to notice that he's genuinely the good guy. On a personal note, when I first played this DLC, I remember being a little bummed that there wasn't an end credit scene of Freeze in his cell, maybe looking out the window and seeing Batman. I know that's totally wishful thinking, and this DLC works perfectly fine without it, but I do remember feeling a bit disappointed back then, since it could play off my favorite scene of all time in the Batman animated series.
Congratulations, sir. Victor, Ferris, and even that scoundrel Cobblepot are all in custody. Shall we call it a night, then?
Not yet, Alfred. There's still work to be done.
Alfred is so me. He's like, I'm ready for bed. And I guess no Happy New Year? I was kind of sad he never actually said it. Such a missed opportunity. What else can I say about this DLC that I haven't already said? To me, this is hands down the best DLC in the entire Arkham series. And honestly, one of the best DLC experiences, period. It gives you everything you could ever want. Exploring Wayne Manor, a compelling new villain, new weapons, an incredible new suit, and an unforgettable story and character development. The way it captures the spirit of Heart of Ice while still doing its own thing is amazing and so respectful to the source material. The writing and voice acting here are absolutely unforgettable. I could genuinely ooh and awe about this DLC for hours. I just love it. They portray the relationship between Batman and Freeze so beautifully here, and watching that understanding continue to grow throughout the series, especially with how it wraps up in Arkham Knight, just ties everything together so perfectly. If you haven't played this DLC yet, please do, it's absolutely worth it. If I have to nitpick one thing about this DLC is I probably would introduce the XC suit a bit sooner. Like, you get it right at the halfway point, and I think they should have just had it for majority of this DLC, if I'm gonna be completely honest with you. But again, that's a total nitpick. I mean, I didn't like the glitches, that was no fun. But again, this is Arkham Origins, it kinda comes with the turf. As we wrap up the Arkham Origins series, it's time to reveal the final third star count. Drum roll, please. 18 coins. Looks like Arkham City is still holding the record with 20. Now the real question is, can Arkham Shadows break the record or even top it? What's your thoughts on Cold Heart DLC? Let me know down in the comments. And if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to hit that like button. And if you want to stay more connected, I post regularly on the community tab about news on Batman media, fun polls, behind the scenes, and so much more. So make sure you click that on the bell notification so you don't miss out. Also, why not subscribe and join our Bat family? Us nerds need to stick together. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you soon. Stay tuned.